disappointing, when you play a top team, and I was curious to see, Wemby play against the Pistons, and boy, I don't want to get into that deal right now, but one of the greatest what ifs of Detroit sports history is that coin flip or whatever the hell, losing that lottery.
Yeah.
They did all the right things to get in position.
And then couldn't get it done.
San Antonio wins it. Can you imagine if they had
Cade and him?
Yeah.
It would be unbelievable.
Troy Weaver and Dwayne Casey would probably still be here. But
it wouldn't matter.
No.
Honestly.
Yeah. That said, last night it was disappointing, but it just shows you the one thing, everybody's talking about how great this basketball team is, and they've been great. There's no doubt about it. But the one thing that I and some others worried about is having another scorer if Cade has a down night, and against lesser teams and teams that, most of the league, well, nobody has a Wemby, but they couldn't score last night from the outside. I don't recall, as bad as the Pistons have been this season from the outside, from three-point range.
I think last night was the worst.
They shot less than 20%. They were 7 for 36.
Mm-hmm.
And as a team overall, 40 for 106, 38%. Conversely, San Antonio, who's not a great three-point shooting team, Vassell from the get-go, he was unbelievable. He was, 7 of 11 for 3. They were 18 of 40. It's, 45%. And if
it's hard to keep pace.
You can't make threes. They're making threes. And even the Pistons, closer field goal game, as, Brendan pointed out, in the lane and things like that. Cade, he didn't have a good game. He got in foul trouble. Sometimes I thought they were obviously, with good reason, intimidated by Wembanyama. But other times I thought they tried to do a little too much of bravado and try to challenge him too much, and it wasn't going anywhere.
No. And you know what? You're going to have days like that where you don't want to have them against a team like the Spurs, but to only lose by 11 when you shot that way, 38% from the floor, 19% from behind the arc, Cade couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. No. And just it was a bad night to have a bad night, because we all want to see how do they match up against those teams in the West. If it's San Antonio that they possibly meet in the finals, we'll get a chance to see Oklahoma City on Wednesday night, and probably without their stud SGA, but you want to see how they match up, and we didn't get that opportunity last night, or maybe we did. Maybe that's just the impact of Wembanyama when he's on the floor and you're going to shoot like that.
And maybe it's, negative Nellies like myself at times. Maybe it's, chill out. They have to play the Spurs one more time. Chances Pistons Spurs finals when he would really be that impactful, not that high. There's a chance, obviously, sure, but I wouldn't worry about facing Victor Wembanyama in the finals. Just get to the finals. I'd worry about that stuff later. And I don't think anybody else in this league could intimidate the Detroit Pistons. And it wasn't physical intimidation. I think a lot of it was mental intimidation, and with good reason. Wembanyama, he didn't shoot great, especially early. Overall, 6 for 16. He did have 17 rebounds. And he did have 6 block shots, and he affected many more.
Yeah, numerous more.
Yes, he was terrific, and he shows why he, not the Ant-Man. Wembanyama is going to be the face of professional basketball.
Certainly
for the next decade and a half, probably, if he stays healthy, because at that size, it's tough to stay healthy.
It can be, but he is a very, very unique individual, and he's going to affect the game in a lot of different ways. And I love the fact that they had the opportunity to play against him and get that out of the way so that they don't have that mental intimidation. Because I think this team is very resilient, and I think they'll find a way to, and JB will find a way to coach around it to make up for the deficits that they may have. And it could be just as simple as, hey, you just got to be able to shoot better than 19% behind the arc.
Yeah, they're not going to have game. Look, They're a bad three-point shooting team to begin with. And that's why a lot of people, like myself and others, hope that they would do a little more at the deadline to get another score.
How'd Kevin Huerter do last night?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're waiting for him to, even get in the line. But DNP again.
Yeah, he wasn't even on the floor.
Right. And, that's going to change. It's got to change. And if it doesn't change, then you basically gave up Jaden Ivey, which, as we find out, is not that for a pick swap that might be, 7-8 picks better, but fine. Mm-hmm. I think that's the main reason they made the trade, actually.
Yeah. And so we'll get a chance to see them, regroup. Mm-hmm. How do they rebound against, this loss versus, the best team in the NBA right now, best record in the NBA.
Yeah. They do have to play the Spurs again in a couple of weeks in San Antonio. So they'll have to face that again. And they still have another game with Oklahoma City after Wednesday.
Correct.
So look, unless they completely go in the tank, which I don't expect. We knew this was going to be a tough stretch. I mean, Cleveland's playing very well right now. They come in here on Friday. They got to go to Orlando, then go back to Cleveland. So they'll be tested here. And this is a good thing for this team to find out, all right, because last night, say what you want, regular season basketball, last night, the atmosphere, the physicality of both teams, it had a playoff feel to it. And once the playoffs start, they're going to have to shoot the ball better than that. They have to get better spacing.
How much of an impact, and I don't think that he's not going to neutralize Wemby. Nobody's going to neutralize Wemby, but how much of an impact is it not having Beef Stew?
A little bit, but that means less minutes for Paul Reed, who once again had a decent game, 10 points, 5 rebounds. The thing that was kind of and by the way, Jalen Duren, he played pretty damn well, but he only played 29 minutes. 14 rebounds and your 25 points. Mm-hmm. So was still really good. Beef Stew will help, obviously, defensively, but how much more? They weren't killing the Pistons inside. It was all outside. So, Beef Stew was not going to have that great of an impact in if you put him into the game. The thing that was kind of weird to me was, and I don't know, impact-wise, Asar Thompson only played 18 points, 18 minutes. And I think he only had like 3 minutes in the second half. Now, and part of that, and Bickerstaff said after the game, if you can understand what he was saying because of his voice, that partly that's because Holland was playing so well. And boy, the energy that guy provides is, you can't, bottle that. It's terrific. But they have to get more from Tobias Harris and Duncan Robinson if they have to even think about getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, because Cade was an aberration. You're going to get Cade and Duren are going to do their thing. They need the other players.
They do. They need production from, and we talked about. I talked about this with Cookies last week. It's the fact that this team has always been able to have somebody step up. And it's a different cast of characters. It feels like every night.
Right.
But it's always, you can count on Cade, and, last night obviously it's just an off night for him. Mm-hmm. And you can count on Jalen Duren. Like, that's your 1-2, clearly. But then it's always been, whether it's Tobias Harris, it's Asar Thompson, it's Ron Holland, it's Paul Reed. You go down the list. How many times have we talked about Dennis Jenkins and where did he come from and him stepping up? And you just didn't have that third or fourth guy last night be a part of, of contributing. And then on top of it, obviously Cade, big time off night.
Yes. And look, you mentioned Jenkins. He was 3 for 10. Javonte Green, who's been better than I thought he was going to be when they got it, he was 0 for 5.
Yeah.
Guys that are usually making some shots weren't missing shots. Hopefully the Tobias Harris we saw last night was not playoff Tobias, because, sometimes he comes up short on uneven layups, although he did have a nice freaking jam last night.
Yeah.
With I think it was a left hand, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, and so did Duren on right over top of Wemby. That was, a nice poster, but in a loss.
Got a little physical in the game, too, which was kind of nice to see. It was, like I said, it was playoff basketball. The Spurs weren't backing down. Give them credit. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Also, where you can text us your missives, so to speak. Coming up on the program this morning, we have the 2 Grand Slam. As usual, that's coming up at 7:25. I will scare everybody with some blind rankings beginning at 7:35. All that and more. And coming up next, we'll take, like I said, your Piston calls as well. But Tarek Skubal announced his spring training schedule. Does it mean anything? Does it make a difference? 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven them, and I've driven them all. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust the competition, any full-size pickup, at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? It's ridiculous. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are exceptional as well. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that simple, and all you got to do is tell them I sent you.
Mark Champion channeling his Keith Jackson there with his Whoa Nelly. Whoa Victor.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And
he's special.
I mean, sometimes in the world of sports, the phrase unicorn gets used way too much.
Yeah, but in his case, he is one of one.
Yes.
And I mean, the way that he runs the floor, his athletic ability at that size, his reach is what's even more. And then just his, and you're not even talking about his offensive capabilities at that point. That's just defense.
Right. I mean, he doesn't have to shoot the ball, and he's their best player.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
it's that's not even debatable.
Yeah. I mean, they have a really good team, a good young team, too. I mean, you know, with Castle, I mean, they do have the grandpa of the league, Harrison Barnes. I couldn't believe he's still in the freaking league. I mean,
keep hanging around.
Yeah, and you give guys wide open threes. See, that was the other thing. And not only couldn't the Pistons, make threes, they couldn't defend the three, and there was reason going into the game because they're not a great three-point shooting team. That's for damn sure.
Right.
So,
well.
I mean, it was fun. I always like watching games that are on national TV and getting a different perspective. And I'm sure it's the lead on all the the ESPN shows this morning. And I don't want to get caught into the whole go crazy here because it is a regular season game,
and it's one,
and they're going to have to play him right now one more time, and that's going to be in the regular season.
Well, right? Here's what you want to see. Is okay. We saw the first iteration of the Spurs Pistons, and it didn't go well for Detroit. Mm-hmm. How are they going to adjust? What does it look like the second time? And you want to see them play better, shoot better, and defend better. So hey, they put that out there, and now how do they adjust the next time they play San Antonio? And obviously, it'll be in San Antonio.
Yeah, and he's not – well, I'm not going to say he's not. They're not going to shoot that bad every game, and San Antonio is not going to shoot that good every game as well.
Right. But, again, it's how do you play against one of the top teams in the league, and how do you adjust? How do you put together a better game plan and execute it from coach to players?
Yeah, it's like kind of what we talked about with Michigan yesterday. Sometimes you get these regular season games look, people maybe went a little too bonkers on what the Pistons did to the Knicks and how it translates to the playoffs, and it's a different animal. But sometimes it's good to get a feel if you're going to meet a certain team in the playoffs. Obviously, things change, and obviously they're not going to be playing the Spurs unless they play in the NBA Finals, and at that time,
hey,
all bets are off. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Right. Tarek Skubal pitched pretty good his first preseason start yesterday.
Yeah, 4 strikeouts?
Yeah, 2 innings. He looked pretty good in wearing his orange jerseys. But they usually wear weird things on spring training anyway. But
they're going to wear those during the regular season.
Yeah, I know. On Fridays. Now, Skubal said that his schedule for the rest of spring training is he's going to pitch, he's here early, he's going to pitch for the United States in the World Baseball Classic. We thought that going in. But he says it's the best of both worlds. What he's going to do is pitch one game, and obviously he's not going to go like 9 innings or I don't know.
Obviously.
Yes, exactly.
Goes without being said.
During the World Baseball Classic.
6.
Yes.
Yeah, max.
And then back to Lakeland after his one start for the United States.
Yeah.
That start, it appears, is going to be against Great Britain.
Ooh.
Johnny, you could probably pitch against Great Britain. I'm looking at the Great Britain roster.
Yeah.
And look, I don't contend to know everybody in Major League Baseball, but I got to tell you.
Not a lot of big names?
No. If Jazz Chisholm might be playing, but he's going to try to play for the Bahamas, supposedly. But other than that, Trace Thompson, how's it? Birthplace, United States. Anyway, they have a roster of absolute freaking nobodies. So what's the point?
Well, for him, it's just another spring training start.
Yeah, so just do it late. I mean, I don't care. It's I'm not picking on him. It just And then if they make it to the finals or whatever, he's going to go and just hang out and watch is what he wants to do. Look, I'm glad it's everything leading up to opening day. I get that.
Yeah.
But
what I'm kind of with you. Like, what's the point?
yeah.
Like you could literally have anybody else on the roster pitch that start, and you're probably coming away with a win.
Right. And you're probably going to get more competition in a spring training start than going up against Great Britain in baseball.
Well,
are they allowed to bring like cricket wickets or whatever they call those things?
Yeah, but you don't bounce the. Hopefully, you don't bounce the ball to home plate.
Yeah.
Javi'd swing. Sorry, Javi. Javier wouldn't, but Javi would.
That's right. We haven't heard much about Javi except he couldn't play in the World Baseball Classic because 37 years ago, whatever the hell it was,
tested positive for weed.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Yes.
it's ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah. I don't think if the United States wins the World Baseball Classic, we're going to go crazy like some people did for the hockey.
Well, no, it won't be the same feeling, but I would be excited. I mean, I think a lot of people would be excited. I'm going to tune in because it is USA versus another country. And I'm not saying everybody has to be that excited about it, but whenever it's USA versus anyone, I'm going to tune in.
I think the finals and all that's going to be in the middle of March Madness, though, because the season opens March 26th. The regular season.
Right.
So it'll be like the first rounds. Anyway. All right. Scooble, go get them. Beat Great Britain. We kicked their ass in 1776. We'll do it again. Here's Heather with the news.
250 coming up.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So that 10-cent can and bottle return may soon be a thing of the past here in Michigan, as there's a new push to do away with the Michigan bottle deposit law. So the Midwest Independent Retailers Association says that the law is costly, outdated, inconvenient, and increasingly ignored. Plus, they say it increases health hazards at grocery stores. So the president of the association would like to see the state move toward more modern curbside and community-based recycling programs. Plus, he says that the bottle bill is siphoning away from family grocery budgets.
Mm-hmm. Because people don't return them and get their money back?
Yeah, and you're spending that little bit more.
Yeah,
I mean, it's small, but I guess it
$1.20 for every 12 pack.
Adds up. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, if you return what you use, then
do you return your bottles?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, I do. Do you?
No.
There is nothing.
I don't drink them, though.
But nothing in a. I mean, it's not just pop. I mean, it can. There's a lot of things you can remove.
No, I know. Yeah, no. Yeah. I mean, not really.
Okay.
No, I mean, I'm mainly I just refill my water bottle.
Man, we're more of a like we save it up, and then when like a Boy Scout troop needs it or somebody needs it,
smart.
We give it away. I was going to say there's nothing I hate more, but that's not true. I hate returning bottles, and you got to stick your hand into that that bin that has like all the leftover. Like,
no. How about that?
It gets like stinky, and I just
I used to when I was in college. I would because
I
needed the cash.
How about when you put it in like the little conveyor and it sucks it in, and sometimes it says you put it in the wrong way, and it's like.
Oh, yeah, it spits it back out.
That little film.
Or you're halfway through the bag, and then the bin that is collecting is full. Yeah.
And then you got to stand there and wait. So we do recycle, and I do typically keep my cans and bottles, but we give them to troops or to whoever needs them. But
the rest of the house does. So it's not like we don't buy them, but we just throw them in the recycle bin instead of.
Or we do that, but we typically try to hold on to the bottles. Anyway, nearly 9,500 pounds of meatballs sold at Aldi locations across the country have been recalled because they may possibly contain metal, which obviously you don't want in your meatballs. So there are these ready-to-eat frozen meatballs. They're packaged under the name Bramer family-sized Italian-style meatballs. They were sold in 32-ounce packages with 64 meatballs per package. You can go online and see the specific dates and numbers of which ones are being affected. But they say if you have any of those at home, throw them away or go return them to the Aldi you purchased them at.
So does it say like there's actually like shards of metal or little pieces of metal?
It just says may contain metal. I'm guessing little tiny shards of metal.
Not what they mean when they say you need to get some iron in your diet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Right, yes. Yeah.
Police need help finding a missing Northern Michigan University student. Trenton Massey disappeared last week after being last seen around 3:30 a.m. on Sunday. They say he was seen near the Founders Landing boardwalk on Marquette's waterfront on Lake Superior. Police say he appeared to be disoriented, was having some difficulty walking. He was last seen wearing an olive green and black jacket, dark pants. They believe from where they caught him on cameras walking, he was probably just trying to walk home, but obviously didn't make it there. So now officials at the university as well are urging everyone who live in that area or work in that area to check buildings, vehicles, and other spaces where he could be. Detroit police are looking for armed robbery suspects who targeted a Good Samaritan in the early morning hours on February 15th. So police say a 62-year-old man, stopped to help somebody on northbound I-75 on the service drive there right around 3:30 a.m. And as that man walked back to his vehicle, a dark color pickup pulled up behind him, and a man and woman got out and approached him. And the couple said, "Hey, we're robbing you." And the 62-year-old gave over his keys, his wallet, his cell phone, cash, his glasses, like everything he had on his person. The suspects got back in their car, took off.
Yeah.
So they are described, the male is described as a 59-year-old, possibly had the first name of Orlando.
Oh.
So there's a big clue. The female is described as to be about 52 years old, slim build with straight blonde hair. So
what's the difference between somebody that looks 59? It seems very specific versus 58.
Or the 52-year-old woman.
I mean, maybe she was 53.
Maybe
she could be misidentified.
Maybe she was 60 and had a lot of work done. I mean, you just don't know, right? Like, you just don't know. But that's apparently how the man described them.
Yeah, without makeup.
You never know.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number, 248-539-9797. $2 Slam coming up at 7:25. And coming up next, why can't they do this like they do hockey? 97.1. Planet Fitness is one of the great places that I enjoy in life because I like feeling good about myself. And when you go to one of the clean Planet Fitnesses, they're all of them in the Detroit area. There's over 50 of them. And I just love the cardio. Get on that recumbent bike for about an hour, listening to the podcast, watching TV, all that sort of wonderful stuff. And you feel good mentally, too. It's not just the physicality. And if you want to do weights, they have them as well. As you know, it's a judgment-free zone. And they've got great deals going on right now. I mean, great deals through the end of the month. How about this? $1 down, $15 a month. That's right. You heard me, Matt. You heard me correctly. $1 down, $15 a month. And if, cardio is not your thing, they do have great weights and all the new machines, the cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines as well. I go to the one in West Bloomfield. There's tons around you, over 50, like I said, in the Detroit area, including Harbortown and Waterford North. So what you want to do is find your nearest club, join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We are all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Last night, the United States men's hockey team, the gold medal winning team, they had a little celebration at a big club in South Beach, basically. And I've seen some of the videos, and they're having a good time. Hopefully,
as you would expect.
Yes, hopefully Dylan Larkin will be ready for Thursday in Ottawa to go up against Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, hopefully Larkin's ready.
Yeah.
And Tkachuk is still partying.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. We all, yesterday we talked a lot about what happened at the Olympics, and the United States National Development Program, which used to be in Ann Arbor, that's now in Plymouth, has gotten tons and tons of respect and kudos for, being the foundation for this hockey team that, even when these kids were in maybe even as middle school, the ones who aren't from here, but definitely high school, they moved here, they went to, high school here, grew up a little bit here for a couple of years and practiced at the, in Plymouth or Ann Arbor every day. This is where they developed. The question I have, and as a group we have as well, and this is not an this sport take, but if we can come up with a great hockey program.
Something that develops our youth into champions.
And maybe I'm just naive and it does go on at this level for this sport, but where are we in soccer?
Why are the results the same?
Look, I understand we have a long way to get to where we want to go in soccer than we do in hockey. I understand that. More countries play soccer from all over the world. I mean, as far as ice hockey goes, for the most part, it's either, United States, Canada, or Scandinavian countries and some European countries. Mm-hmm. There's not, Cameroon and Ghana and Australia playing, Olympic hockey. I get all that. But I'd love to hear because there's a ton of soccer programs around here, from whether it's Waza, the Jaguars, people like that. Is there something in this country that I'm missing? Because what I've heard, because I've asked this question before, and what people have told me is the soccer federation, whatever it is, in this country, for the men in particular, because the women we know have done really a great job. And part of that is because in other parts of the world, for a long time, women never played soccer because in some of those countries,
they're not allowed to.
Not allowed to. I'm not talking about Europe, obviously. But why are we so far behind? And is there so much dysfunction at the top of the U.S. soccer developmental programs that make this? I mean, we've had some decent teams, but we've never I think 1930 was the best we did, and that was a semifinal loss to Argentina, 6-1. They made the quarterfinals in 2002, and people got pretty excited about that.
Let me ask you this:
before losing 1-0 to Germany, they didn't qualify in 2018. Part of it they went through as far as saga. They went through a stage from 1954 through the 1990 where they didn't qualify for the World Cup. Mm-hmm. And the only reason they're qualifying this year, I believe, I could be wrong, is because we're hosting. Yeah.
So what was the celebration like, or the moments like, in 1930 when they made it to the semifinals?
Well, I had the
Come on, I had to make the old
I
joke.
know. I was trying to think of the lithograph or something like that.
Yes. Were you getting updates by Morse code?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Oh, they lost 6-1.
Yes. Look, we have some pretty good players. I mean, what's his name? Pulisic, he plays over there. He's the United States best player. He plays in Europe for one of the leagues, but he's going to play for the United States, obviously.
And what makes it even a little bit more confusing is the popularity of soccer versus the popularity of hockey. Like, more kids, I don't think I'm going on a stretch here, more kids are playing soccer than they're playing hockey.
Right. You need a ball.
Right. Well, it's more affordable.
Right. That's what I mean.
To play soccer than it is hockey. Hockey is it's heavy on equipment, and which costs money, and it's heavy on price of acquiring ice time, getting to the ice, doing all those things, because you can only play on the lake in the middle of winter.
Right.
And only in good winters.
Right.
And so the opportunity is there. And I mean, you look around to the high schools, right? All high schools have soccer teams.
Yeah.
Not every high school has hockey teams.
No, a lot of them have combined. And if you're really proficient in hockey, you're not playing in high school.
Right. And
For the most part.
There was a gap between 54 and 86 where they never even qualified.
Right.
So why is the development of our national team lacking?
They're far behind. I mean, I understand still, no matter what people say about baseball and to a lesser extent basketball, kids grow up in the United States. First thing they do is throw the ball around, right? Over there in Europe and in South America and everywhere else in the world except here,
They kick it around.
they, no matter where you live, whether you've lived in the farmlands, fields, streets, you've always seen these little videos and vignettes of, kids with soccer balls through cobblestone streets in Europe and things like that. That's their life. That's their sports life. And I think that has a lot to do with it. But I'd love to hear from, parents and kids, if you went through something similar that we have here for hockey, why it hasn't translated. Is it just we're just so far behind the rest of the world? Or we just don't like the sport? I don't know what it is. My kids played at an early age. I mean, Marissa ended up playing a little bit in high school, but nothing big. Like Terry Foster's daughter was really, really good, and she gave it up. I mean, women's soccer is great in this country. We know that.
Yeah, and all of my kids played soccer at one point, but it was Beehive soccer.
You let them.
Well, yeah, I mean they were too young to be able to play football. There's no football league when you're 4 or 5, but when I say it's Beehive soccer, it's soccer. It's just everyone follows the ball, and there's just this giant beehive until one kid breaks out and scores a goal, and they never played after that. I don't understand because the cost of playing hockey is so high. The cost of playing soccer, and it's one of those things too where it's a team sport, but you don't need for me to practice football, I need somebody else to throw the ball around with or to run drills with.
To block.
I mean, but in soccer, you don't need anyone. You just need to tape goalposts on a building and kick a ball against a wall by yourself.
Or, put up some pylons and just start, practicing dribbling.
Right. I just don't understand how many generations does it take to get to where the U.S. needs to be? And maybe it was 30 years ago, right? Not as many people were playing soccer in the United States.
Right. But now they are.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember we had the super kid, what was it, Freddie Adu? He made the professional soccer league.
Yeah, it was like
12
16,
or 13
yeah.
or something like that. And he didn't do much. 248-539-9797. And as far as the cost goes, by the way, I'm sure we're going to get those calls. And it's true. A lot of these highfalutin soccer programs isn't cheap either. I mean, you don't have to pay for much equipment besides your
right, but
kit,
it's the travel,
besides your kit.
Yeah. But
it's also paying the coaches, and if you're going to play indoors during the winter and things like that. 248-539-9797. Here's some texts. Because nobody cares. Soccer is a recess sport at school. No one likes the foot fairy sport. Okay. Nobody likes it. It is a recess sport. I agree, but a lot of kids are playing, so don't go there. And it's certainly more affordable than playing football. I'll tell you where we are in soccer, behind Ghana, that's for sure. That's from John Lake Orion. No one gives a poop about soccer here. We play real sports. The reason we're not good at soccer is our best athletes play real sports. Okay, for the most part, you might be correct, but with running and the amount of people in this country, you can't have 25 or 30 that are going to make a more competitive team. We'll take your phone calls, 248-539-9797.
Hey, we all know that cold temps will make a comeback. In fact, they're here now. So don't risk a furnace failure. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. Don't forget Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So get in touch with them now. Same-day service and financing is available. You can find them on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
248-539-9797. 2 Grand Slam at 725. We're just trying to figure out why the soccer programs in this country have not excelled like the hockey programs in this country, where you have so many, great players who are in the NHL, let alone, winning the gold medal. In soccer, we have a few that go overseas and play. And look, the players who play in the MLS and even for our good friends at Detroit FC, they're terrific athletes and things like that. They're just not world class. And why can't this country of over 300 million people have, at least 30 of them have a really, really good freaking team? So we have some text on this. Let's go to the phones first. Let's go to Aaron in Roseville. You're on 97.1.
Hey, boys. Morning.
Good morning.
Hey, before I get into my dad's theory on why U.S. can't field a soccer team, real quick, I went to the Pistons game last night, and Wembanyama affects the game defensively more significantly than anybody I've seen in quite a while. He really affects the shots, and it's going to be very difficult for the Pistons to overcome that in the NBA Finals because of how many points we score in the paint.
Yes, really, let's get to the NBA Final. One question for me before we get to your soccer point. I've been told, I didn't go last night, and I've never seen him in person, that as big and what he looks like on television, when you see him up close and personal, it's
He's
unbelievable.
Even taller.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like 7 rows above the tunnel where they came out. I mean, he's just massive.
Yeah.
It's standing around, giants. He's heads and shoulders above everybody.
All right,
but it's just all the floaters, all the push shots, everything in the lane that everybody had to put a little bit more arc into it, and you could tell that we were, not prepared for that.
All right, what's your soccer theory? Why can't it be like hockey?
All right, so yeah, my dad coached us when we were little kids, like nothing significant or anything. But his whole thing was that soccer is the same season as football in high school. And all the best soccer players that we had on our teams all quit and started playing football.
It's one of the things that I thought about as well, just because
Thanks, Aaron.
It's in competition with what is the most popular sport in this country.
True. But, for whatever reason, less people are playing football because some of their parents won't let them play football these days.
Right, because it's too physical.
Yes. Well, it's not that it's too physical. It's too violent and damaging.
It can be.
Yes. Here's some texts. Our best athletes play football, basketball, hockey, etc. In other countries, their best of the best play soccer. Also, hockey is a bad comparison because so few countries play hockey versus the whole world plays soccer. I did mention that.
Right, but if you're competing with the country that does it best, and that's Canada, then why is it that the U.S. is able to compete with the best in the world in one sport, but they can't compete with the best in the world in another?
Right.
That is cheaper to play.
Right.
There's more opportunity, and it's more kids are playing soccer than they're playing hockey.
We play hockey because the biggest stage in hockey is here. We don't play soccer because the biggest stage is on the other side of the world. The MLS is basically minor league, and nobody watches the minors. Well, nobody in this town watched. Well, look, I'll get in that argument again, but Detroit FC is below the MLS in the pecking order, and they still get a lot of people to go watch them. They're building a new freaking stadium, for crying out loud. But yes, the MLS. If you don't have an MLS team, I don't think you're watching it on television as opposed to football and look, and hockey in the rest of the world, the rest of the country, especially down south, they ain't watching, the Predators take on the Blues on an average Saturday night or whatever.
No.
The Olympics is a different story. Our soccer system has been gate-kept forever. Nepotism had run rampant, and essentially you had to be blessed by the governing families to participate. That's starting to change, but it'll take time. See, that's the kind of info I wanted to find out about, because that's what, because that's what the U.S. hockey developmental stuff, everybody loves that. I'm sure there's politics in all that stuff. I believe we're so far behind in soccer because the best athletes leave the sport because it's unpopular. They can take their talent, utilize it in other sports to gain more notoriety and more money. Yeah, you can for the most part, but if you're at the top, the top in soccer, you can make more money than you can in the top of football.
Mm-hmm.
The main reason that soccer is always going to lag behind is most states it's a fall sport, which conflicts with football, and you're never going to get the best athletes in soccer because of that. And the majority of the kids are going to try to play football because it's a national pastime. We have a great development system for soccer, but once kids hit high school, they're going to other sports. In Europe, it's soccer, and that's it from youth, and South America, too, and Central America. Everything youth soccer here is pay to play here. Nothing anywhere else is pay to play. I don't know what it's like over in Europe. That's probably why I'm asking the question. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, how are we doing this morning?
Good.
So, yeah, I think you guys have kind of touched on all of those points in the text regarding soccer. It is gatekept. It's a pay-to-play system, especially in youth development. And the reason why we might lag behind other European countries is multifaceted. Okay, yeah, we have other kids playing other sports, but also the professional teams in Europe are deeply entrenched in the developmental and grassroots systems in Europe around them. And so they're very aware of the promising players that are coming up from a young age, much like hockey. And so I think if we open the sport up even a little bit more and the professional teams here get more entrenched in the development of these players, which is happening, I think we'll see the sport grow. And it is.
So you're saying, and I kind of agree with you, like pick a team, Manchester City, whatever, Arsenal, they have like youth programs starting at, 10 years old. And those kids eventually, if they're good enough, will usually matriculate to
their
club, right?
Yeah, this is true. But also, I think margin is one of those important factors here. The more people that play a sport, the more likely you're going to come across. The less likely you're going to come across great athletes and players who can play at the highest of levels. Especially when soccer is like the sport around the world. The best players, the highest players, are playing at the most incredible of levels, and not everybody can do that. And our best athletes who have that capability, that potentiality, they're actualizing that elsewhere in other sports as well.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. On the text, I'm 54 right now, and I coached a soccer team for all three of my kids growing up. I just don't understand why everybody calls it a sissy sport when it's the most popular sport in the world. And finally, having lived and played in Germany, there's A, lack of availability of other sports, and two, it's completely free to play through municipal leagues. Same in South America as well. And saying soccer isn't a real sport is the most ignorant American thing ever to say. Yeah, it is. But, in
the U.S., we love violence in our sports.
Yes.
Hockey, football, even basketball.
Baseball, yeah. 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. The Pistons fell to the Spurs at home last night, 114-103. San Antonio handled Detroit's physicality by stretching the floor and knocking down 18 of 40 three-pointers for a 45% clip. It was an off night for Cade Cunningham, who had just 16 points with 10 assists. Cade went 5 for 26 from the floor as well, struggled around the rim. Jalen Duren had a good game with 25 points and 14 rebounds. He went 10 for 13 from the floor. The Pistons were ultimately beaten by Victor Wembanyama, who had 21 points, 17 rebounds, and 6 blocks, and Devin Vassell, who made 7 threes on his way to a 28-point night. After the game, Wembanyama said last night was one of the top 5 most physical games he's played in since making it to the NBA. Despite the loss, the Pistons are still 11-4 against the other top 10 teams in the league. They're also 18-7 against teams with a record above 500. Both those marks are best in the NBA. Detroit will look to improve on each of those records when they welcome the defending champions and top team this year in the Oklahoma City Thunder to LCA tomorrow night. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. 248-539-9797. Jim Costa on vacation. Stoney here for Jim. Greg Hargrave, the governor, Tom Milliken running the show. Heather, of course, and John Jansen. And personally want to wish, I don't know if they're listening, my twin daughters a happy 26th birthday.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Yeah,
26?
happy birthday.
26.
I remember when they graduated high school.
I know.
Seems like yesterday.
I know. And the people that have been listening to my babble for a long time, they remember when they were born. It's amazing. When they say time flies, whew, man. All right, getting back to the soccer football thing, and let's go to Dearborn. What's up, Rob?
Hey, how are you? Hey, Stoney, to start out with, I loved your Whoa Canada. Yesterday, I reposted it at least 10 times.
Thank you.
It was absolutely wonderful.
It got a lot of views, I've been told.
So, anyways, I'll let the cat out of the bag. I'm a boomer. So, soccer wasn't heard of when I was in middle school and playing baseball and whatnot. When I got to high school, the conference that I played in had University of Liggett, Cranbrook, and Country Day. And that was the only place you could play soccer. You couldn't play soccer in a public school. It was only for the rich kids. Now, globally, soccer is the poor man's sport everywhere else. You don't need a ball. You can use a melon. Well, the poor man's sport in this country has been established for quite some time, and it's not soccer. So I think that's the number one issue is. And the second thing is, again, from my boomer mentality, when we played baseball, everything. We threw the ball on the roof. We played pickle. We played 500. I have never yet seen in my lifetime a pickup soccer game for children under the age of 12.
Well, it's, you know why that is? It's because they all play their soccer on the weekends in, the little kids leagues.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they do. It's like
you see those parks with, multiple soccer fields,
right,
and they are loaded.
I know. It's incredible. Some more text. You guys are underestimating the cost of travel soccer. It starts early, and if you want your kid to play competitively, it starts in middle school and lasts through high school. Europeans essentially have soccer training schools for every single club in their country. They recruit kids as young as 8 years old, sometimes younger. Soccer is still a niche sport, too much running, not enough scoring. Even with stars, still not enough national TV coverage. And a lot of times, not everybody gets resentful that they think that soccer has been basically forced down our throats and things like that. I mean, I understand it.
Don't tell us what we should like.
Yeah, I mean, look, when the women won the inaugural World Cup with Brandy Chastain and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, we won. We were like one of 4 countries that even had a women's team. It was not the biggest story in the world. We made it that way. Other countries make it accessible to all kids, including ones who play on the streets with a ball of garbage. Those kids can make it regardless of money. That's a great point. But basketball is similar to that too. A lot of kids come out of bad neighborhoods, and there's only you got a hoop and a ball, you can play.
Yeah.
Americans do not understand soccer. The object is to win. The easiest way to do that is defense. Americans want to see goals just like homers. We'll never succeed on a national level with that plan. Okay, I don't need to see goals.
But at least a goal.
I could watch an exciting, believe it or not, 0-0 game.
Oh, no, that's 0-0.
Okay, I could watch a 0-0 game on the pitch if there are at least scoring chances. That's what bothers me about soccer. I'll watch the World Cup. I watch some stuff on the Premier League occasionally, but it's amazing how many young kids, what's your favorite team of professional sports besides your own? And they'll come up with like Arsenal, Chelsea, all the, a lot of the younger set, the Gen Z, and they like watching that soccer because you can bet on it too. That's a whole another reason. But yeah, I mean, just give me chances. Too much time in the midfield where they do absolutely nothing.
Right.
That's my biggest problem with soccer, so to speak. All right. 248-539-9797. John, you said there's a little revelation with the National Football League. We might see a different set of officials get involved in something, huh?
Yeah, in the NFL, they are trying to, or at least exploring the option of allowing replay officials to call penalties. Right now, they're saying it's for non-football acts. And so it's, the examples they're using is out away from the ball, somebody steps on, violently another guy's leg. It's
a player going into the crowd like DK Metcalf. I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't know if that would be. No, I'm like Ndamukong Suh.
Okay.
Let's start. Where he stepped on. Sometimes they would be called penalties on the field. Sometimes he would get away with it. So it's basically the non-football acts that they're trying to target. Some violent acts on football that don't need to be a part of the game, and they're ones where they're not called a penalty on the field, but a player may get that FedEx envelope on a Tuesday that says, hey, you've been fined whatever number of dollars because of this violent act that you had towards an opponent. They want to talk about putting that and throwing a penalty for some of those, and it would come from, hopefully the officials on the field would see it, but we all know that they miss calls right in front of them, let alone ones that are away from the ball. The question is, do you want this to be a part of the game? And I don't. I don't want it to be. I don't want the slippery slope of, well, let's just see if this works for the penalties. Because you just brought up something we were talking about soccer in terms of betting. There's a big push that everything needs to be called, everything needs to be addressed on the field because people are betting on the game. They don't want somebody to get away with something that might affect the outcome of the game. If a player gets ejected or if there's a penalty, should have been a penalty, now all of a sudden, hey, people who are betting on the game say, you missed that, I should have won my bet if they had received this 15-yard penalty for a personal foul. I don't want to go down that slippery slope because as soon as they do, and let's just imagine, hey, there's a play that's run, and everybody's in the huddle, getting ready for the next one, and then all of a sudden there's a flag on the field. 15 seconds, 20 seconds later. Well, what's that penalty for? Oh, well, John, grabbed the face mask of this player who was behind the play, and it should have been called a penalty.
But that's on the field, though, right? I mean, so...
Well, the penalty obviously happens on the field, but it wasn't called by the field officials.
Right.
It's going to be called by somebody watching a replay in the booth that says, hey, there was a face mask, backside of this play, the officials missed it, so we're going to drop a penalty now. It's coming from the eye in the sky.
You know what? I don't have a problem with it if it's obvious and blatant. I wouldn't have but you do bring up the slippery slope. But how many times have we seen ridiculous cheap shots that the refs miss? And you know what? They should be flagged for that.
Okay, so then when does it stop? Well, there was a blatant hold on the backside of this play.
Well, you try to set up...
now all of a sudden we're going to call that one as well?
Well, maybe you set up parameters like for personal fouls.
I just don't want to go down that road. I don't think there's enough of these penalties to have to police it like this.
As long as you don't stop the game and have to sit and have them review something.
Well, they're not going to review it, but it is going to stop the game because all of a sudden, hey, the play clock is at 10 seconds. The team could be at the line of scrimmage if they're going up tempo, and then all of a sudden, hey, there's a flag that's thrown from the sideline because they, from the film, from the replay, looked and said, oh, well, there was something bad happened on the back of this play.
I think it has to be something, and I know figuring out the parameters is the hard part.
I think you still go with the same system they have now. If it's called on the field, hey, it's a personal foul. If it's not called, then the NFL offices can address it. Okay. If it's that bad, hey, then send them a fine. And if the next time it happens, which is currently the system, that fine doubles, that fine triples. And eventually, the guys that are guilty of this, if they are repeat offenders, will stop because they won't be able to afford it anymore.
Okay, but maybe even make the parameter even thinner, where let's say a guy, away from the ball, punches another guy in the nuts, and
Okay.
they don't see it. Throw the flag. I mean, like if it's a violent, dirty thing, I mean, yeah, why not?
Because I don't think it happens enough to
Okay,
have
well,
to
so then-
police it like this or legislate it like this. If that happens and it's that bad, a punch to the groin,
Yeah.
then suspend the player or fine the player. Or maybe the first time it's a fine, the next time it's a suspension. Do something in that regard, but stop slowing the game down because we keep trying to utilize technology. Eventually, there's going to be so much technology that the game is going to be bogged down, and everybody's going to continue to wonder what's going on. What did they see? Because then then everybody on the broadcast is going to have to go back, and instead of watching the team get to the line of scrimmage and watching the motions, they're going to be showing a replay on, oh well, this is the penalty that they called. Because not everyone is obvious.
I think for cheap shots, I have no problem with it, like dirty personal fouls. But, like regular penalties, no.
Well, but that's the concern, is that if you allow it to happen once, then all of a sudden it happens again, and then people say, well, next year, well, we need to legislate these holding calls.
I know, like the competition committee's, meeting shortly. Do you think it's going to pass this year?
I don't think so. I think this is something that they want to float out there, see what the public response is, and I think we need to make sure that the public response is, no, we don't want it.
All right, telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up at 7:25, it's a $2,000 slam and a blind ranking coming up at 7:35. John is like looking at me. He's
I
upset.
don't know what these
He's
are. No, I'm not
worried.
upset.
I know. You were just a little
I
worried.
just have no idea what it is.
97 more.
Hey, this year's winter conditions are no joke. Black ice, blowing snow, whiteouts. In 1 second, the roadway or parking lot looks clear. The next second, you're sliding on ice. If you're in an accident or if you slip and fall, you need to know this. David Feminino gets it. He's been an injury attorney in Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. All you have to do is call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Two Grand Slam coming up in about 7 minutes. It's time now for news. Here's Heather.
Yep, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Hey, a pair of fishermen who were out looking for walleye on the Detroit River ended up finding something completely different. They spotted a husky stranded out on the ice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they say that as they got closer to the husky, it got more scared and just kept running away and ultimately ran into a tunnel near the Gordie Howe Bridge. So they were calling
I
this
saw that on the
husky
news last
Gordie.
night.
Yeah. And thankfully, the Michigan Humane Society, the Detroit Fire Crew jumped into action. And after a 4-hour rescue mission, they were able to rescue this dog who was suffering from hypothermia. The dog is safe and sound now. They say actually doing better than they would have thought for being out in such cold conditions. Is being taken care of by the Michigan Humane. They say he will be on a stray hold for 7 days before being available for adoption. Did not have a microchip, so they cannot call any owners,
Right.
but thankfully the fishermen saw it and jumped into action. They started calling people as well and letting everyone
That's
know
a big
that
dog.
it's a big dog, very big dog. A suspected drunk driver ran a red light on Sunday morning and crashed into a Michigan State Police vehicle. This was in Genesee County. According to Michigan State Police, 2 troopers were actually headed back to the Flint post at the end of their night shift. This was just after 6 a.m. And they were going through a green light when all of a sudden a driver in a Chevy Trax ran a red light, crashed right into them. The troopers struck the side of the Trax. Another vehicle was ultimately involved in the crash as well. Both the troopers and the at-fault driver did suffer minor injuries. And they say the investigation is ongoing, but police intend to seek operating while intoxicated charges for the driver of that Chevy Trax. A 21-year-old college student vanished during a Michigan snowstorm over the weekend, and now officials in Marquette are asking locals to check their doorbell cameras for more footage of this missing student. Just before 3:30 on Sunday, Northern Michigan University student Trenton Massey was last seen on video near Founders Landing Boardwalk on Lake Superior. Officials say he appeared to be disoriented. He was having some difficulty walking. Seemed he was probably had some drinks. In the article I read that he was drinking beforehand, and also the extreme cold may have been playing a factor in his mental status where he was running and falling. A search obviously continues. Police are asking residents and businesses in the area to look not only on their doorbell camera for any signs of him, but look in vehicles, look by buildings and see if they can find this student. It was about 20 degrees when he went missing and then dropped down to 10 degrees the next day. So doesn't sound great, unfortunately. No. Lindsey Vonn nearly lost her leg after her scary crash in the women's downhill at the Olympics. In an Instagram post on Monday, she detailed injuries that were far more extensive than initially thought or initially known. So in addition to the complex tibial fracture in her left leg, she said she had a tibial plateau fracture and fractured fibular head. She also broke her right ankle. Plus she had compartment syndrome, which apparently posed the greatest threat.
Dr. Tom Hackett saved my leg. He saved my leg from being amputated. He did what's called a fasciotomy, where he cut open both sides of my leg and laid it open, so to speak.
Oh.
Let it breathe, and he saved me.
John, you ever fillet a leg? A human leg?
No, I have not filleted a human leg. I have seen this
You have?
in some other athletes, yes, and it is extremely scary.
Oh, it sounds
because
like
it can, yeah. I mean, it's that compartment syndrome is
very serious.
very dangerous. Yes.
Man, when she described it, though, as
Did you see the
filleting.
X-rays?
No.
She shared the X-ray of all of the hardware in her
yeah,
leg.
it's
It
incredible.
is unreal.
I believe it.
Wow.
I believe it. Actor Robert Carradine, best known for his roles in Revenge of the Nerds and Lizzie McGuire, died yesterday at the age of 71. His brother says that Robert took his own life after struggling with bipolar disorder for nearly 2 decades. His family did issue a statement as well, saying that it is with profound sadness that we must share that our beloved father, grandfather, uncle, and brother passed away. They did add that they hope his journey can shine a light and encourage addressing the stigma that attaches to mental illness. According to Vogue, 2026 is the year of the crack. And I'm not talking crack like the
like-
drug.
Like plumber's
I'm ta-
crack?
Yeah, like
Like your
backside
butt crack?
cleavage.
Really? I was just kind of making a joke.
No, you're right. Apparently, because I haven't been paying attention to, fashion runaways,
Right.
high-end designers are hyping up a look featuring a little plumber's crack.
Huh.
Why?
For men and women?
Well, I'm guessing more female because it
Okay.
says a lot of
Yeah,
celebrities
Stoney,
and
don't run out and
influences.
get
I
you
know.
a pair of these pants.
I don't have to. I already have enough.
Because they talk about Kendall Jenner, Hailey Bieber, Zoe Kravitz. So they're talking about women and celebrities who are trying to
Show off the whale tail again.
the whale tail. You mentioned that, I don't know, last month. And
Yeah.
I hadn't heard about the whale tail since high school, maybe, in a long, long, long time. I don't know. That wasn't in here, the specific wording. I don't know if they're showing
I
off.
guess they don't have to wear any.
Right. They're just showing off the crack, not the tail.
Or the fact that they don't have any underwear on.
Or that.
Yeah.
So
It's an
anyway,
advertisement.
be on the lookout. Hey, it's your time to play the Two Grand Slam. If you'd like to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797.
Thank you very much, Heather. It is almost time for you to win some money. So let's do it.
It's the Costa and Jansen with Heather Two Grand Slam. Your chance to win $2,000 in 60 seconds. Brought to you by Feminennial Law. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com.
Stoney, are you excited? You haven't been a part of the 2 Grand Slam in a while.
I know. I was here when we won one, remember?
Very excited. So maybe you're the good luck charm
Maybe.
for
Could be.
today.
Yeah.
I hope we give away $2,000.
It would be awesome.
Yep.
It's a pretty good one here.
I
We've
think
already
so
had
too.
one in the year of 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And so this would be number 2.
Yep. The rules of the game, super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, right? $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right. Who do we got, Stoney?
All right, let's go to, where is he? Hold on. I believe this is Nate. Oh, what's up?
No,
No, I got the wrong
button.
one. I
Yep.
know. Sorry. I can't figure out which.
Number 6.
Thank you. What's up, Nate?
Nate, you there?
Well,
Bueller?
Nate.
Bueller?
Hold on.
What am I doing wrong? I pushed number 6.
I don't know.
Well,
Go ahead.
anyone there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Nate! All right, Nate, this is your chance. If there's one you don't know, feel free to say pass. If there is enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready to play?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Your time is going to start right now. Who scored the golden goal for Team USA on Sunday?
Pass.
Brady Tkachuk plays for this NHL team.
Pass. Oh,
Who
God.
played Chaz in the 2007 movie Blades of Glory?
Pass.
This city hosts the NFL Scouting Combine.
Indianapolis.
This artist had the 2021 hit Bad Habits.
Pass.
What jersey number does Victor Wembanyama wear?
17.
This city is hosting the 2026 NFL Draft.
Crap. I'm drawing the blank. Pass.
Who is the mayor of Detroit?
I can't think of her name. Pass.
This country won the most medals at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
USA.
Who is the head coach of the Arizona men's college basketball team?
With one.
Oh, Nate.
Nate.
Nate, do you watch sports?
Yes, I'll be nailing this every time I listen.
Wow.
Every time I listen.
We got 25 bucks.
Nate, you got $25. That's 10 Powerball tickets, and you got 50 cents left over.
Hey, my next venture.
There you go.
All right, hang on the line.
Mary Sheffield, I can't believe I drew a blank on her.
There you go.
Yeah. Once that clock starts going, it's a little nerve wracking, isn't it?
Thank you, guys. I've been listening for years. I never called, but thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Nate.
thanks,
We
Nate.
appreciate it.
All right.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right.
Let's see if we can get them on hold here.
What's happening? What's happening?
Nate, if you're listening, call back so you can get your $25.
Oh, no.
The 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays is brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid. And so let's go. We've got a lot to cover here. Number one, who scored the golden goal for Team USA on Sunday? Like this to me, I thought this was the free space.
I thought a lot of
Yes.
them were free spaces.
Yeah, and we were prepared if the contestant said Hughes to say which one.
Yes.
It was Jack Hughes. Brady Tkachuk plays for this NHL team.
The Ottawa Senators.
All right. Who played Chaz in the 2007 movie Blades of Glory?
Will Ferrell.
Farrell. Let's answer these quicker. He did get Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine.
He did.
The artist with the 2021 bad habits hit.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran. Anyone can answer. You have the answers in front of you. What jersey number does Victor Wembanyama wear? He said 17. It is actually 1. This city is hosting the 2026 NFL Draft.
Pittsburgh.
Yes. Who is the mayor of Detroit? He eventually got it. Is Mary Sheffield. This country won the most medals in the 2026 Winter Olympics. He did not get it.
Norway.
Yes, he said USA. And then he didn't answer the last one.
So let's save that one.
yeah, we'll save it.
Yes. Put that in the vault for another week.
Yes.
The ticket techs are not being kind at all. We don't
Today-
need to do the details, but I will say I noticed something for the very first time. We've collectively been called bro. Bro, where did you get these guys? The show is bro.
Yes. Well, where we get them is when you call 248-539-9797, we take the callers that call.
Yeah.
So if you feel like you can do a better job than Nate did, which most can, give us a call because the answer is not pass. He had 6 of those.
All right. Coming up next, we'll see if John Jansen can do a better job than Nate on a blind ranking that might be a little controversial. 97-1. Pistons lose to San Antonio last night at LCA, 114-103. Bad shooting night for the Pistons, and Wembanyama was great. The Spurs couldn't miss from three, it seemed like. All right, time for a little blind ranking.
Okay.
And before, just let me say, this one's very more subjective than maybe the others.
Okay.
Okay, so it might not be completely talent-based, whatever way you want to do this, John.
Okay. All right. I don't even know what the topic is yet, so.
Yes. Well, some have always said there's a great scene in the movie Airplane where they ask for some light reading, and the stewardess gives a pamphlet of great Jewish athletes.
I'm ranking the great Jewish athletes?
So, yes, indeed. So,
I should be giving you this one.
Oh, yeah. But you don't have to even know they're Jewish, but you will know how good or bad they are athletically. And there are obvious ones that I'm not mentioning or using. So, because believe it or not, there are more than 10. Okay.
I would imagine so.
Not
yes.
that many more, but they're not more than 10. So we're trying to keep it in a mix of, current and, greats in the past and all that stuff.
Okay.
All right. So you have to rank the 10 Jewish athletes. And you might not even know they were Jewish, but trust me, they were.
Okay.
All right. We're going to start. Quinn Hughes.
Quinn Hughes. All right. So I'm going to guess that Jack Hughes is also going to be on this. So I got to also rank the Hughes brothers.
Now, just so you know, their mom is Jewish, but their
Right.
dad isn't.
Correct.
So
Technically.
Oh, so maybe
they're-
Quinn is, Jack's not. Which one am I
I'm
doing?
just saying,
Jack?
I just throwing.
They were raised. They had bar mitzvahs and also they were raised Jewish because under Jewish, I wouldn't call it law, but whatever. It's the religion of the mother. If there's a cross religion.
Okay. So which one am I ranking, Jack?
You're right doing Quinn first.
Quinn. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, boy, Quinn is very young. I think his best days are still obviously ahead of him. So I'm going to go with I'm going to stick right in the middle at number 5.
Okay.
That's Quinn.
Next up, he is called the Hebrew Hammer. And he had some.
How did he earn that nickname?
Well, I don't know. Maybe because he hit the ball really hard and he had some PED issues, I believe, at one point. Ryan Braun.
Okay. Ryan Braun. I'm going to put Ryan Braun at 7.
Okay. Next up.
I can't believe I'm ranking the Jewish athletes.
Ranking the Jews.
Am I going to get in trouble for this?
No, I will, not you.
He can say things that you can't.
That's right.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes. Yeah. So who am I going to put as the top Jew?
Yeah. All right, what the heck? We'll get this one out of the way. Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes. Mm-hmm. All right, so now I've got I put Quinn at 5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know somebody's going to argue with me. Probably you. So I'm going to put Jack Hughes. I'm going to put Jack Hughes at 6, just behind Quinn.
Okay, that's fair. Next up, former Detroit Tiger, Ian Kinsler.
Okay. Ian Kinsler. I've got the middle taken care of right now with 5, 6, and 7. Ian Kinsler. I'm going to put Ian Kinsler at 8.
Okay. Next up, somebody Jim Costa wishes was a Tiger, Alex Bregman.
Okay, Alex Bregman. So a little bit longer of a track record. Yes, thank you. I got to start filling out the top of this list. I've kind of pigeonholed myself here at the bottom. I'm going to put Alex Bregman at 4.
At 4, okay. You're actually doing pretty good. Next up, Olympic gymnast Aly Raisman.
Aly Raisman. See, I thought when you said Olympics, I was going to go somewhere else. But Alex Raisman, I'm guessing there's another Olympian on here.
No, there's not.
Oh, there's not.
No, that's one of the ones that was
Oh, so no Mark Spitz.
correct.
Okay, so Aly Raisman, 3-time Olympic gold medalist.
Well, he's looking up their bios here. It's supposed to be
What,
blind
you don't think I know
rankings.
this?
You didn't know how many? No, not all of them. You didn't know that she was 3-time.
Did you know that it was a she?
Yes.
Okay, I thought
Yes.
you said Alex. For a
Yeah.
Oh,
minute
no,
there, and I
no,
was
no,
going to say,
no.
hold up.
I'm going to put, no, it's Alex Bregman,
Okay.
and I'm going to put
Aly Raisman?
Aly Raisman at 3. Says she had 3 golds.
Next up, Sandy Koufax.
See, I knew this. I knew that he was Jewish. I'm going to put Sandy Koufax at number 1.
Okay.
Didn't he not pitch in a game or something?
Yom Kippur.
You know the story.
Yes. Yep. My father would tell me, because I wanted to do something, and he said, no, you don't do anything on Yom Kippur. Sandy Koufax didn't pitch in the World Series on Yom Kippur.
Okay. Which game was it?
It was against the Twins in 65, I believe. I don't remember if it was game 1 or game 2.
Okay.
Next up, you're actually doing better than I thought you'd be doing.
Well, I know my Jewish
That's
athletes.
damn right. You know the Jews. Julian Edelman.
Julian Edelman. All right. So I'm not going to be able to put Julian Edelman ahead of a 3-time gold medalist. So I'm going to put Julian Edelman at, I always get screwed on who ends up at number 10. So I'm going to put Julian Edelman at number 9.
Okay. You did this very well, John. Hank Greenberg.
Okay. Hank Greenberg. Now you're going way back. Now I'm going to put Hank because I don't know who that last athlete's going to be. There's some really good ones, but I'm not sure you're going to pick really good ones. I'm going to put Hank Greenberg at 10 because I think there's one that I'm saving a spot for. I know this is what happens when you blind ranking. I probably should have put him at 2. Mm-hmm. The big difference, but there are many other ones that I could pick.
Yes, there are.
And I just don't know which ones are actually on the list.
Exactly. So for number...
Don't go Sid Luckman.
No, but I thought about him, but he's too... Well, he's the same probably genre as Hank Greenberg.
Right, yeah.
But because Hank Greenberg played for the Tigers, and some consider him either the greatest or the second greatest Tiger of all time.
I know. I should have put him at 2.
Yeah. But instead, number 2 goes to...
Sue Bird?
No, I thought Sue Bird was discussed.
Who is
It's
it?
blind for a reason, John.
Yes.
Right, yes.
It's for this moment.
Goldberg.
Goldberg. I got a great Goldberg story. Goldberg goes at 2.
The wrestler.
Yes.
And he played football, too.
Yes, he did. And I've got a great Goldberg story,
Okay.
which we will have to get to.
Coming up next.
Yes.
And there are your blind rankings. Here they are from the bottom up.
That's
Hank
awesome.
Hank Greenberg 10. Whoa. I thought he'd be 1 or 2, but
Yeah,
it's
well, I
blind
did. Well,
rankings,
I did
know.
good up until then.
Yes. Julian Edelman 9, Ian Kinsler 8, Ryan Braun 7, Jack Hughes 6, Quinn Hughes 5. Sorry, Luke didn't make it. Alex Bregman 4, Aly Raisman 3, Goldberg 2, Sandy Koufax 1. Others that could have been in, obviously, Mark Spitz, Kerry Strug, Zach Hyman, and Max Fried and Max Homa.
I thought maybe you might throw a coach in there too.
No, I didn't. I wanted to do players.
No, Red didn't make the cut.
Red Auerbach?
Yeah.
No, he didn't. Or Larry Brown, who could have made it as a player as well. All right. We'll hear your Goldberg story coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram. I've driven all of them. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. Ram has a couple that you could choose from. Their award-winning Pentastar V6 or the Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And I'll ask you a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Seems ridiculous, and it is. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is. Right now, Ram Trucks Month's lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
(248-539-9797). Get into the Pistons in a little bit. Then Uncle Mel Kuiper, new mock.
Oh, Fresh Mel.
Fresh Mel, I'll tell you who the Lions pick coming up. But before that,
Okay, I've got the Goldberg story.
we got to
I've
hear the Goldberg story.
So when I was playing, there used to be this Make-A-Wish Foundation event up in upstate New York. And I got associated with it because, do you remember the old football player? I say old, he's not that old. Tim Green?
Yes.
First round pick by the Atlanta Falcons. Really good football player.
Yeah.
After he was done, became an attorney or finished his law degree.
Doesn't he have ALS?
He does have ALS. It's a very slow form or slow progression form of ALS.
Played at Syracuse, yeah.
Yeah. And so he was teammates at the Atlanta Falcons with Goldberg.
Yeah, people who don't realize Goldberg's not just a wrestler. He played the NFL.
He did for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, bounced around a little bit. And anyway, so they longtime friends. And so I knew Tim, got to know him a little bit. He invited me up for this Make-A-Wish Foundation. And the place that we went, it was this...
Resort?
It was a resort, but it was somebody that owns a whole bunch of malls in the country. And it was a classmate of Tim Green's at Syracuse. He had this plantation, I'll call it, where it was you could hunt different type of wild game, but they also had developed these lakes and ponds, and we would take kids fishing. And so he learned that I like to fish, and so we would all take these kids out on a Saturday morning. Well, we would go on Thursday night and have a few pops, fish all day and hunt all day on Friday. The kids would show up on Saturday morning. And this is when I first met, I call him Bobby Hebert, Bobby Hebert, who's also a teammate of them. And you can't understand that guy sober, let alone drunk.
Hey, he led the Michigan Panthers to a title.
He did. Anyway, getting back to Goldberg. Goldberg showed up one year with a broken hand. And so there were, 20 boats. We all ran down to get, because we had been fishing the day before. We knew which boats had the best motors and everything. And so we all hopped in these boats and we took off. And Goldberg was up talking to his kid and all this stuff. There was one boat that didn't have a motor and it only had oars. And so by the time we all left, we left the one boat for the guy with the broken hand. And so he was shouting and screaming from the shore, and his kid was laughing his ass off, right? And he's putting on this big show. He would go out there, and he was trying to row, but couldn't row with obviously only one hand. So he's basically rowing in circles, and we're doing circles around him. He's taking his paddle, and he's smacking the water and throwing it at us. So that's my Goldberg story. There's much more to that story that I can't say on air of what happened in those weekends.
Good guy?
It's a great guy. Great dude. We had so much fun, and the kids had a lot of fun, caught a lot of fish. Just not in Goldberg.
Not in Goldberg.
But his kid may have had the best time.
Yes.
So that's it.
I believe he's a Hall of Famer.
Wrestling Hall of Famer?
Yes.
He probably is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
WWE Hall of Fame.
Yes, but he came in number 2. And yes, I should have had Hank Greenberg much higher than I did.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the blind ranking. But I'm okay with Goldberg because he's such a great dude. He might have been number 1 because I don't know, Sandy Koufax.
Right.
But I do know.
Sandy Koufax, some say the greatest left-handed pitcher ever, but his career was shortened, and there's always controversy whether his career was long enough where he should be in the Hall of Fame, but he was really freaking dominant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. First time I met him, along with Bobby Hebert, was we were down this country road, and there's this minivan pulled off to the side, and who was the defensive back by the last name of Case?
No, that was a quarterback, Stoney Case.
Yeah.
Scott Case.
Scott Case.
Played for the Atlanta Falcons,
yeah.
right?
Scott Case is relieving himself in the woods, and the door opens on the other side. We're just making sure that they didn't break down or something, and out falls Bobby Hebert, and Goldberg just hammered on the ground, and that's how I got a chance to meet both those guys.
Wow.
How's it going? And the joke all weekend was, hey, Goldberg, you need a hand? Which is a lot more funny when you're drunk.
I'm sure that it is. I'm sure Carson Anderson will probably delve into this a little bit more.
The fresh Mel.
Yes, but yes. Uncle Mel, as I like to call him, and some others do as well, has come up with his newest mock draft. You know, Combine really hasn't started yet. They're all up there.
Thursday, I think.
Yes, indeed. And interesting, is obviously Mendoza's everybody's number one to the Raiders. He has Caleb Downs going 2 to the Jets.
Well, they need somebody to get an interception.
Yeah, that's true. Ahead of David Bailey, ahead of Averill Reese. I'm going in order. The Giants going at 5 with Utah, Cleveland, Carnell Tate, and then Sonny Styles, also of Ohio State, goes to your former team, the Washington Commanders. And we go down the line. Jeremiah Love goes 9 to Kansas City.
That's very popular for them to take a running back in this draft.
Yeah, Reuben Bain, the great edge from Miami, 10 to Cincinnati. My favorite guy who won't be there for the Lions to Miami, he's from Miami. Mamagoa, yes, the offensive tackle. He's at 11. So we go down to the Lions pick, and I'm hoping offensive tackle or defensive end. And they have a guy that I really haven't done my homework yet on. Defensive end from Missouri, Zion Young. Mel Kiper has him, and here's what Mel Kiper has to say about Zion Young. We've been begging the Lions to add a long-term threat off the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson for a while now. You think? Al-Quadin Muhammad had a surprise breakout last season with 11 sacks, but he's a free agent. Tyrus Wheat was next best in sacks among pure edge rushers with 1.5. So although the interior offensive line may warrant a look, Penn State's, I'm not going to be able to pronounce his name correctly, but Ioane.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay. Yeah. Detroit has to address the lack of depth in the edge. Young has strong hands, good quickness, and had 6.5 sacks and 46 pressures last season. You know much about him? Would you like that pick? I love the kid from Penn State.
Yeah.
And and there's other edges that I thought, like Messidor from Miami, I thought he would be higher as well.
A lot of people have concerns of Messidor's age and why it's taken him so long to develop, and they're wondering if he was only good because he was opposite another good edge. And he's more of a system guy. Zion Young, I don't know in depth about him. I have looked at him. He's got good size. I think he's about 6'5", 265, 270. We'll see what he measures at the combine.
Why is he? Well, I'm trying to figure out why Kiper has him ahead of Falk from Auburn, who everybody seems to love too.
Why he does, I'm not sure. I think they're kind of in a similar class, and this may be just it may be Mel taking a guy that he thinks is a really good player and would fit culturally with what Dan Campbell and this team is. It kind of seems more like a personality fit more so than it is he's just better than anyone else at that point.
The other name you're seeing a lot in the mock drafts for the Lions is the offensive tackle from Georgia now.
Yes.
Morgan Freeling.
Yes, who's a monster.
Oh, he is?
He's big, dude.
Put him with Ratledge together, the old
get the gang back together.
The Georgia Daily Double.
Yeah.
They can join the club of Georgia players who haven't been arrested for driving too fast.
Let's do the background check.
97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons had their 5-game winning streak snapped against the Spurs last night with a 114-103 loss in what could have been an NBA Finals preview. With the win, the Spurs extended their own 9-game win streak, which is the longest active streak in the league right now. Victor Wembanyama had 21 points and 17 boards in the win, while Devin Vassell led San Antonio in scoring with 28 points as he drilled 7 triples. The Pistons were led by big man Jalen Duren, who had 25 points and 14 rebounds, half of which were on the offensive end of the floor. Detroit will now get ready to face the league best Oklahoma City Thunder at Little Caesars Arena tomorrow night. The Red Wings return to action on Thursday this week, and yesterday Todd McClellan said the team expects Olympic gold medalist Dylan Larkin to be ready for their first game in Ottawa in 2 days.
Ottawa has a couple players. We have one. I don't think it's cloudy, but storm and everything else going on.
McClellan said the East Coast winter storm could affect the return ETA for all three Wings Olympians in Larkin, Lucas Raymond, and Mo Sider. Larkin's timetable is more unique than the others as well, as Team USA will attend the President's State of the Union address in Washington, D.C. tonight at 9 o'clock. The team also might visit the White House tomorrow, which would likely give Larkin little more than 24 hours before he's supposed to be on the ice in Ottawa. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Stoney here in for Mr. Costa all week. Brendan was talking about the Pistons game in the update.
Yeah.
And I'm not one to put much stock in one particular NBA regular season game, 1 out of 82. But in the loss yesterday, 114-103, let's face it, the game was kind of an anomaly in certain ways where San Antonio, not considered a great outside shooting team, made their three-pointers 18 of 40. They shot 45%. That was kind of an anomaly. What wasn't an anomaly was the Pistons' three-point shooting. It was worse than usual. 7 of 36. That's 19%. I can't imagine they've had many games where they shot that poorly from three-point range. Duncan Robinson, 3 for 11. Cade Cunningham, 2 for 9. Ron Holland, who otherwise had a really good game except for shooting threes, which is not his shot, was 1 for 6. But the story of the game was Wembanyama. And that's part of the reason why I'm not that concerned. Because yes, they have to play them, I believe, one more time in the regular season, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. And it's only in a couple of weeks. They play March 5th.
Okay. So, if they lose to them again, I'll worry about them if they meet them in the NBA Finals. I don't think the Pistons will be having to face anybody like Victor Wembanyama in the Eastern Conference playoffs. So that's why I'm not.
Well, that's because there's no one like Victor Wembanyama.
Right. I'm not alarmed by what I saw. What it does do, though, is just it amplifies what I and others felt going into the trading deadline, where in order to make the Pistons have an easier path to the NBA Finals and, dare I say, possibly even win an NBA championship, they need other scoring besides Cade Cunningham, who had a anomaly of a game last night, 5 for 26, and Jalen Duren, who was, had Jalen Duren's numbers, 25 points and 14 rebounds and just 29 points. A lot of the points were, garbage time at the end. But you don't understand what I mean. I always felt that they needed another shooter to space the floor, somebody to come off the bench to help this team get to the NBA Finals. And that has not happened yet. I mean, they got Kevin Huerter, and he's played like 8 minutes or something. He didn't play last night again, and I didn't think he was the greatest pickup either. So I don't know, if Luke Kennard would have made the difference. Obviously, everybody wanted, Michael Porter Jr. and some of the others, but those weren't traded anywhere. So obviously, the asking price was way, way too high for a team like Brooklyn to keep him. So 248-539-9797. The last night's game, is it just a regular season game, or is there something that might give you pause? It really just doesn't give me that much pause because it's what I expect from this team going into the playoffs. They're going to have trouble in the playoffs scoring from the outside, and that's their bugaboo. They have to do a better job defending the three as well, because they're not going to have teams shooting 40%, 45%, I should say, against them with 3 points during the playoffs. That's not going to happen. As far as and the other part of the game that I really enjoyed watching, it was playoff basketball.
Yeah.
It was physical. The referees, say what you want, they let them play. I know a lot of San Antonio people felt that the Pistons got away with stuff. Too bad. It's the way the Pistons play, and I love the way that they let them play the Piston basketball.
Yeah, it's an aggressive
playoff
nature.
Physical basketball.
Yeah.
It was good. So no, I'm not alarmed. And look, they have tough games the next couple of games are tough too. They, home Oklahoma City, home Cleveland. They got to play at Cleveland next week as well, and Cleveland's playing great now. They got James Harden. So yeah, there's going to be some situations in the Eastern Conference playoffs, whether it's Cleveland, whether it's Boston. Obviously, we're not completely worried about the Knicks, but they're not going to have double-digit wins against the Knicks every game if they do play them in the playoffs. Pistons are going to have to play better offensively, and I know Cade Cunningham will.
They're just going to have to be more consistent. And I cringe a little bit when I say more consistent because this is a one-off in regards to Cade not being able to hit much of anything. And they just didn't have anybody as that third option really step up. I mean, Jalen Duren looked good. He had 25. And one of the superpowers of this team is that it's been a rotating cast of characters, and it's not always the same guy, back-to-back nights. It is always somebody different. And last night, there just wasn't anyone. It was a terrible time for Cade to have a shooting performance like that. Yeah. And so, to me, it's a one-off. You got to learn from it in case you do play San Antonio in the NBA Finals. But wouldn't that be a nice treat?
Yes.
And we don't even know if that's going to be the team that they would face if they make it that far.
248-539-9797. Did last night's game do anything for you as far as moving your needle either one way or the other? To me, it didn't.
Your needle's in the same spot.
My needle's in the same spot. They needed another score. There's got to be something off the court because I couldn't believe that Milwaukee was the team that picked up Cam Thomas after he was bought out, and his game, I think it was first game with Milwaukee, had like 30 points, but I'm not sure what's going on in his head. That's always been the deal with him. So no, I'm not that concerned. It's freaking 1 of 82, and if they play them when they play them in San Antonio again on early March, if the same thing happens, I still won't be concerned because I don't anticipate the Spurs Pistons NBA Finals. Although the Spurs have won 9 in a row right now.
Yes, that is correct. 9 in a row.
Yeah, their longest win streak since 2019. 248-539-9797. Here's some texts. The Pistons and our supposed, quote, superstar just got exposed as the frauds that they are. Come on, one game in the regular season?
Yeah, so I mean,
against Wemby?
Are you saying that the entire East is fraudulent? Because they're the best team in the East right now.
Right now.
And we all know that the Western Conference is deeper in terms of their top talent.
There's no guarantee the Pistons are getting out of the East. There's no doubt about it. That's why I had concerns. I wasn't worried about winning the NBA championship. I want to get to the finals, and I thought they did. Yes, they needed another shooter, but they're not frauds. Frauds is way too strong. And the supposed superstar, he had a bad game. God, it happens. And Wembanyama, it's the other thing. The term unicorn is always used too much. That guy.
Unless there is only one of you.
And there is only one of him.
Yes.
I mean, Bol can't do what
no.
Victor Wembanyama can do. Dave in Roseville says, this is exactly the biggest issue with the Pistons. They don't have those dependable shooters night in and night out. Yes, indeed. I got it. I agree. Hey, guys, the game doesn't necessarily give me pause since it's just one regular season game, but it does show what happens to this team when they play good teams and have a bad three-point shooting night. They can't just outplay those teams to make up for that. That's true because the playoffs, every team plays hard.
Sure.
Not every team plays as physical, but it's a more physical style of basketball, and you're going to need another score.
But if you looked at those numbers, wouldn't you have expected that they would have lost by more than 11? And so where I'm going with this is Cade's not going to be 5 of 26.
Right.
And so even if it does marginally better, this game goes down to the wire. And so it's I don't know that we have to make it more complicated than I think Cade just had a bad night.
It was more than that. It was more.
It's always more than that. But if he has a better night,
it was Wemby, because part of the reason that Cade had that bad night, was foul trouble, and was they tried to do things over Wembanyama rather than, and JB said it in the press conference, and it took Duren a little while to figure out, just go through him. I mean, be physical. They tried too many times. They even, Jenkins tried to go up and, whether it was a dunk or a layup on Wembanyama. No, you don't do that. That's why he's so good. He had 6 blocks, and he altered so many freaking shots. Another text. I have never disliked a player as much as Wemby.
Oh,
it's
really?
not his skill that bothers me. It's his flopping. 7 foot, 20, and want to be the biggest baby on the court. Come on. I didn't think he was whining that much at all. That's what the NBA does. Players whine a lot about getting fouled and not getting fouled. I mean, it happens. No, he hasn't got. Look, when you play a team, if they would play in the finals, and you see a team, an opponent, and a player day in, day out, for 7 games. Yeah, then you'd start to have a dislike. I get that.
It's just the French coming out of it,
Yeah. That's okay. Cunningham, go away. No,
ouch.
248-539-9797. We have some blind rankings coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, we want to know why the United States in soccer can't be like the United States in hockey. We'll talk about that as well. It's the Costa and Jansen Show with Heather and me in for Costa 97.1.
Hey, spring isn't here yet, but we know it's right around the corner, and you got to start thinking about that beautiful lawn that you want to be able to see all summer long, and Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service can provide that for you. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can reach them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And here's the thing. If you're tired of fighting weeds all summer long and watching your grass thin every summer, great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. And whether it's crabgrass, it's dandelions, you got to treat for that stuff now. And Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company that I trust. I've been trusting them for well over 5 years now, and every single time I've got a great lawn. Like I mentioned, for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program, get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1, 888-GET-GREEN, naturalwaylawn.com.
Mark Champion and the hilarious Rick Mahorn. 248-539-9797 as the Pistons lose 114-103 to Wemby and the Spurs. And you got to also give some kudos to Devin Vassell, who started the game off. I think he hit his first 3 shots. They were down 14-2, I think, early. And Vassell had 7-11. He was open all night from 3-point range. We have some interesting breaking news here.
Oh, do we?
For Lions fans, and we kind of knew that something like this was coming because the Lions have 9 of their 17 games scheduled for
home
Ford Field. Well, it looks like one of those games will not be at Ford Field. One of those games will be played at the home of FC Bayern Munich for the FC Bayern Munich Stadium. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have dates yet. We don't have the opponent yet. But the Detroit Lions will be playing a regular season game in Munich.
Okay. I mean, we knew sooner or later this was going to be on the Lions' radar.
Yes.
And we now know that this year they're going to be playing overseas. I'm not a huge fan of the international games because from a player's perspective, I don't like the travel. And what is it from here to Munich?
My guess would be
it's like 8 hours.
7 hours, 8 hours, yeah.
Yeah. See,
I've been there. I think that's how long it took.
I think there should be a limit. Like if it takes you, from New York to LA, that should be as far as you're traveling overseas. So what is that like from New York to LA? Was that 5.5?
Something like that, 5.
Yeah, 5.5 hours.
Uh-huh.
I think there should be you should not have to travel more than that if you're going overseas. And I think the whole game in Australia is ridiculous.
I know. It's a little closer for the 2 California teams, but it's still freaking far from them.
I mean, we're talking about 13 hours.
Yeah.
And so that's really the only issue I have is the players spending so much time on a plane during the season. And I know that they try and pair it with, next week you'll have a Thursday game or, you'll have a bye week. I just think it is unfair to the athletes' bodies to have these international games that are so much further away.
The other thing is some teams, I don't remember exactly when the Lions went last. They had a few. I remember they got blown out by Kansas City in one of them, and they won a game because who was the coach of the Falcons? Mike Smith had some awful clock management that benefited the Lions. That was another one. And then did they fire like Lawan and those guys basically on the way back home from the Kansas City one?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. But certain teams go over and they get there like just a day in advance or a day and a half. And there's others who go there for, 3-4 days just so their players can experience. It's going to be interesting how Dan Campbell treats this. Is it going to be like educate? Look, it's the home of Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, he's,
Sure.
his mom's from Germany, right? Isn't that the whole deal?
Yeah, which, okay, I mean, I get that. That's cool. There's a lot of cool things about it. I'm just not a big fan.
I know.
So who do you want them to play? It's going to be a home game they lose. I don't think it'll be a divisional opponent, although they have started doing these. Like the Rams 49ers are going to be in Melbourne.
Right.
And then also the Chargers and Chiefs last year in Brazil.
So maybe the Titans game, maybe the Titans. That was
You got the Titans,
the Cardinals.
the Saints. No, the Cardinals are a road game.
Oh, okay.
Buccaneers,
Giants.
Jets, Patriots.
The Giants, I believe, have already played in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, somewhat recently, or maybe it was just England.
I mean, I'd like it to be the Titans just because it's the easiest opponent.
Yeah, and the Saints, I think, they announced them as playing in Europe earlier. I don't know if that was for a home game for them or not, though. That's what I don't know. But yeah.
I think it is because I think the NFC is that they all have the 9 home games.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the Buccaneers.
See, that's a tougher opponent. Maybe I'd rather have that at home. Actually,
No, I know. I'm trying to think of what the NFL is going to try and sell.
I think it might be the Patriots,
Oh, yeah.
defending champs.
Yeah. That would be interesting. A team that played the Super Bowl against a team that some people think
should be a Super Bowl
should
contender.
go in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the other question: is when's it going to be? I mean, we won't find out in a while, but I mean, for Lion fans being in Germany in October, Oktoberfest. Oh my God! You talk about tailgating.
I think the Germany games have been in November recently, but that doesn't matter.
No, I know.
It could be different.
I know. I mean, that's when you want to go, right? Isn't Oktoberfest like just
Could be there for Halloween.
a drunk fest? Do they even celebrate Halloween over there? I have no idea. Ooh, yes, scatty. So scatty.
Actually, Oktoberfest happens in September.
Really?
Yes.
Then why do they call it Oktoberfest?
Well, I don't know. But, well, it ends the first 2 or 3 days of October, but it's the last 2 weeks of September. Yeah, it's Oktoberfest in Munich, Germany. Takes place from September 19 to October 4.
So they do celebrate Halloween, by the way, ever since the wall came down. It's true.
I have no idea. All right. It is time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, this news is sponsored by Fusion Energy. You can get yours today at 7-Eleven. So Lapeer police are warning residents after receiving multiple reports of sharp objects being found around 2 city parks. So families who frequent the park say that they're hearing of police finding more than 40 metal objects around the area, and now they're obviously rethinking about where they're going to take their kids to play. So Rotary Park is one of the 2 parks in the city where police say somebody placed what they're calling fence spikes around the park with the intent to possibly hurt somebody. Police say they found more than 40 fence spikes hidden in snow scattered around Rotary and Crampton parks between February 13th and February 18th. Now, one resident who brings his 7-year-old daughter to the park calls the news concerning.
Children get hurt that easily. They just running around playing. It's not safe. It's scary. Truly, it's scary. I mean, a spike through the foot is absolutely terrifying.
Others are worried not only about kids, but also about pets that may be walking or running through the area as well. So it is concerning, right? You don't want your kid, especially in the snow, you can't see everything that's around there anymore. Pretty scary. On Monday morning, Michigan Humane teamed up with first responders to rescue a dog from the icy waters of the Detroit River. So the dog was first discovered by a pair of fishermen who were out looking for walleye when they discovered this dog. They said they tried to approach the dog, but the closer they got, the further the dog ran away, right? Ultimately kind of ran into a tunnel near the Gordie Howe Bridge. Thankfully, the fishermen were able to call for help. And after a 4-hour rescue mission, this dog, which they are calling Gordie, was rescued and is safe, was suffering from hypothermia, is being taken care of by the Michigan Humane. They say that the dog will be on a stray hold for 7 days before it will be up for adoption. They said that the dog was not microchipped. Apparently also not wearing a collar to find its original owners. Yep. Lindsey Vonn nearly lost her leg after her really scary crash at the Olympics. So she shared the news on Instagram on Monday, and she kind of went into detail about the injuries she suffered that were much more invasive than what was originally known. So in addition to having this complex tibial fracture in her left leg, she said she had a tibial plateau fracture and fractured fibular head. She also broke her right ankle, but she said the greatest threat was that she was suffering from compartment syndrome and almost lost her leg.
Dr. Tom Hackett saved my leg. He saved my leg from being amputated. He did what's called a fasciotomy, where he cut open both sides of my leg, kind of laid it open, so to speak. Let it breathe, and he saved me.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, she basically shattered her lower leg. It's just like you look at the pictures of the hardware that she shared the X-ray, and it is. She's not going through a metal detector anytime soon.
No, I believe that. Nick Reiner, the son of legendary filmmaker Rob Reiner, has pleaded not guilty in the stabbing deaths of his parents. He appeared in a Los Angeles courtroom on Monday for his arraignment on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors accuse him of killing his parents inside their home back in December after they attended a holiday party together. So a preliminary hearing has been set for April 29th, and his legal team says they will be focused on the trial going forward. So the search just continues for missing Nancy Guthrie. It has now entered its 4th week, which seems so wild. And volunteers are now out searching for anything they can find. And volunteers actually found a backpack near her home in Arizona. And they were probably thinking, a clue, right? Maybe this is a breakthrough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, police say that the backpack is unlikely to have any connection to her disappearance. They say that the backpack is a different brand than the one the suspect was wearing in that doorbell footage that we all saw. And they also say the backpack appears to have been outside for much longer than 3 weeks and contained identification of a young minor within it. So it seems like it has nothing to do. And really, there's been no new information. The only new information that I have seen is that masked man who we saw
previously
showed up at her house before the date of the abduction. So it seems that this was well planned out. Somebody may have been there to see the home before it even happened. That's the only new information I have seen. Otherwise, nobody's in custody. Nothing is being shared. And it just seems like this is going to take a very, very, very long time. Which is wild.
It's such a miserable situation
really
for that
is.
family.
It's so sad. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Pistons lose last night to the Spurs, 114-103. It happens. No huge worry for me. It's what I thought going into the playoffs. They needed another scorer, and they're not going to give up 40% from three most nights, and they're not going to be facing Wembanyama in the Eastern Conference playoffs. All right, we have some ticket texts. The Lions, if you're just joining us, have announced that they will play an international game, one of their home games, in Munich in 2026 season. We do know we have our crack research team has come up with the fact that Halloween is a Saturday this year. So maybe they're going to send the Lions and their fans to Munich for Halloween.
Could be.
Yeah.
Should be around that time because they'll probably try to build the bye week around that too.
What type of, if you're going trick-or-treating in a neighborhood in Munich, what do you think you're going to get?
I have no idea.
Really good chocolate.
Yes.
Really good chocolate.
Or, they can drink at any age over there, can't they? You give kids beers to age 10? I don't know.
You can drink at any age.
Oh, well,
maybe it's 18.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Whatever. All right, here's some ticket text. I heard from a birdie that it's going to be the Patriots. I have a friend who works for the Lions, and she told me that. That's Dylan from Ann Arbor.
Oh.
Okay. It really irritates me as a Lions season ticket holder that we get one extra home game every other year. We don't get that ticket for the home game when it's overseas. Don't like these international games. Wendy in a car. Well, here's the way I look at it. If you're spending a lot of money on season tickets, that's one less game you have to pay for.
Sure.
So you're saving money. It's one less experience, but
yeah,
you're saving money.
And it's one less. I mean, like if it is New England, I mean, when's the next time you're going to get a chance to see Drake May?
That's true.
I mean, there are a lot of people that want to be able to see some of these players
Well,
play.
if the Patriots come in first and the Lions come in first in their respective divisions next year, then they would play the following year, maybe.
Possibly, yes.
Roger Goodell's grand plan is to have the entire NFL play an international game each season. Can't believe the NFLPA is good with this. They might not be, but the NFLPA, with all due respect, John, and you probably do agree,
is very weak.
Is a weak-ass union. Man, if you had baseball's union, well, we'd probably have more work stoppages, but...
they would have been more productive.
Yes. As a fan, I don't like the international games either, but I blame the players. They have a union. Next CBA, they should get rid of these games, Frank in Detroit. I don't know what the players per se, some of them I think do like them, others don't.
Well, I mean, guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's going to get a chance to go and play in front of his mom's family. And, I mean, so there are, not everything is good or bad. There are some really good things about playing overseas. And I understand the NFL, hey, if you feel like you are nearing maximum saturation in the United States and you want to continue to grow, where are the other fans that you're going to draw from? They're international. So I get playing some of these games. I just don't understand why you're going all the way to Australia or you're going all the way, like to the other side of the world. Like, to me, it creates a competitive disadvantage for both teams when they're coming back and trying to get ready to play at the professional level. I know that people do this all the time, but they're not trying to play professional sports.
So I got an update quick on the candy thing.
Yeah.
And Heather, you might be able to help here.
Okay.
Because you're a candy person.
Yeah.
Is it pronounced Haribo? The gummies? Yeah. Okay. That's a German-based company.
Oh.
They're huge for Halloween there, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Headquarters are in Grafschaft, Germany.
Did you say Grab Shaft?
Grafschaft.
Oh, okay.
Like Steffi Graf.
Oh, that famous rank the German athletes.
Mo Sider.
Mo Sider, Leon Draisaitl.
We'll have to have a day in between.
Yeah, I know. All right. Yeah, especially Germans and Jews. Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, you
know my favorite? He's one of the greatest.
What, your favorite?
German athlete?
Oh, okay. I didn't want to say your favorite.
One of my favorite German athletes.
Who is?
Boris Becker. Your rib okay, John?
My rib is doing much better, thankfully.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
I needed
Or
to-
it would be a huge pain.
See, it was actually fitting this time. And Steffi Graf. Anyway, all right. So we had the Olympic gold medal game on Sunday at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Probably the Lions versus, let's say it's the Patriots game in Munich. Will probably be at 9. They've been starting at 9:30 Eastern time.
Yeah, I think so,
For the most part. 248-539-9797. You like these early starts for huge sporting events on the weekends?
I
On Sundays.
love them.
Yeah.
I absolutely love them. Love being able to wake up on Sunday and turn the TV on, watch U.S. and Canada in hockey. I love that's one of the things. That's why I say not everything is all good or bad. And now that I'm a fan, not a player, I do love the fact that the NFL games on those international weekends are starting off at 9 in the morning, 9:30, whatever, and the pregame's even sooner than that. So you get a chance to wake up, have your cup of coffee, some breakfast, and watch professional sports.
The best part about it is I'm done with the post-game show by like 2 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go.
Or something like that. 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
But
3
yes.
o'clock. Yeah, it'd be midday. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if you got to sub in for Costa since he, likes to take so many days off, then you won't have to be here until 2 in the morning, sleep here, and then,
yes.
join me in the morning.
Yeah. That's a great point as well.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I remember when I think it was one of the games when I did the show with Bill, we watched, a few of us went to Bill McAllister's house to watch the Lions game. I'm sure bars will be open early around
sure.
here. A lot of stuff. I'm curious, for people who attend church religiously. Well, obviously it'd be religion, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
At a certain time, if that's going to be altered, I mean, Gov, you go to church, you work some of the services in the, the AV situations, right?
Yeah.
The audio, video, and all that stuff. I mean, would they change time of mass for a Lions game? I mean, I don't know.
No.
No, they're not going to change mass. But if you frequent a Catholic church, you have Saturday night mass,
Right.
Yeah, you have a number of different times, Saturday and Sunday, that you can go to mass, so you can work it around there.
Right.
And I, in the church that I grew up in, I know that they now offer Saturday services as well, and some of them even offer like Friday night services. So you could pick and choose. You could still get to church and be able to do both. Watch the Lions play on Sunday morning or a sporting event.
Or if you have like a laptop or whatever, you can watch the Lions and then stream the service at the same time.
Or you could
Because
be
all
at the
these
service
churches-
and stream the game.
I think that would be more frowned on by some of the people you're sitting there
Well,
with.
it just depends who you sit near and if you get caught.
I know, but I think it'd be
Yes,
better
it
to
would be
do-
more frowned
better-
upon,
Better
yes.
to do the other way around, wouldn't it?
It would be, yes, unless you have somebody that you're living with that is so rigid that they can only go to 9 a.m. mass.
They might reschedule a mass for like 12:30, maybe.
No, they
1
already
o'clock?
offer 9, 11 o'clock. They already offer multiple masses.
Okay.
Masses, yeah.
I wonder if the attendance would be different.
It depends how the Lions are doing it at that time.
That's a good point.
Because
that
by
is a- that
if
is a
it's
great point.
mid-October, you're going to be just about mid-season, and it might be a crucial game.
Could be. 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls, your texts. The Lions will be playing in Munich this upcoming season. And we want to know, do you like the early games? We had one for the gold medal on Sunday, and you'll be up early watching the Lions sometime this season as Lions go play in Deutschland. 97.1.
Hey, if you're watching a game at 9 in the morning, maybe you want to get a workout before that. Planet Fitness, most of their gyms are open 24 hours, so you can go anytime it fits your work schedule, sports schedule, religious schedule, doesn't matter. They're available. And $1 down gets you in the door, $15 a month. And they got a great deal going on right now where your first month is free. If you like what you see there, they also have the Black Card membership. And the Black Card membership gives you a couple of nice perks. One, you could take a guest with you anytime, unlimited guest privileges. So you never have to work out alone. And it does offer you the option of going to all of their locations. They got 2,800 of them nationwide. There's over 50 here in Detroit. So no matter if you're working, you're playing, you've always got a Planet Fitness that's near you. Find your reason and get to a Planet Fitness now. It's the judgment-free zone. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Two four eight 539-9797. Lions playing in Munich and we want to know your feelings on that. You lose a home game, which we kind of knew going into this.
Their number was going to be called at some point.
Yeah, and it won't be revealed the date or the team till later. We're hearing whispers that it might be the New England Patriots. And we're asking, do you like getting up early in the morning? If you're not, most people are up by 9:30.
Sure.
Unless
the 8 o'clock start for the hockey game was a little bit earlier,
Right.
but I still really liked it.
I kind of think it's cool once in a while to have, we had breakfast at Wimbledon for all those years, and, now you have breakfast watching the Lions. It's not so bad. All right, we got some texts here. We love that the Lions are coming to Germany. Sincerely, Michael Schumacher, Jan Ulrich, and Olaf Kolzig. Oli the goalie. Love the early start. The best part is we typically don't have the TV on Sunday morning, but I turn on a game and my wife starts getting into a game of a sport she has never cared about, like hockey the other day. That's from Bill and Lapeer.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to wake up Sunday mornings, turn on the game, but I go to church every Sunday, so I miss much of them. Not flexible with times as we serve special needs kids at the same time every Sunday. Dave from Warren.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that, by the way. Let's go to Matt. You're in 97.1.
Hey, good morning, Stoney and John. So I do want to talk about football just real quick. I saw this on passing yesterday on the TV, and I don't know if it's real, but I heard that they recovered Nancy Guthrie's body 2 miles from her home in a river. I don't know.
No, we haven't heard any breaking news like that.
Where'd you see or read that?
I was passing by a TV in the hotel lobby, and it was on. I don't know if it's real or not, but anyway.
No.
So I like the morning starts for football. I've never been, and I finally got my passport, so I'm going to go to the game this year.
Oh, nice.
But I do picture what Goodell is going to try to do is eventually there's going to be like international teams. So like when we go to Germany, there's going to be a German football team in the NFL or London, Australia, whatever. I feel like there's going to be international teams.
I still think that's over a decade away. I think, to be honest with you, because
I'm all for it. Hey, more teams.
You don't need more. You don't need to dilute the product any more than it's already diluted. I always think, less is more. I mean, that's one of the big problems with sports. If I could do anything, I'd have. And I respect the fact that fans would lose teams, but I would take away, 4 teams from every sport. You have the talent level would be so much better.
Right. I don't really have an issue. Obviously, you have the Jets and the Cardinals, and you have some, the Raiders, who are really bad right now.
Right now, for years it was us.
Yeah,
for football, yeah.
But I just don't. If there's going to be a team that's international, it's going to be London, I would think.
You would think so.
But then the issue is, well, they can't always not just play the LA teams. But if that's going to happen, I mean, that's going to be, 10 hours on the plane to get from London to LA or from LA to London.
Well, London is closer to New York and the East Coast than it is to the LA teams.
That's why I just said you're not always not going to play. I gave you a double negative. Yes. So maybe they would. I don't know. But you can't just play teams that are east of the Mississippi.
Right.
Is my point.
Yes, that is correct. And if there's more than one team over there, does a team go over for a 2-day road trip?
Right. Play both of them.
Yeah. Let's go to Ben. What's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I think fans should be a little irritated. They should rather have the games at home than go all the way to Germany.
Well, I agree with you. I think most fans would probably say, yeah, if I've got season tickets or I'm planning on going to a game, I'd rather go to one that's at Ford Field versus one that's going to be taken away when we had the 9 home games and it's going to be played internationally.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know why the owners would why any owner would want to have a team internationally, because it's just taking away a home game.
Well,
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but they'll still get gate, and the owners are thinking just like Roger Goodell, if they can sell and create more fans overseas, then it widens the breadth of their fan base. Thanks,
Yeah.
Ben.
To me, it makes sense if you're going to have. Yeah, but I have no problem with each team playing a game maybe every year. Who cares? I mean, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. I don't want to see a team over there. First of all, the team over there, I think you'd have to have more than one, so you don't need that. And they're going to have a disadvantage if they're the only team over there.
One AFC, one NFC team.
Or whatever. It's still the travel that team would have. I mean, it's absurd.
Well, and it's also how do they attract free agents? Because I don't know that free agents are going to necessarily want to live internationally.
True.
And they're going to look at all those different factors.
Yeah. I mean, look, I understand, they want to make this thing global. I get it.
Right.
And why do they want to make it more global, John?
Money.
Yes. Money. Money runs everything. So if the already rich NFL and the owners can make more money, they'll figure out a way to make more money. If it's going overseas and whoever the stadium, I don't know how they get paid over there, if it's the city or I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's why they do it. It's like anything else.
It is, and it's not necessarily that maybe Goodell's ultimate plan is that they want to have a team or multiple teams internationally, but it's all about broadcast. And if the Lions go play in Munich, and all of a sudden, hey, they create some NFL fans, not just Lions fans,
right?
But now there's more subscribers to the Sunday Ticket because they've fallen in love with NFL football. That's what they're trying to get. They want to make sure that they're broadcasting this game and these matchups, not just to fans here in North America, but to around the world.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to make, look, the ratings, aren't going to be as good, except because a lot of people in the other parts of this country aren't getting up at 6:30 in the morning to watch a game if their team's not involved.
Well, they may not watch the 6:30 game, but
Right.
they'll watch the ones later.
Yes, but I'm saying that particular game.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's really about ratings per se. It's whatever. It's people. We take this stuff, and I used to so much more seriously. You just realize that hey, the world is run. We live in a capitalistic society, which is fine, but because of that, it's everything in your life is going to be ruled by, unfortunately, money and prices and this and that. Common sense is not the number one thing when it comes to making decisions, as we've seen. Look, in your favorite sport of college football and college basketball, it's a joke, but it's all about money and television. That's what it's about. It's not about the game anymore.
Well, no, it's not. It is about driving revenue. There's no question about that. But at what point do the decisions that they make have a negative return? And they just haven't reached that point yet. And until they do, they're going to keep pushing the envelope.
Of course they are. And then eventually they say, well, wait, we can't make as much money doing it. Let's go back this way, or let's come up with another way we can make money. That's exactly what they're going to do. Look, if they could make money playing on the moon, there'll be a moon team.
Play the Martians?
97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. It is official. The Lions will play a regular season game in Munich, Germany next season. The team announced this morning that they will play a regular season game at Allianz Arena, home of the Bundesliga football club Bayern Munich in Munich, Germany. The team was already scheduled to have an international game this year, and Germany was the anticipated location as Detroit star receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is a dual German citizen. He said in the team's press release, quote, "It has been a dream of mine to play a game in my mother's home country of Germany since coming to the league. league, unquote. The date of the game and the Lions' opponent are expected to be announced at a later date during the NFL's greater schedule release. The Lions' last international appearance was at London's Wembley Stadium on November 1st, 2015 against the Kansas City Chiefs. Red Wings also scheduled to hit the ice this week on Thursday for their first game since the Olympic break. Todd McClellan said yesterday their practices are back to full regular season mode, and he shared an update on the return ETAs for Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider. McClellan said the winter storm could also affect the return of Dylan Larkin. His ETA is a little different with Team USA visiting Washington, D.C. today and likely tomorrow as well. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Yes, the United States men's hockey team, I think they're going to be guests of the President of the State of the Union. Either is it tonight or tomorrow night? I don't even know when the State of the Union is.
I can't remember.
Okay. If their trip to Washington, and this has nothing to do about who the president is, trust me, but if Dylan Larkin, and I know Tkachuk would be missing too, so it's equal. You're a team that's in a playoff push and you're missing a game to attend the State of the Union or some other celebratory thing right now. I think as a Red Wing fan, that pisses me off.
I believe it's tonight.
Okay. Well, he better be on the ice. He should be on the ice on Thursday. Then I got no problem. All these guys should be on the ice. Unless you're out of it or you're like 30 points in first place. They need their best players.
They do. And it's a tremendous honor to be able to be invited to the State of the Union. And I get it. And again, it doesn't matter who the president is or the political party.
Go to the White House after the season and get your celebrate with them there. I don't care. Those who want to show up, show up. Those who don't. That's fine. Yes, it's an honor, but I'm sorry. I'm selfish as a player, as a Red Wing guy here.
Well, because every point matters.
Yes. And we've seen that the last 3 seasons, right? Anyway, enough of that. Speaking of hockey, oh, by the way, they did celebrate in a cool place, if you like that type of place, last night in Miami. This place is called E11.
What type of place is it?
It's a nightclub, strip club hybrid. Only they can do in South Beach.
Hybrid.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's called.
So, like one side is close on, the other side's close off.
I don't know. I do know this.
Like, isn't a nightclub and a strip club synonymous?
No,
But-
not necessarily.
No. I mean, a nightclub could just be a nightclub.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now the Panthers, after they won their second Stanley Cup, celebrated there. They had a victory party. And according to sources, the bill was $500,000, according to Matthew Tkachuk, and the club took care of the entire bill for the team.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, way to go.
Well, it's good advertisement for him. Yeah.
And if you didn't know anything,
that's a lot of singles.
If you didn't know about anything about this club, here's some of the famous events that took place there. In August of 2016, Drake and Rihanna were spotted kissing at the club.
Oh.
According to TMZ, in 2020, Post Malone reportedly gave away $50,000 in singles to the crowd inside.
Yeah. Do with what you will.
And in September of 2021, G-Eazy was spotted after his public breakup with singer Halsey.
Okay, so I
that's where they
knew
were
what
last night.
the first 3 individuals you talked about. G-Eazy, I'm not familiar with.
Do you know Halsey?
Mr. Easy.
Halsey.
Halsey.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Is Halsey and Easy
singer
together?
Right?
G-Eazy. Yes.
Yeah.
They broke up.
Oh, well,
And they were together,
Oh.
according to Stoney.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know they were dating. But yes.
That was back
But I
in,
know Halsey.
That was 5 years ago. Yes. According to the Wikipedia.
Oh, it has its own Wikipedia site.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. 11 even, yes. All right. And
You ever been to a South Beach nightclub?
No.
No.
I was one time.
Yeah. Not
That's
your
why it's
scene?
one time.
Do they have bottle service?
Doesn't seem like you'd fit in.
No.
Yeah, like yeah.
Do they have bottle service?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they didn't do that, but
Not
it
me
was
either.
just
Yeah, South. I haven't been there in a. I mean, I'm because
Back in your fun days.
yeah, because even now when I go to where our
Who'd you go
my
with?
parents' house was in Boca, to get to South Beach, it's like an hour with traffic, and I don't want I don't want to deal with that stuff anymore. If I'm gonna go to a strip club in Florida, I'll go someplace closer. If
they got strip clubs in Boca?
If I was gonna go. And there's one in Pompano. I used to go for my birthday. I used to go to birthday with my. I used to go to a strip club with my dad and some people on my birthday when I was down there. In
your dad took you?
Pompano, yeah. Place. I think the place was called Diamond Dolls, something like that, by the old Pompano racetrack. Yeah. I think.
So the very first time I ever went to South Beach, like the actual beach, I swear, I'm walking up to where you get to the sand. And the first person I would just look, you look at the beach, right?
Yeah.
And this woman's laying down topless. I was like, oh, this is how things are around.
Face down or face up?
Up.
Oh, okay. Because it does make a difference. No, yeah, careful there. Don't get too excited.
So there's a
Was that your hand that hit the mic?
There's a restaurant there called I think it's Prime 112 that a friend of mine who went to law school with the guy who owns it. So we were down there for the Super Bowl, and I believe, if my memory's correct, I went with Albert, our engineer. We went to this restaurant, and you look around, and at the next table was like John Elway sitting with John Bon Jovi, and it was the first time I ever had an appetizer. It was Kobe beef hot dogs.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Were they good?
Oh, they were too good. It was so good.
Uh-huh.
And the place was really expensive back then. That was, God, 15,
How much
20 years
How much
ago.
did a hot dog cost?
For the appetizers, probably like $20. It was ridiculous back then. I have no idea what that stuff costs now, but it was a really good restaurant. All right, I digress. U.S.
Those are my favorite.
The U.S. wins in hockey the gold medal. Everybody's excited, and the congratulations to all the people who've worked at the United States development program, the hockey development program here first in Ann Arbor, now in Plymouth. Mm-hmm. It has been the cornerstone of hockey development in this country. And while we're not at Canada's level yet, we're pretty damn good, as we know. All right. The question I have, and we have it, 248-539-9797. Soccer is the world's most popular sport. Soccer is played by millions here, especially at the youth level. And we suck at soccer comparatively, when it comes to World Cups and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we went through a major stretch where we didn't even qualify for like almost 2 or 3 decades.
Yeah.
The best we've done recently, I mean, the first World Cup, I think, was 1930. We lost in the semis. We made the quarterfinals, 2002, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah, well, the round of 16 in 2010, round of 16 in 2014, the quarterfinals, yes, in 2002.
Yes.
Did not qualify in 18.
Right.
And obviously going to qualify this year because we're hosting.
Yes. And we hosted.
We get a seat at the table.
In 94, we hosted as well. But the question I have is, why can't we get a really good U.S. program comparatively like the hockey team has? The sport of hockey has in this country. Because more people play soccer than play hockey. It's
less expensive.
It's more available. I mean, look, over half of the country is not exactly cold weather, so you have to buy ice time and all that stuff. I mean, soccer, anybody can go play anywhere, whether you're in the city, and that's what you see over in Europe. They play cobblestone streets of, you've seen all the videos and the stories, kids, coming out of the womb, kicking a soccer ball basically after their first kicks to get out of the womb, But see, what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it's just, I don't understand. We have programs here in Michigan. I know some of them, Waza and some others, but the development nationally is nowhere. It's on the men's side. The women and then people are catching up to us, our women, because we had
More
an advantage.
people are now doing it.
Yeah, so many years, like England didn't even have like a women's team. I want to know from people who are in the soccer community, whether it's the Detroit FC or high school, or whatever, and also the U.S. hockey people. Why is hockey so much, it seems, ahead of soccer in this country?
I think the reason that soccer has been slower to come along is options. There's way more options in the U.S. in regards to football, basketball, baseball, soccer, hockey, and tennis, golf. Like, you just have many more options. And in other parts of the world, they have their best athletes playing soccer. Our best athletes, some of them may be playing soccer, some of them are playing football, some of them are playing basketball, some of them are playing hockey, some are playing these other sports. So the talent pool is being thinned out more so than it is in other countries. All that talent is funneled to their premier league, to their premier soccer, organizations. Whereas here, it's being spread out.
But the population of each country is so much less than ours that, yes, even if most of the people in, I don't know, pick your country, Portugal, are playing soccer, that's still
less than the number of people that are playing soccer here.
Probably. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's say good morning to Josh here on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Well, I think it's pretty simple because in America, kids envision picking up a football or a basketball or a baseball, and we can get rich from that. But when we pick up a soccer ball, we don't think about that. There's no money in it. There may be money overseas, but nobody wants to go overseas. You want to be rich in America, and the money's just not there for even the best players in the United States are bench players in Europe because there's no money here invested into that kind of system. And we want to become rich in America as athletes. That's a lot of kids' dreams. You want to go pro, but you don't dream about that in soccer because there's no money in it.
Well, I understand that, but as a 10-year-old, are they really thinking about money? I mean, I have seen tons and tons of kids wear Messi jerseys
Well, it's not only the money,
in
it's
this
the parents,
country.
too. It's the parents trying to push their kids to get rich by playing baseball, playing football all year round, or name your sport. But in soccer, parents are not like, oh, we're not going to get rich playing soccer, and, there's no investment in it. And that's the simple fact of we have that ultimate goal of your kid going pro. Nobody talks about, I can't wait till my kid becomes a professional MLS player in America.
No, I think they do look at it like of getting like a D1 scholarship in some other sports, like whether it's even sports that are like more minor league in stature in this country than soccer, lacrosse. John's daughter's rowing. I mean, I don't know if you got a full ride or whatever, but equestrian. My daughter got a scholarship and she stayed for a short time at Georgia. But yeah, you think as a parent about getting college paid for. Yeah, I don't think about the kids being, a professional athlete. We'll take more of your phone calls, 248-539-9797.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven all of them, and I've driven a Ram, loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's really no competition. For the Ram, you could choose between an award-winning Pentastar V6 or the Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust in the competition any full-size pickup at any price with the 4-cylinder engine? It's ridiculous. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension that you don't see in other versions. All it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother the Ram actually is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and all you have to do is tell them that I sent you.
248-539-9797. Some texts. We're talking about why soccer in this country can't be up there like hockey as far as on the world stage, the developmental skills. Because what happens in Plymouth, they do such a great job, and it doesn't seem to happen here in this country. At least I don't know. We don't know about it. At least I don't. And to answer your question, not only in soccer, but in all sports, the U.S. lacks because we are focused on making money, not developing talent. Thus, only the rich play sports like hockey and soccer, not the best. Travel soccer is crazy expensive. Our day is coming for soccer. I'm a dad of 3 DCFC youth players here. Club amalgamation over the last several years has allowed more centralization of the money and more development for the best of the best. In 10 years, I'd expect U.S. soccer to be competing at a higher level. That's Sean in Canton. Well, I hope you're right, Sean. Our best soccer players are kicking field goals. That's from Seth in Waterford. You know, on our high school team, these kids, the field goal kickers, started out playing soccer, and some still do both because they're the same season.
Yeah.
And hopefully you don't have a soccer game and have a football game. My son is playing travel soccer. Our first league we were in wanted to jump up to $6,000 at age 7. We found a more affordable league, but at that age you need to choose between their passion, skill level, and their desire to play multiple sports. Well, that price, they have that for a lot of travel sports too.
Yeah.
I mean, baseball, for crying out loud, is a whole another story. I mean, Cooperstown trips, it's a whole million. Oh, it's ridiculous. If the premier U.S. athletes played soccer, we would dominate. All right, let's go to Jason. What's up?
Hey, Stoney, what's going on?
How are you?
Pretty good. So I was saying to the screener there, like our top athletes, because soccer is like the 5th most popular sport in America, our best athletes go to football, basketball, even hockey, right? Like they're the best, most gifted guys. Like, can you imagine Jahmyr Gibbs playing soccer? You know what I mean? Like he'd dominate the whole league, and he's probably one of the fastest guys there. They're going to choose that first. I don't agree with the money thing. I think it's just the most talented people go with whatever's popular in their area.
Well, that's true, especially if it's on television and you watch, either college football or NFL. But I imagine a lot of places in this country, including here, I mean,
it is increasing in popularity because you do see, you mentioned it earlier, the amount of kids that are wearing, soccer jerseys.
Yes. Messi's all over.
And you'd think it would be like the easiest to master because you don't even have to use your hands.
Maybe. It's true. Exactly. You're right. I always laugh about it. Yeah, God gave us hands for a reason. Maybe the coaching just isn't as good either. I don't know the answer. I'm just, spitballing here. Mike, what's up?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I think a big part of why you don't see as many young kids getting into it is just exposure. Because, you look at when I was growing up, the only time I saw professional soccer was during the World Cup, and that was once every 4 years. Mm-hmm. Whereas with a sport like football or baseball even, you have, 20-some-odd weeks of the year where it's on 4 days a week. So there's so much more exposure.
Well, it is on. They show every Sunday morning the Premier League, and they show the Champions League, and all these, the foreign leagues getting tons of exposure here.
Yeah, but they're not playing Saturday night at 8.
No, I know.
Sunday night at 8, like prime time TV viewing.
That's true. Kevin, how are you?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm from Germany, and I think I have a couple of arguments why, I think just because of the historic background, you guys are used to your formation sports. And I think money is a very, very big point in this, because if we take Bayern Munich, for example, the highest paid player makes round about $20 million. If you compare that to the NFL, that's kind of a big difference.
Yeah. So, but what about the kids growing up there, though?
Well, we grow up with soccer because we don't know sports like football, baseball, hockey, and I think it's just a historic background.
Okay. That makes sense. But we're just trying to figure out, why it's not caught on here yet. You'd figure with seems like every decade, oh boy, soccer's coming. Go get your soccer kits,
Well, and I mean, a point that was made earlier, and this is one that I thought was a good one. It's at the soccer season here, like I know it can be played year round, but high school soccer season, middle school soccer season, it's all in the fall. The same time football is going on. You just mentioned some of the kickers are playing both. Well, they're going to have to choose if you're going to be playing at, another position other than just the kicker.
Right. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, I just saw this post, an article that Savannah Guthrie released a new statement on her Instagram. This is not relation to her mother being found. That was a fake story that gentleman called it. It was not, people were posting it on TikTok. It is not being shared by the police. No. But Savannah Guthrie has made another really emotional post on Instagram, and she and her family are now offering their own reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads to her mother's recovery. And it was really emotional. She said that we understand that at this point she may not be alive anymore.
Yeah.
But they want her back. They want to know what happened, and they want to know who took her. So they are offering their own reward. So anyway, in other news, new records show that the University of Michigan has paid more than $2 million to an outside law firm to investigate the whole Sharon Moore incident, right? And the athletic department. So the university brought in this firm shortly after the allegations surfaced, using these outside investigators to review conduct policies and how the situation was handled. And university officials say that the outside review was meant to ensure independence and credibility. But obviously this price tag is already drawing attention especially because the investigation is still ongoing and the cost could continue to rise. Yeah. The NCAA is preparing to crack down on football players wearing shorts during games.
Good.
Yes. So this is coming to light particularly after the look gained attention last season. So Oklahoma kicker Tate Sandell, is that how you say it? Tate Sandell,
yes.
Is that his name?
Yeah,
went viral for wearing shorts, short pants, whatever, while playing, even though there is existing rules that technically require pants and knee pads to fully cover the knee. So according to reports, enforcement of the rule hasn't really been a major focus for officials in recent years, but that's expected to change ahead of the 2026 season. NCAA insiders say concerns include both player safety, because you're supposed to have the pads covering your knees, and maintaining a consistent look or an appearance on the field. So players who violate this rule could receive a warning at first, but if it does continue, teams could be hit with a delay of game penalty.
Yeah, in the NFL, they obviously have a very strict uniform policy. It doesn't include the knee pads. You don't have to wear knee pads, but it still has to cover the knee. It's supposed to.
Yeah.
And in college, you are supposed to have a knee pad that actually covers your knee.
Former Detroit Shock champion and all-star Kara Braxton died on Saturday at the age of 43 years old. She was drafted number 7 overall in the 2005 WNBA draft by the Shock. She would go on to win championships in 2006 and 2008 with Detroit. She then played in Tulsa when the Shock relocated, also spent time with the Phoenix Mercury and New York Liberty, played overseas as well. Sources say she was involved in a single car crash on Saturday. That's still under investigation, but she is survived by her husband and 2 sons. Very sad news.
It is, yeah.
Pete Davidson is bringing his comedy tour to Detroit. He'll perform on May 22nd at the Fillmore. The pre-sale tickets will be available starting at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. Regular tickets go on sale 10 a.m. on Friday. This will be just one stop in a 6-stop comedy tour. So go check it out if you're interested.
Love Pete Davidson.
Yeah. This is no shock to me, but research shows that having a pet can promote well-being in people as they age. So when it comes to pets and well-being, 83% of pet owners over the age of 50 said their pets have given them a sense of purpose, have helped them enjoy life, and have helped them connect with others. Plus, they say they've they feel more loved when they have a pet, and they also help reduce stress. The thing is, however, is that there's another study that says people are having a harder time affording a pet more than ever, especially compared to just 8 years ago. So while there's a lot of benefits to having a pet as you get older,
it's costly.
It's costing people a lot more, and they're unable to actually do that. So,
all right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, it's blind ranking time. Oh, boy. We have one for John now. 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. You got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing isn't changing. That's the commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
248-539-9797. Gator would have had Koufax at 1 as well.
Yeah.
If I was ranking them, I would have had Greenberg 1, Koufax 2.
Mm-hmm.
But you have this love for Goldberg, I guess, or you
Yes,
just didn't
I
know
do.
he was coming. So
Yeah, I had no idea he was going to be held to the very last pick. But the story that I have in meeting Goldberg is there used to be an event in upstate New York. It was a Make-A-Wish Foundation event, and they would bring in a bunch of the current NFL guys. It was put on by Tim Green, who was a former Atlanta Falcon. Now an attorney, but he's also dealing with ALS.
yeah, he was a great college player at Syracuse.
He was a first round pick.
Yeah.
And so his college roommate was the guy that we would go up to as, I call it a plantation. It was a fenced in area where you could hunt different animals and turkey and but they had developed these lakes around their main, house. And the Make-A-Wish Foundation was on Saturday morning, we would take a kid fishing. And so there were 18 to 20 of us, and Goldberg was one of them. And Goldberg this one weekend had a broken hand. And so when they told us, hey, 3, 2, 1, go, we'd all run down to a boat. We'd take our kid with us, and we'd go out fishing. Well, all of them had motors except one. And Goldberg was, shooting the breeze with his kid and talking to, maybe his parents or something like that. And he was the last one down there with the broken hand. We left him the one that didn't have the motor. So he had to row for, we were out there for like six or 7 hours. And he obviously couldn't go very far because he kept rowing in circles. And then to make fun of him, we would, motor around him a little bit. And he had his oar up and he was swinging the oar at the boats. And the kid that he was with probably had the greatest time ever.
Yeah.
Didn't catch any fish, but had a great time. So that's my Goldberg story. And when I met him, because down in Atlanta, he was also teammates with Bobby Hebert.
Bobby A. Bear.
Yeah.
Michigan Panthers, the last time we won a professional outdoor football championship.
Yes.
Even though they played indoor, you know what I'm saying.
There was a minivan.
The 11-man football professional championship.
Correct. Yes. They were shuttling us from the airport to this, this house. And on the side of this old dirt road was this minivan. We thought maybe it had broke down, but there was somebody, as we got closer, relieving themselves in the woods. And the door opened on the side of it as we stole down to see if they were, if everything was okay. And out falls Bobby Hebert and Goldberg, just sloppy drunk. And so we had a great weekend. He is a really good dude, especially a good dude to go fishing with.
That's good to know.
Yeah. So not mad. I mean, he didn't belong at number 2, but I'm not mad that he was number 2 because he's that good a guy.
All right. Jeff Passan of ESPN has just tweeted that, and I'll just read verbatim. 9-time All-Star Chris Sale, left-handed pitcher, and the Atlanta Braves are in agreement on a 1-year, $27 million contract extension that includes a club option for $30 million in 2028. Sale's 36 years old. He was set to hit free agency after this season, but will remain in Atlanta.
Okay.
So
yeah, we'll even see if there's any baseball next year.
Yes. So 30 in 2028. I mean, Scooble's getting what now? For our 1 year
32.
Now? 32. And he's a little better than Sale. Sale's getting up there in age, but Sale's a great intimidating pitcher, as left-handers are. Speaking of Scooble, he announced that he's going to be basically one and done at the World Baseball Classic. He cares about our country because, God, you got to have your ace on the mound when you face England. Why even bother? I mean, look, there's two ways of looking at it. Okay, he's going to pitch three innings, 2 innings, whatever, in a spring training game anyway, if he didn't go.
Right.
Now he's going to go, and I think it's in Houston. So now he's going to pitch that same amount
over there,
arguably against lesser competition in England than against, the spring training lineup of the Atlanta Braves minus whoever. I have no idea.
Right. Yeah. We don't know who
right.
they would be playing. Yeah. But it's and he basically, the way he put it yesterday was that he's going to go over there, continue his spring training and pitch that one game, then come back and continue his spring training in Lakeland.
Yeah. So,
whatever.
yeah.
I mean,
And then if they make it to the finals, he's going to try to figure out a way to just go and hang out.
right, yeah.
With his
yeah.
teammates.
Cheer his teammates on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he does. He's should be comfortable cheering his teammates on from the dugout.
Yeah. He does that 4 out of every 5
yes.
times the Tigers
Yeah.
play, right?
And anytime the 7th inning comes around.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, it'll be it's I think for these guys it doesn't come at a great time because it is spring training, especially for pitchers. Everyday players like, hey, I'm going to go swing the bat, I'm going to go play baseball. But for pitchers, I think it is a little bit of a different deal.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, in case you did miss it, and I'm sure they will talk about it, Carson Anderson, the Lions will be playing a game in Munich.
Munich, yep. And we knew it was going to be coming sooner rather than later because it's been a while since they've played overseas, and we don't know the opponent. We think it might be New England. And it's a unique experience. Takes away a home game. There's some people that are for it, some against it. As a player, I wouldn't necessarily care for it. But as a fan, I love it that they'll be playing at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that'll be fun. The question is, would you rather them be playing in Germany or Spain or London or wherever? Do you even care?
No, I don't really care at that point. It's not here, so
Yes.
what does it matter?
I know. Well, the proponent of international football is Scott the Gator Anderson, who loves it. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I love international football. If I wanted to play anywhere, I wanted them, well, up until a week ago, would have been Mexico City.
Yeah.
Because of time changes. Stay in their times. Well,
Right.
not in their time zone, but it's not going to be as detriment as it is going 6 hours the other way.
Right.
So,
But you don't like playing at 9:30 in the morning?
no.
Really?
No.
You don't like waking up on Sunday morning? Oh, there's the Lions.
No. I don't.
Why?
I have a routine on Sunday mornings. I mean, and plus it's a home. If we're losing a home game, which I always hate the home game thing, but I just, I like to take my time getting things together on a Sunday. I don't want to be ready to roll. Like I was thrown off a little bit with the Olympic thing. I knew I was going to watch the game, but I just had to take my time.
He's not a morning person, is what I think. Is that how everyone's interpreting
Yeah,
this? I'm not
yeah.
a morning person.
I'm not a morning person, but even though I'm up every morning because the dog, I mean, I have to be, but I don't need to stay
up
on the weekends. I can go back to bed. So
Come on, breakfast with Gator. It'd be a great promotion. We can all go to some establishment and have breakfast with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not leaving my house. I like to watch my games at home. But you guys, yeah.
No, apparently
Stoney,
you got to
you
do breakfast with Gator. You got to
Breakfast with Gator.
You know,
Yeah.
What's breakfast with Gator look like?
it's a spectacular buffet.
Oh, I'm you said the magic word, buffet.
Yes.
Omelet station.
Oh, yes.
So,
Sausage gravy,
biscuits and gravy.
Oh man.
So real quick, I know
Bacon,
you're
sausage
gonna,
patties,
I
not
know-
links.
Both.
Oh, okay. Well, you can do both.
So you got
Stoney, stand down. These two are naming breakfast
Okay.
foods, and this can go on for another
blind. We can do
45
blind
seconds.
rankings of breakfast foods.
Yes.
Fruity Pebbles.
No.
Somebody making a breakfast burrito for you if you wanted that instead.
Oh man,
Hell yeah.
little cheese sauce
little-
in there.
Come on!
Oh,
An omelet
boy.
station.
I said omelet station.
Okay.
Hell
Yeah. Hey, whatever you want. It's Gator's buffet. We got it all.
Lots of huevos.
Yes. All
Lots
right.
of huevos.
Huevos rancheros.
See.
So you guys get to see Victor up close and personal. last
Yes.
night,
Yep.
I heard he's tall.
Was?
Yeah. Get ready. Gabe's getting ready to start. Gator turns to me and goes, now which one's Victor?
Which one's Wembanyama? Is that it?
The guy that speaks French.
Yes.
See. We.
Interesting
All right.
trend out of last night's game we'll get to right out of the gate.
Au revoir.
Morning and welcome. It is the Karsh and Anderson radio program. Thank you for being with us here on a Tuesday. Scott Anderson, what's up?
How are you, Doug?
I'm okay. A little cold. Building's cold, but what else is new?
Yeah.
It's always cold.
Even in the summer, it's cold.
It seems that way. But went to the Piston game last night. Sat with you. Enjoyed it. Except for the actual game part.
Well, I mean, it was. I thought it was a really good game for about 2.5 quarters, and then things started to slip away from the Pistons. I mean, they got away early, and they got it back. They had a lead. They had, a 6-point lead, and maybe an 8-point lead. I forget which was 6 or 8. But I was amazed watching last night. That was my first chance seeing Victor Wembanyama up close and in person. And he is an absolute difference maker. This is no big story here. But to me, the story, it's not that he can knock down 3-point shots. He's this unicorn type player, that he's seemingly impossible to stop once he's got the ball in the paint. It's what he does defensively that I was most impressed with. He completely changes the game. And the Pistons' game is points in the paint. They feed it low, and they'd run all of these, little running alley-oop plays, Cade to Duren, anybody to Duren. And you can't do that against San Antonio, at least not when Wembanyama's on the floor. He completely shut down the inside game of the Pistons. He altered – how many block shots did he end up with in the game?
One point he only had 4. I don't know how many he ended up with.
I still can't believe it was
like
only 4 at that time. He ended up with 6 block shots.
And another 10 virtual blocks.
At least. I mean, he altered every shot the Pistons tried to take inside, and guys missed layups because, here comes this big arm out there. That to me is the biggest, eyebrow raiser. Like, oh my God, I don't think I've seen a player like that with that athleticism. It's one thing to be big. I was joking with you during the game. He's just a poor man's Boban.
Yeah.
But of course he's not. I mean, this guy is incredibly athletic, and typically when you get the guys that are 7'2" or taller, they're not as athletic because they're gangly, and it's tough to have a body that big and try to look fluid. He's incredible. But he's also a little wisp of a man. And he was easily
Is he flopping or is he just like,
I think there's some flop.
I brought it up today, and Kang's like, dude, he's so skinny. The slightest bump sends him flying. But I'm suspicious of Europeans.
Yeah. I think there's some flop to him. I think, yes, a big part is that there's not a lot of meat on that bone, right? But I think he's buying into the NBA game of the unethical scoring, if you want to, and try to draw fouls. I think he tries to draw fouls. I think he's looking for those calls. But I also think part of that is because he is thin. I think both things are true. I think he's a little bit of a flopper.
Yeah. Well,
but he's quite a specimen to watch. When I was just amazed at how different. I mean, you have to plan a whole different game style and have a different game plan going into San Antonio.
I brought it up in the crosstalk about a trend coming out of last night's game. Midway through the game, I'm on social media just kind of seeing what some of the reaction and what some people are saying. And Louis Riddick of ESPN tweeted out, this Pistons-Spurs game is as physical a game I've seen in years, and I love it. Bill Simmons from The Ringer tweeted out, Spurs-Pistons is tremendous. Bobby Marks of ESPN tweeted out, how to have the NBA more watchable, have Detroit play every night.
Oh.
This game got rave reviews. And it sucks to be on the losing end of it. And it wasn't even really that close in the end, which is weird. But people were loving this game and still loving on the Pistons. Now, it ain't cool that they lost, and it isn't, it brought to light the concerns about the secondary scoring because Cade did not have a good night.
Well, it did, and I know that in the Free Press, Amari Sankofa, he wrote about that, and this exposes the problems they had with the trade deadline, with a meek trade deadline, and I think that's an easy button to go to. That's not what happened. I think this was an off-night shooting for the Pistons from three-point land. They were 7 of 36 for 19%. Okay, this is a team that's going to shoot 32, 35%, somewhere in that range, right? 34% from three. They shot half of that, almost half of that. They couldn't knock down their shots. And on the other side of it, you had 45% shooting from San Antonio. That's the game right there. The other part of the game was that the Pistons were unable to execute the adjustments that they needed to make because of Wembanyama's defense. So I wasn't terribly discouraged with that. I was actually encouraged by it because when you look at it at the end, poor shooting, and okay, this is the first time we got to see Wemby. We'll be better next time. And hopefully next time is in June.
Vinny Goodwill, our old intern who is now with ESPN, was on First Take this morning, but he also tweeted out, if you have doubts about Detroit, this game is why. Vassell has as many threes as the entire Piston team, and no secondary shot creation hurts in a playoff series. Look, there's the fear that we have. It's cool that we are doing it different. It's cool that here in Detroit, our basketball team has carved their niche in this league where they're doing it different than everybody else. But it does bring to mind an authentic concern of whether or not it's sustainable, whether or not this is going to haunt them in the end, whether or not they can get to the mountaintop doing it this way. We tweeted out the question to those of you that follow us on Twitter at DougGator971. We got a ton of response here. Last night, San Antonio 114, Detroit 103. San Antonio's win streak is now 9 games. Detroit's win streak gets snapped at 4 games. Gator documented the shooting issues that they had. What did that result prove? Okay, and that was the question. The three possible answers we have are not much, just a bad night, a concern but no panic, and Detroit not a true contender. Pretty close voting right now. A distant third is Detroit not a true contender with 5.8% of the vote. A concern but no panic, 42.4% of the vote. And what did that result prove? Not much, just a bad night, 51.8% of the vote, which is probably actually not just a homer take. It's probably kind of a mature, big picture take. It did kind of suck in that, it's a test against the West. And if SGA doesn't play tomorrow night, we won't get the nice bounce back test that we would want. But it was a week ago that the entire NBA world was debating whether or not Cade Cunningham has seized control of the MVP chase after the performance in New York. So you come back, another nationally televised game that a lot of eyeballs were on, and he didn't play well. And so
5 of 26.
Both are probably overreactions, right? He seized control of the MVP chase was probably an overreaction. 5 of 26. Anything that's statements about Cade's ineffectiveness and some grander conclusions are probably also an overreaction.
Yeah, I mean, I thought what was impressive with him was that he played a lot of minutes with 5 fouls.
Dude, he got his 4th foul like early in the third quarter, and JB Bickerstaff left him in there, which in a related story prompted Tom Izzo to yell at Rico. But he played most of the second half with 4 or 5 fouls. And you could see it impact him on the defensive end. Yeah. There were some blow-bys where Cade couldn't really take the chance.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not discouraged at all by last night. I think it's a teaching moment, and I was actually, I like what I think it was Cade said after the game, where he's like he can't wait to see the film on this one, and because the film will teach you an awful lot of how disruptive Wembanyama was defensively, protecting the rim, which he does better than anybody in the league, maybe better than anybody in the league history. I mean, he was unbelievable with that, and also that they missed so many shots last night, and particularly from 3-point land. It's just we talk about not sustainable. That's not a typical Pistons game. They're better than that. They know it. And the other side is that San Antonio is not that good from 3-point land. I mean, come on, 18 out of 40 in the game. They had a higher percentage shot of 3-point shots than they did of 2-point shots. San Antonio did.
Wow. 248-539-9797. All right, so we got some Piston reaction rolling in. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. Thank you, everyone, for voting yesterday. And today is the day that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell speak. We'll have a a primer from the scene setter from the NFL Draft Combine today at 10:30 with the Birchie Kid. He will be down there, and we'll get into some of what questions might start to get answered today at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, start thinking about your lawn and how beautiful you want it to be this summer, and give a call to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. That's the best way to do it. You call by the end of the month, and you get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, Natural Way can help you out. Great lawns do not happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and they've got a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Trust me, I've had Natural Way at my house for over 10 years now. Early treatment sets the tone for the entire season, and for a limited time only, you purchase that full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Call now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Yep. give San Antonio credit. They really did shoot it well last night, and Wemby is a force, whether he blocks your shot or not. He alters many. And the Pistons take the loss at home to San Antonio, which can be a bit of an eye-opener, or it can be just an example of a bad game. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Kang, I want your take before we get to the phone calls. What did you think of last night's game?
I mean, short term, it's one game. You can't overreact. I think the poll you put up, perfectly sums how I feel about it as well. Like, hey, you got things to work on. Don't panic. But big picture, if you have real, championship aspirations, I would worry, because I think the things that came up, and Vinny Goodwill tweeted out exactly what I've been saying the whole time, is secondary scoring, as far as someone you can really lean on when Cade is getting harassed full court, and then when he gets in the paint, you have a guy like Wemby altering shots. So when Cade's off, who's the guy you can really lean on to carry you to victory with points? Because like Jalen Duren had a good game on the stat sheet, but I think any other team will live with him scoring 25 a night if Cade goes 5 for 25. And the second thing is 3-point shooting. Duncan Robinson's been an unbelievable pickup this year, but if he's off, who else is going to step up and shoot threes? I don't want Ron Holland shooting 6 threes, I'll tell you that much.
Well, here's my question. Is that true of almost all teams, though? If their best player and one of their best 3-point shooter are off, isn't every team in trouble?
Yeah, but now do you have other 3-point shooters on that team to carry that? Is it Herter? Is it whoever? Tobias Harris?
Felt like everybody for San Antonio last night, didn't it?
Yeah, but I'm saying, if you go to another team and their best player's off and their best 3-point shooter's off, will they have a harder time winning? Yes. But if you had, for example, a Michael Porter Jr., he could put up 35 and carry you, right? Along with Duncan Robinson and Cade Cunningham. That's where I'm using him as a specific example. If you went and got somebody like that on a night like the last night, that might have helped you win the game. They don't have anybody like that. Tobias Harris played 30 minutes and had like 4 or 6 points. He's not going to be that guy. Herter didn't even play last night. Like I said, you don't want Ron Holland shooting 6 threes. Thompson's not shooting threes. So, like I said, that's a bigger picture issue, I think, if you look at it. But short term, I'm not crazy panicked or anything like that. And you only have to play the Spurs in the finals. I'll worry about that problem then if we get to the finals.
Yeah, a bigger problem.
I think the other thing to look at, and when you look at a box score and things start to, kind of materialize what happened during the game, Cade took 26 shots. Okay, so finding a secondary scorer, you got to find somebody else who's going to get a shot because Cade took them all.
That was the point. A guy that can create his own shot.
Yeah, well, I guess, but when he's coming down the court, and he launched a lot of them early, and I guess that my point is that if he's so off in shooting on the night where he goes 5 of 26, which is less than 20%, when you're that bad from the field, you need to decide to distribute the ball and let somebody else shoot. And no, the Pistons did not shoot well as a team, but Cade was horrific last night from the field. That's not going to happen how many times is that going to happen the rest of the way? Will that even happen again, where he shoots less than 25%? I would guess that he does not shoot less than 25% the rest of the season. I think this was a weird game. I think it was a really tough opponent because of what Wembanyama does on defense, and what he does defensively. And I think it can be solved. I'm not worried about this team too much. Do they need shooters? Every team would like to have more shooters, but the Pistons, they live and die in the paint. They don't live and die on the 3-point line. When they struggle, it becomes way more apparent that they need to have somebody that can step up. And last night it didn't happen. I think it's more of a yuck throw it in the garbage game than I think it is an indictment of what they did or didn't do. But it very
well could be indicative of why San Antonio is a terrible matchup. Because if you live and die in the paint and they've got the ultimate eraser
that's
in
not the
paint,
matchup you want.
You got a problem.
No, this is a kryptonite for the Pistons.
And one thing that didn't happen last night is Wembanyama spent most of that game with 0 fouls. He picked up a foul, I think, early third quarter, and then in one weird sequence picked up 3 fouls and 2 trips down the court.
Yeah.
And but getting him in foul trouble would be, and I kind of felt like they went to JD twice early in the game, and I thought maybe they were trying to get him to pick up a foul and get him off the floor. But whatever they did didn't work.
I wouldn't be surprised if they matched up again, and I don't know if they play each other again in the regular season, but
they do.
If they would try to feed the ball more to Duren and have him be more physical, more forceful. And by that point is Stewart going to be back with the team too, to add more of a physical force and, kind of bring it to him. But again, this is a kryptonite matchup for the Pistons. San Antonio is going to be tough for every team, but it's really tough for the Pistons because they live and die in the paint, not the 3-point line.
They're in San Antonio next week. So
I don't think they have Stewart then.
how many more games? Kang, do you know off the top of your head how many more games Stewart has? Sits out?
I think 4.
Okay, the 5th game is San Antonio.
Okay.
So maybe they will. Let's get to your phone calls. Brian, you're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Do y'all think this team will win? Do y'all think this team will win the championship?
Do I think they can? I think they can.
Yeah.
I don't think they will, but I think they can.
Bruh, I don't see it. They need They need another score. We can't say Cade is all world after the Knicks game, and then the game just throw off. The Pistons needed a second score, and they didn't go get one. What if Cade have a couple games? Gator, you say he ain't gonna shoot like that again. You don't know that.
I think I
What
feel
if he
pretty
gets to the-
confident that he will not shoot less than 25% in a game the rest of the season.
Sounds like a bet.
But the surest bet, I don't gamble or nothing. But the surest bet, if there's a bet out there, Pistons ain't winning the championship with this team.
Brian, let me ask you this, because everybody talks about secondary scoring. Do we dismiss that Jalen Duren had 25 last night?
No, we don't dismiss it. Did
But
it
we
work?
know, but I
Did
tell
it
you what,
help?
we do
You
because he
but
doesn't
you
shoot
need somebody-
3-pointers. That's why
but the
people
point,
dismiss
Gator,
it.
I said, Gator, a second score brings attention. So Cade wouldn't have had a bad game. If Michael Porter just came in example, if Michael Porter on the floor, Cade don't shoot that. He don't shoot that percentage. He needs help.
Well, Brian,
He needs help all
if the
through
argument
playoffs.
if the argument is would the Pistons be better with Michael Porter Jr., I'm not going to argue that. Of course, they'd be better with him, and I think we advocated for it to go make that trade if they could,
I'm
as
not
long as it
saying
didn't
y'all
cost
didn't.
you.
I'm saying this was a great opportunity this year for them to go all in, especially with the injuries in the East. It was a great opportunity. Pistons went along with it thinking this will happen again. Them people in Allen Park left that NFC Championship game thinking this will happen again.
Well,
it might
Brian,
not happen
what
again.
we don't
fellas.
know, Brian, what we don't know is what the asking price was for those players that would have been the all-in effort.
Cade's had one worse shooting night than that this year. He went 3 for 16 in Philly. I think we have ample examples of teams trying to take Cade away and not being able to do so. So I'm not, very effective game from San Antonio, but the idea that they haven't had Michael Porter Jr. all year, and he has shot way better than that. So 248-539-9797. Jake in Pontiac is next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, how's it going, you guys?
What's up?
I just got to say, I was disappointed that Huter did not get any action. Like, what's the point of trading for him if we can't even try him for the 3-ball? And then, do you guys think Isaiah Stewart can at least disrupt, the 7-footer big guy for the Spurs? Those are my two big thoughts, and yeah, I'm a little concerned.
I think he'll
Hopefully
help.
it's
It's
just-
another look to throw at him, but the truth is that wasn't really a problem last night.
It's 6 more fouls to give and to
true.
hammer him. I mean, that's the way I look at it. But no, I don't think anybody can handle Wemby. I mean, Wemby's just he's a unicorn.
Right. And the other thing is, how much of that did the officials play into it? Because it felt like we were pretty targeted early on, and the NBA, like, who do they want to see? They want to see the Spurs, make the news headlines. So, I'll take a look.
I didn't think that had much of a role last night. I mean,
going there.
Yeah,
I don't think the league is.
I think when you go 40 of 106 in the game, that's going to cost you. When you go 7 of 36 from 3-point land, in the NBA, you're not going to win games.
There were a couple of bad calls, but I don't think it's some grander conspiracy to bring down the Pistons. Now, as far as what he said about Kevin Huerter, there's no way to paint this as any kind of trade deadline success right now.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's been. I mean, I guess here. I was going to say the advantage is that Jaden Ivey isn't playing because he's hurt, but Kevin Huerter isn't playing because he's not playing.
Yeah,
because it's a DNP coach's decision. This is the second or third night that he hasn't played.
248-539-9797. Marcus in Detroit. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing?
I agree with Gator. People are forgetting that, the Detroit Pistons have the best record in the league today. Given all things, given 3-point shooting, I understand 3-point shooting. Listen, San Antonio shot lights out from 3-point range, just like when Michigan gets Wisconsin. There's a lot of teams, good teams, that will get beat when teams are shooting like that. I'm with Gator. People are forgetting that Duren had 25. You can't discount that. That's 25-point secondary score. He was beating Wemby up. Wemby was on the floor almost all night long. Now, Wemby had a good game, but Can we do that for 7 games or 4 straight games in a row? Like, let this team develop. Let them play. Let them do what they're doing. Enjoy the ride right now. All of this, we need to get another superstar. Dude, that era is pretty much over. We're going back to almost 90s ball where I'm a superstar and I want to put the team on my back. Let Cade be Cade. Yes, you want a better player. If I had it my way, we'll have none but 3-point shooters and all-stars on the team. But guess what? They play with defense. They play with girth. Guess what? They lost last night. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. We're probably really prone to right now with Detroit teams because we've had a whole bunch of competitive teams that haven't made it to the mountaintop, right? And so we're probably a little bit predispositioned to panic a bit when we see something like last night. They play them in San Antonio next week. Let's see what happens. It's a JB Bickerstaff. Ball's in your court.
Well, something else happened in the game last night that we haven't discussed yet, and it may have played a big role of why they weren't able to do much in the second half.
Well, we will get to that coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Straight ahead, let's get a preview of the NFL Draft Combine. The Birchie Kid is there. And today's the day that Dan Campbell speaks, that Brad Holmes speaks, and we'll see what questions start to get answered. And there are a lot of them in this offseason. We'll get to that today at 10:31. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so the NFL Draft Combine gets underway today, and we'll hear shortly from Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. The Birchie Kid is en route and will be there when they speak today. Birchie, how are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. About an hour outside Indy, cruising down in our station Chevy Tahoe that is wrapped in 9870 alt branding. So this is a dual threat trip. I am both doing some information gathering and some brand promotion down in Indianapolis for anyone interested in some alternative rock music.
There you go. Nice.
But yeah, psyched to get there. We'll hear from Brad Holmes at 1 o'clock today, Dan Campbell at 2, and then Drew Petzing for the first time later this afternoon, and Kelvin Shepard after Petzing. So a lot on the docket today in Indy.
Are you there all week?
I am there through Thursday.
Okay. Are you disappointed that you're not going to get a chance to really see the nuts and bolts of what the combine looks like with the players out there on the field?
I think I'll get 1 day of on-field workouts. Those begin Thursday, I believe. So I'll take all that in, and I might try and run the 40 myself, see if I can clock like a sub-5. That'd be big time.
It would be, and I odds
bet
are
against
against.
it.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, so the big question today, maybe the number one question for Holmes, for Campbell, is there a timeline or any indication of what Taylor Decker is going to do?
Yeah, I was going to say that has to be the most pressing item on the Brad Holmes press conference agenda. And, they clearly need to press Decker for an answer if they don't have one yet. They're not going to let themselves fall into the same trap they fell into last year with Frank Ragnow. They're going to demand an answer from Taylor one way or another before free agency and obviously before the draft so that they know what they might need to do at left tackle. It sounds like to me they've already begun to have some of those conversations with Taylor. So I think he's well aware of, the deadline that he's probably under. And then the other important housekeeping item for Brad Holmes to address today is what David Montgomery's future looks like or doesn't look like with the Lions. It was Brad Holmes himself who cast pretty serious doubt on Montgomery's future with Detroit at his end-of-season press conference when he floated the possibility of needing to move him to a location that would be able to better utilize his strengths. And so, either they've had conversations with David that have smoothed out his concerns about his role here, or they feel like, he'd be better suited elsewhere. So I think those two things from a housekeeping perspective are pretty important for Brad Holmes to address today.
Well, yeah, it'll be interesting. If he gets moved before things really get cooking this week, then obviously every Lions fan is going to be watching the combine to see what running backs do. And it looks like it's a pretty deep draft for running backs.
Yeah, it does. And I'm firmly of the belief that they would prefer to keep David Montgomery. They just signed him to an extension, last year, I guess 2 years ago, but really last season, midway through 2024. And that wasn't with the intentions of needing to move him. I think that the hire of Drew Petzing is one thing that works toward David Montgomery returning. It sounds like David and Drew have had conversations, and Drew has expressed to David how much they would like to involve him in the offense moving forward. And that was a run-first offense in Arizona. And I think if they can get David back to, just 1A duty behind Gibbs as number one, that'll be enough for him to stick around. But his workload last year really sunk to B level, and that's not sensible cap management for the Lions, and it doesn't make sense for David to stick around if that's the case.
Another big offseason story that Brad Holmes might get into today that intrigues me quite a bit is offseason restructuring of contracts. Is there any indication on a timeline of that, or is this something that just is another agenda item that gets discussed today?
Yeah, I don't think that he will address anyone's contract specifically, just because that's the way that he's operated in the past. But I think it's a foregone conclusion that Jared Goff's contract is going to get restructured at some point in the next month or so. I think they're not entering next season with Jared Goff's cap hit as it looks now, and then there's a possibility they could look into restructures for guys like Sewell and St. Brown to create more cap room in 2026 and 2027. If, a player like Max Crosby might be someone that piques your interest, that would kick a lot of money down the road, and it would probably create a championship window that right now doesn't necessarily exist. Like, you would kind of box yourself into probably needing to win in the next 3 years if you restructure more than just Jared's contract. So I don't know that they'll do that, but it's probably worth at least considering.
Something else when it comes to contracts is they got a couple of fourth-year guys that are, looking at extensions too with Sam Laporta and Brian Branch, and with the combine, I got to believe that tight end is an area that they're going to consider drafting a player. In fact, I would expect them to draft a tight end. But what do you feel about an extension? What are you hearing about an extension for either of those players?
So first of all, those two names loom large over this offseason for the Lions, Brian Branch and Sam Laporta. Those two positions not long ago felt like long-term positions of strength, and they still might be for Detroit. But at the same time, those two guys are entering contract seasons coming off pretty serious injuries, a torn Achilles for Branch and a back injury for Laporta that required surgery. And in the tight end room, you've got Brock Wright, who's also entering a contract season, and I'm not so confident that he's here beyond 2026, and the Lions will want to see what Laporta looks like coming off a back injury, I would imagine, before committing to an extension for him. And in the safety room, you've got the Brian Branch injury we've documented, and then Kirby Joseph, who is looking at what the Lions have called a chronic injury that could very well alter his career beyond 2026. That's a player whose contract extension hasn't even kicked in yet, and honestly is no guarantee at this point to be on the roster in 2027. The Lions could get out of that contract after this year at a pretty minimal dead cap cost moving forward. So all of a sudden, this offseason, and especially in this draft, safety and tight end feel like possible positions of need, maybe even pressing need. And it is a great draft, Gator, I agree, to be looking for a tight end on, say, day 2 or day 3. It feels like one of the deepest tight end drafts in recent memory. I heard today that there were like 27 tight ends invited to the combine, and usually it's closer to 16 or 17. The one guy that has caught my eye so far is Texas A&M tight end, which obviously relates to Dan Campbell, Nate Borkacher, who was, I think, 4 years at Nebraska and wasn't much of a pass catcher, went to A&M last year, proved to be just a road grader of a blocker. And, it seems like there's maybe more pass catching upside there. He's a day 3 name guy to watch. And then at safety, I think that Bud Clark from TCU is a ball hawker that could potentially replace Kirby Joseph in this defense if that's the route the Lions go. So those 2 names kind of are on my radar this week in Indy.
Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, set to speak this afternoon from the NFL Draft Combine. Birchie will be there covering it for us. Another big question is, what's the plan at center?
Yeah, that's probably the biggest question entering next season. I actually just wrote about this yesterday because we talked with Daniel Jeremiah last week, who's probably the most plugged in national NFL draft analyst out there. And he was asked about the possibility of finding centers in this draft who can start on day 1 next season. And frankly, there aren't a lot of them. And the best of the center bunch, Connor Lew from Auburn, is coming off a torn ACL, which, puts his availability for, September of next season anyways into question. But Jeremiah did highlight 3 guys that he thinks have a chance to be day 1 starters at center next year. Sam Heck from Kansas State, Jake Slaughter from Florida, and then Trey Zune from A&M, who's another really interesting name because he was a 4-year starter at tackle for Texas A&M and was one of the best pass blocking tackles in the country over his career there, but probably projects as more of a guard or a center in the NFL. And that was one of the guys that Jeremiah thinks has a chance to start at center as soon as next season. I think what makes the most sense for the Lions at center, and this might pain some fans to hear, isn't Tyler Linderbaum. First of all, I'm not even sure the Ravens let him depart. And if they do, I don't think the Lions are in a position to squeeze in another top-of-the-market contract under their salary cap. I think what makes more sense is targeting someone like Connor McGovern of the Bills or, say, Cade Mays of the Panthers if you're in the free agent market. And then looking into trades. I'm going to ask Drew Petzing today, for example, about how much he liked Yelda Froholt, who was the center in Arizona for the past 3 seasons, a really stable, proven player there. And I think as someone who's entering a contract season could be a trade target for the Lions this offseason. Aaron Brewer of the Dolphins, another name to watch. If they could get a guy like that to come in and give them stable play for a season, they could draft a player like, say, Hecht or Slaughter or Lew, let them develop for a year, and then plug them in as starter in 2027.
I do want to bring something up here because on this radio program last year, our producer Kang nailed 2 draft picks out of left field that people didn't expect in Tyleik Williams, and Isaac Tesla. And this year, when did you first bring up the name Jake Slaughter? What was that?
I want to say October in College Football Questions or something like that.
He brought up the name Jake Slaughter in October. If Jake Slaughter, the center from Florida, ends up being the pick, you will have outdone yourself, my friend.
Dude, I already outdone myself. Now I'm just heat checking, man. I'm heat checking.
He's just taking half-court heaves at this point.
They don't count towards your 3-point percentage anymore. The NBA changed that rule.
Yeah. Hey, I'll give you guys a name to watch. I'm going to try and call my shot here. I don't think this is a day 1 pick, but I think it's a day 2 pick that fits what the Lions need at defensive end. Obviously, that's another huge question this offseason. I think our Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, Karsh, you probably saw him up close when Michigan played Oklahoma back in September, is someone that might not fit what the Lions have traditionally valued under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, but fits what I think they need opposite Hutchinson, which is less of a power rusher and more of a speed rusher. I think our Mason Thomas has the explosive traits the Lions have valued and would give them more speed on a defense that by the end of last season was kind of lacking it. I think he makes some sense for them. I think Kyle Lewis, the Pittsburgh linebacker, who again might be a little bit undersized,
might be a
would
safety,
have the speed to thrive as like a box safety or even a coverage linebacker if they don't sign Anzalone, is another name that would boost a defense that needs more athletes, more speed.
I like the fact that Percy's already calling shots on sleeper guys to look at.
I've got my list developing. I want you to.
What did Wayne Gretzky say, baby? What did Wayne Gretzky say?
I don't know what he say.
100% of the shots not taken don't go in.
Yeah,
that's true.
Michael Scott said that, actually. Come on.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Gretzky just quoted Michael Scott.
Birchie will check in with you tomorrow and kind of recap what was said by Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Appreciate your time, as always.
You guys got it. Talk to you soon.
There he is, the Birchie Kid, joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Just pay $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount through GM Financial. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 at NFL Tops. It's got me amped up. This is where we start to learn about some off-season stuff. It begins today. And we'll have Birchie down there all week from the Combine. 248-539-9797. Got a disappointing Piston loss last night. And look, San Antonio's really good. Breaking news here. But we asked people, what does that result prove? Not much, just a bad night, a concern but no panic, or Detroit not a true contender. All those things, those three things can be voted for on our Twitter page at DunGator971. So if you follow us, you can vote and comment, and as we like to do, many of your comments will be read on the air. Jesse writes in, not super concerned, but definitely good to get a barometer. Would love to have beef in their bodying with Wemby to get a true view on the best on best. So, yes, Isaiah Stewart will be back for the rematch late next week in San Antonio. Tyler writes in, concerned a bit today, but tomorrow will be another test. Make adjustments and go out swinging on OKC and pull off a win or keep it close. I won't be concerned if they make it to the finals against San Antonio or Oklahoma City. Yeah, these would be great first world basketball problems to have. Concerns about how you match up in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I'd love to have that discussion.
Tom writes in, 7-game series are not played in one night. We will be fine. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mari on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mari?
Hi, guys. Thanks for your show.
Oh, great. Thank you for calling.
Thinking about last night's game, I'd like to make a prediction, which is that when they play San Antonio in San Antonio coming up in about a week or so, we're going to win. And I'll tell you why I think that. First of all, it was a bit of a freak game, not just because Cade shot poorly, but because they didn't adjust well. They didn't adjust well to Wemby, and Robinson was missing all his three-pointers. And we've seen games like that before where Robinson is cold, and he's usually not. And if he shoots 40%, which is his general average, and gives us an outside shot, yes, it's true we could use another outside shooter, but even without him, I think if we adjust to what the Spurs did last night, I think we're going to be fine, and I trust J.B. Bickerstaff. He's going to go to work on this, and the team is going to go to work on this, and they're not going to have 5 fouls on Cade, and they're going to find a way to get fouls on Wemby. I predict they're going to win by maybe double digits.
Wow, it's a saucy call. Look, the ball's in JB's court right now, and teams, things. Progress isn't always a straight line up. Sometimes you take a setback. Sometimes you just have a bad night. Sometimes you are unbeatable. Like sometimes you come out in a night and there's no way that team across from you is going to win. And, the ones that do it more often than not, and that's clearly established over a year and change here, being a Detroit, it's the Pistons. So
one other thing, which is that they shot unbelievably from three, and we didn't defend it very well. And I think that's another adjustment that Bickerstaff's going to make. They're not going to get those wide open threes time after time after time. And even if they do, they're not going to shoot as well as they did.
Yeah, look, San Antonio is a great team. There's no question about it. They have an inside-out game. If you're going to defend a three, then okay, that means that you're committing less resources to trying to stop the big fella, and then they can just throw it into him, and he's really good. But if you're paying attention to him, you kick it out, and they've got a number of guys can knock down threes, and that's what happened last night. There aren't many nights that you're going to see a team shoot that well as a whole from three-point land. I don't think it was outlandishly great. I mean, the 45% number is huge, but we've seen teams shoot above 50% from three, and you're like, you have no chance beating that team. Last night was close to that. But when you couple that with a team that cannot shoot from three, like the Pistons couldn't last night, then you don't have much of a chance at all.
No, and, I give San Antonio credit in this regard. They came out bombing. They got off to a 14-2 lead. 4 of their first 5 buckets were three-pointers, and it felt like it never let up. They never let up, and they just kept and the Pistons gave them open threes. They said they might have doubled down too much. You made a point earlier, though, about something that happened last night that doesn't usually happen.
No, it doesn't, and I think when you look at this this might help explain something. The Pistons were down 63-62. 3:46. They just got into the second half. They played 3 minutes and 46 seconds in the second half, and shot is made by San Antonio. They go up 63-62, and Asar Thompson comes out of the game and doesn't go back in. He was benched the rest of the way, and afterwards they asked JB Bickerstaff what was going on there. It was an injury, and he said, "Well, he wasn't injured." So he was sending a message because he wasn't happy with the way that Asar was defending and leaving guys wide open. And at the time, it was a 1-point game. So from that point on, obviously San Antonio turned it on. And when the Pistons are without their best defensive player, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that Asar Thompson is not their best defensive player, when you take him out in a 1-point game, and this is a guy who can defend anybody on that perimeter, and that's what they're doing. They're just knocking down those shots. It became a different ball game entirely. And it's a teaching moment for Asar, and hopefully he accepts that and moves forward, and which I expect him to, because he's a young, impressionable player. He's got a ton of potential. He's incredible defensively, and you expect more from that. But they took him out for the rest of the game. He didn't play the last 18 minutes of that game.
The play that prompted it was he basically went under 2 screens and left Vassell wide open. And I'm sure it was, I'm guessing here. I shouldn't say I'm sure, because JB didn't say anything specific to, he got benched intentionally. I'm guessing it was a point of emphasis. Don't fight. You got to get over screens against him. And when they called that timeout right after he hit it, JB said something and he didn't come back. And so it appears that was the flashpoint moment.
Yeah, he played 18 minutes in the game, had 8 points, was 4 of 6 from the field. So he was, making his shots and had 4 rebounds in the game too. But if he didn't do what they wanted to be done defensively, sending a message, sending it for the rest of the half. Now that's a message. It's one thing to take him out for a 5-minute stint or rest him for the rest of the period, but he was out for the rest of the game, which is a little surprising. And I would imagine we're going to maybe hear more of that later this week. But for the Pistons, losing your best defensive player to a benching is not a good look, but it could also help explain why San Antonio looked more dominant than you expected them to last night.
Martin is in Detroit and next. Hello, Martin.
Man, what's happening, you guys?
Hey, Martin.
You know what, man? I'm a Piston fan, but you know what's making me sick, man? These are not you guys, but these fans sound like New York fans, man. I mean, New York's were up and down. If this had to happen, if we do this, wait till finals, we're going to do this. And I love the Pistons, but it's not just. I don't think nobody can beat San Antonio. I'm pretty sure OKC saying the same thing. They lost 4 of the last 5. This team has talent, man. This team is great. I think we're going to make it to the finals. I really do believe the Pistons going to make it to the finals. But come on, man. It ain't so much Asar Thompson, whether he's a great defender over Holler or not. You got Castle. You got the boy from Rutgers. You got Wembanyama can stop balls out. He can literally grab jumpers out of the air.
Yep.
And that's a whole different animal, man. They're playing something totally different. Everybody's playing. They'll have the best record in the NBA by the end of the year.
You very well might be right. And look, I look forward to another trip to San Antonio for an NBA Finals.
Yeah,
do it again.
And I'm just tired of these fans just making like they'll be all right against San Antonio. They sound like them New York fans over there in New York. My brother live. When the finals come, we're going to beat the Pistons. That's not going to happen.
So hold on. You think if the Pistons play San Antonio, the Pistons have in the NBA Finals, they have no shot?
I mean, they'll win 1 or 2 games.
But they have no shot. But hold on. No, that's not what I'm asking. They have no shot to win a series.
No, they're not. Oh, no, they'll win the East. They'll flat out win the East.
I'm asking you if the Pistons play San Antonio in the NBA Finals, they have no shot. None.
Only shot the guys that Wembanyama get hurt. That's it.
Okay, Martin. He's taking his stance. I think it's way premature to say that.
It is, but based on last night, I can understand why you'd say it.
Well, I wouldn't base everything on
I wouldn't base a whole lot on last night, but obviously he is.
I'd base something, but not everything. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Lions announced this morning that they will be heading overseas to host a game in Munich, Germany next fall. The game will be played at Allianz Arena, home of the Bayern Munich Football Club. Detroit wide receiver and German dual citizen Amon-Ra St. Brown said this morning, quote, "I cannot wait to play in front of the incredible fans that I've gotten to know through my visits and football camps in the country. Their support for me and the country's instant connection to the Lions brand is inspiring, and I'm looking forward to our team getting to showcase Detroit football on an international scale," unquote. St. Brown's German heritage through his mother Miriam led many people to speculate the team would head to his mother's birth country for their first international game in over 10 years. The date and opponent for that game will be announced when the NFL holds its greater schedule release later this year. The Red Wings hit the ice again on Thursday in Ottawa, and they are expected to welcome back their gold medalist Dylan Larkin for that game. Yesterday, Todd McClellan shared his thoughts on Larkin's performance in Italy. And Michigan basketball returns to Ann Arbor tonight. The Wolverines will try to bounce back from their loss to Duke at 8:30 against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Interesting call there right before the break from Martin. Pistons cannot beat the Spurs in a 7-game series. He planted his flag. Impossible, he says. Well, no, if the two teams play like they did last night, I completely agree. Completely agree. But seems to be a bit of a overreaction. I'm not going to sit here and say the Pistons would absolutely win a series. I think it's important to see what happens in the game next week. I would use that as a data point as well.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of adjustments that they're able to make, how they're able to execute it. And I certainly don't expect the Pistons to shoot as poorly as they did. I don't expect San Antonio to shoot as well as they did. So things kind of even out. I think you could have an excellent game.
Let's go to Bob in Grand Rapids. You're next here on 97.1. Hello, Bob.
Yeah, that last caller really kind of pissed me off because if you go look at all the stats, they made 18 threes last night. One guy made 7 threes, and they only averaged 13 made threes a game. The Pistons only made 7 threes last night. We do, even though we don't shoot threes very well, we do average 11.2 threes a game. So all things considered, the game was pretty close. And we didn't. And you guys just brought up a point that I wasn't even paying attention to. I didn't even know Thompson got benched in the second half.
Yep.
And I just went to look at his box score and saw the minutes that he played. He was actually 4 for 6. He was the one guy that was making his shots because he always makes them by the basket. But I think, look, in a series, I think it could go either way. And San Antonio's got a lot harder teams to get through than the Pistons do. The Pistons got to get through the 3 teams in the East, which I think they can get through. I was disappointed at the deadline that we didn't pick up an extra shooter, but this team is so young, and we should be so thankful we have a team that's got over 40 wins right now. But hey, before I let you guys go, can I say something about Pat real quick?
Yes.
Because I'm praying for him. I'm battling my own cancer right now. I've got prostate cancer, and I know he's got more severe cancer than I do right now. But I'm thinking about him, and I really appreciate you guys' show. So all your shows are great. So,
well, thanks, Bob. And good luck to you. We're pulling for you too.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
We've been occasionally get a chance to reach out to Pat, and Pat texts back, and he always says the same thing: the thoughts and the well wishes matter to him. So, very nice of you to bring it up, Bob. And indeed, good luck. Good luck to you. As far as the game, established fact: the Pistons are a good defensive team. That's an established fact, okay? San Antonio can challenge you in ways that the Pistons have a chance to adjust to. But when you see a Devin Vassell go 7 for 11 from 3, okay? Did he do that because the Pistons are a bad defensive team and he'll get a ton of open looks against the Pistons when they play him again? No. He hit 7 of 11 threes. The Pistons, as an established good defensive team, ran into a bit of a buzzsaw last night. Okay? And given, if he's going to shoot nearly 70% from beyond the arc, they're going to be a tough out. But that's why I don't, that's why I'm not panicked about last night's game. It's important to see the response, but he's not shooting 7 of 11 again. And if he does, I mean, it's not the kind of thing. If he's going to do that, he's going to be the greatest shooter in the game.
Yeah, well, I don't expect players to shoot like that. Again, I think last night is it's not an anomaly to see a team shoot that well. I mean, we do see it, maybe not on the reg, but you see it often enough where you're like, okay, that's a good shooting night.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes in on the same night where the Pistons have a horrific shooting night from beyond three. They couldn't solve a couple things. They couldn't solve their woes from shooting beyond the arc. They couldn't defend it. And they couldn't do what they wanted to do in the paint because Wembanyama affects so many shots. The Pistons' shooting percentage was not good last night because Victor is insane with that wingspan. And he's just waving those arms all over the place. You think you got this layup, and wait a minute, the ball got blocked? That's not goaltending? No, it wasn't, because he's just there making you adjust on the fly all the time. It's got to be really tough to play against. But, you get back to the drawing board and figure things out and come up with a better game plan.
Yes, 18 triples. That tied their season high. Detroit had just 7. That was their third lowest total of the season. When you start to move back towards the middle, the game looks different. Let's go to Daryl in Belleville. Hi, Daryl.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How we doing, sir?
I'm good. Just wanted a couple points. I didn't get to see the game. I saw snippets, and I just wanted to share this part. It's 3 things. The head of the snake is Bickerstaff, and he's an excellent coach. He's going to make adjustments. The Spurs is not going to shoot like that, nor are we going to shoot that bad the next time. And we have Big Stu.
No, it matters.
Huh?
It absolutely matters.
All 3 things. Bickerstaff, the coach that he is, he's going to make adjustments. It was a feeling process to see how they stacked up against some of the best in the West. And, Wednesday, tomorrow going to be the same thing. But yeah, all the naysayers that say, they can't do it, all this, I heard the other caller, I'm like, wait a minute, what planet is he on? Because I'm like, that's the barometer that you just said, okay, the hell with it, you can't win. But look at all those 3 things. They're not going to shoot that good. The Pistons not going to shoot 38%. Cade's going to make an adjustment because his coach is going to adjust. And he got Big Stu missing.
It helps getting Big Stu back, and he will be back for the matchup next week. Feedback coming in. The Pistons and our supposed superstar just got exposed as the frauds they are. Finally played a good team and got killed. No, the Knicks aren't good. I mean, look, if that's the one data point that you are going to use to say they're frauds, it was convincing. San Antonio had a very convincing performance last night.
I don't think a team that's rising like the Pistons have been over the last couple of years to go from 14 wins to now they've got 42. I don't think that you can determine something that they're accomplishing right now as being fraudulent. I think fraudulent comes up when you've established yourself as perhaps a good team and you're not. This is a work in progress still. This has happened so fast that I don't think it's fair to even throw that word out there, let alone the fact that I don't think that even if you want to say that they've already accomplished that and now it's fair game, that they would be. I think it's a very good basketball team that I suspect will get to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I think the way things set up, it might come against the Celtics, and the Celtics might be a better team at that point if they get guys healthy. Because right now they're playing without a lot of players, and they still have a pretty good record. So if they get healthier, they're going to be a real tough out. But beyond the Celtics, I think the Pistons, they've got the best chance to come out of the East.
Unnamed texter, good morning, guys. That's why the Pistons need a good shooter this season to be able to spread the floor, to avoid dealing with Wembanyama inside the paint. Next text, it's tough when you have just one 3-point shooter and he's off. You're in trouble, albeit he is a top 5 3-point shooter percentage-wise in the league. Next text, if we can't shoot threes, we at least have to stop the other team from raining them down on us.
Well, that's a big part.
That's true. And this text, JB lost us the game to bench Asar basically the entire second half because of one missed assignment, but let Karras constantly turn the ball over. I don't get it. Well, I'm going to bet strongly that it was more than one missed assignment.
I don't think it was. And you don't know what the exchange was like.
No.
And how about this? This is a meaningless regular season game.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a good time to sit him, and then you can sit and talk to him on the bench the whole time and explain why it's important to do this, or this.
248-539-9797. Okay, not one but two GMs speaking at this hour regarding a player that the trade market might interest in the Lions and a player that a free agent might interest the Lions. We'll tell you what their general managers had to say at 11:16. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, we got to start thinking about our lawns and what you want them to look like this summer long, and that's why you call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount, and that matters. 888-GET-GREEN is the number. They've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's awesome. With Natural Way, you get greener grass and fewer weeds. Early treatment is the key. The program designed to strengthen turf, improve color, and control weeds is going to work for you, but you got to start early for the best results. Also, they offer tree care and pest services. In fact, for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control. But you've got to mention my name, Gator, in the station's 97.1 The Ticket. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season. Give them a call right now at 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So sometimes, I'll get an update on what you're up to, and you never ask about my personal life. But Scott, I will tell you. I will tell you something.
I thought we spent a lot of time talking about your personal life, particularly on Mondays.
No, I did something. I did something this morning that was rather unusual. But you ever have? You know what? I really want this food, and I set the alarm to get up early to make a breakfast.
Okay.
My wife and none of my family likes this.
No way.
Yeah, I love it.
Stop.
Yep. I got up this morning at 6:30 to start boiling the water for steel cut oats. Have you ever had the steel cut oats?
No. I don't
No.
know. I mean, I've had oats. I think I've had steel cut one time.
Yeah. Kang, you ever have steel cut oats?
I don't know.
What the hell's the difference?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't care to.
You get the water boiling, you stir them in, then you turn the temperature down, you let them sit for half an hour. Then you mix in like some of the raisins, like the golden raisins.
Oh, you mean you got to wait a long time rather than just doing the instant packet?
Yep.
Yeah, it's been forever.
That's why I set the alarm to get up early and do that.
You think it makes a difference in how they taste?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are steel cut oats like thicker? Is that why?
Yes.
Okay, forget it. No, I'm out.
Are you?
At 30 minutes for oatmeal?
Yep.
No, I make my kids oatmeal this morning. It took like 2 minutes.
Yeah, you can do it that way too.
Yeah.
But
thicker what? Like it's
isn't
that just dependent on how much water you add?
Well, no. I mean, they're just better. You take longer to make them. They're better than the instant oatmeal. There's no question. In my opinion, not even comparable.
So you're talking about the instant oatmeal packets?
Yeah.
Okay. As opposed to what about just regular oatmeal that you get?
Yeah,
in
again,
the cylindrical.
The steel cut oats are like a different grain. But I love them.
All
Absolutely love them.
Good for you.
Yep. But
oatmeal is like steak for Doug. You can tell the different cuts, the different meat. The styles, how it's cooked, all that
steel
stuff.
cut. That's such a mind game. How do we rope people in? How do we distinguish ourselves? How about we call them steel cut? Yes,
it does sound kind of badass.
Steel cut.
Yeah, like you'd have them out on the trail when you're working the Yellowstone farm.
As opposed to what, plastic cut? Are we assuming that the oats are reaped with a plastic reaper?
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
That's exactly what we're assuming. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
You'll buy into anything.
I will. But hey, you know what
now with more protein, Doug's really on board.
Oh, you're no doubt about that. So you have whatever you like is what you like. I'm just telling you what I like. The steel cutouts. And you have a review of the yogurt, the cookies in the yogurt?
Yes.
Kang, he did it. He put the cookies in the Greek yogurt, let them sit for 24 hours. Well, now, which cookie did you use? A Biscoff or the gingerbread?
Well, there are three components here. The first component was the Greek yogurt. I used the full-fat, plain Greek yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
Then I took it out of the tub and put it into a Tupperware container so that I could then place. I had two different things. One were the cinnamon graham crackers that you had to come in a sheet. You break them into fourths. So I put those in there. And then the other ones I put in were ginger snaps. And let those sit for 24 hours. And I tried it. And it's good, not great.
Okay.
But it's something that I would do again.
Okay.
I would absolutely do it again. But I'm not going to try to give the snow job and say it tastes just like cheesecake, because it doesn't. But I think the difference is I went with plain oatmeal as opposed to plain yogurt as
Greek
opposed
yogurt.
to a flavored Greek yogurt.
Yeah, I made it with the vanilla Greek yogurt, and there's
probably a difference.
There is a difference. So
yeah, but
cool.
But the way I did it with it was still good. I liked it.
I was hoping for a not thumbs down, and that's the
We're
feedback.
gonna thumbs up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean you understand what it is going into it, that it's going to be a healthier version of something, and so yeah.
Okay, we promised some NFL news. There is stuff coming out of the combine today as GMs are speaking. Do you want to start with Crosby or Linderbaum?
Let's get Crosby out of the way.
All right. Oh, I'm sensing some Crosby fatigue.
I'm so tired of it.
Adam Schefter tweets out, Las Vegas GM John Spytek told reporters at the scouting combine in Indianapolis that he expects Max Crosby to be with the Raiders this season. Yeah,
What else is he going to say publicly?
Well, I mean, I think he could say that we're seeking trade offers if he's trying to drum up a market.
Yeah, I think what this tells me is that, of course, they want to hang on to him because he's a great player. But it also says that, if you want him, you're going to have to pay a higher price. We're not giving him away. We're not announcing he's on the trade market. So that tells other teams that, okay, if we want to get him, we really have to offer up something.
More from SpyTech. We're in the business of having really good players on the team, and we need a lot more of them. And then he calls Max Crosby elite. So whatever it is, when players like this become available, and I put available in quotes,
yeah,
I really do question if they're available or not. Like, was Myles Garrett ever really going to get traded from Cleveland? Was Crosby ever going to get traded from Vegas? I'm not rolling my eyes, but I'm growing increasingly skeptical that these elite edge rushers are truly available. I mean, I guess Micah Parsons got dealt, but that's Jerry. And with Jerry, if you sit down with Jerry 19 whiskeys later, you got a deal.
Yeah, but I mean, I started talking about that a year before it happened. Like, look at Dallas. I mean, can you get Micah Parsons from them? And part of it was because Jerry's a little nutty.
Of Jerry.
But then when the summer started coming around and you saw that there was an impasse with negotiations, I thought then that now was absolutely the time to strike. It was going to cost a pretty penny, and it did. And Green Bay really reaped the benefits of it right up until the time he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for them and for Micah, he got hurt. But it can happen. And if I were the Raiders, I'd absolutely set the bar high, and I'd listen to all offers, but keep the high standard because you don't have to move them.
All right, so on the Linderbaum front, the coveted free agent from the Baltimore Ravens, the general manager with the Ravens is Eric DaCosta. This is the best center available in the market. He would look so perfect in the middle of that Detroit Lions offensive line, and he would come with a hefty, hefty price tag. The general manager there of the Ravens, Eric DaCosta, said they made a market-setting offer for pending free agent Tyler Linderbaum. No tag is coming. They're not going to franchise tag him. That is according to Mike Garafolo, reporting from the Combine for the NFL Network. He points out, so a market-setting offer means he would be making more than Creed Humphrey, who currently leads the way in the center market at $18 million per season. So the question becomes, is there that kind of gives you what the floor is of, what type of money it would cost the Lions to go get them.
Yeah, which I think prices them out, but it's interesting because this is Baltimore that does that. So if another team, do you want Baltimore to get them, or do you want another team to offer more? I mean, the market is still the same in terms of teams that are in need of a center. Right now, Baltimore needs one. They could re-sign their own,
right,
or they have to go elsewhere. And we heard Birchie talk about a couple other possibilities in the free agent market for center that could make sense and cost a lot less. And I'm intrigued by those because right now you got to be in a little bit of not a penny pinching mood if you're the Lions, but spend the money where it's necessary. I'd love to have Linderbaum, but if he's going to price himself out, does a lesser option to Linderbaum, but a greater option than Glasgow make more sense? And I think we could all agree, yeah.
Yeah, I can. I mean, Linderbaum, you mentioned other teams are going to want him. Buffalo's going to be looking for a center because they're going to lose McGovern. The Giants, that has been reported that John Harbaugh wants to bring him there. So I suppose let the bidding begin. Detroit, the first thing they have to do, and that's why it's going to be fascinating to hear what Brad Holmes has to say. I doubt that he's going to step up there and say, we've restructured Jared Goff's contract, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if he says we've had talks. Now, if they do restructure that contract, and we started doing some restructure math based on Patrick Mahomes, and if you can free up $50 million, do you get involved? Because what was it? Mahomes freed up $56 million. Wasn't that what it is?
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Do you say a big bulk of that goes towards Linderbaum? $20 million, $21 million per? Is that in play? Or is that just not a great use of funds? I guess you kind of just said it. You said that the Birchie speculation that one of the secondary options would be probably a wiser use of the money.
I like that idea better because I think there are other players you need to go and pursue as well to add to this team. Getting one of those lesser players, they're not lesser players. They're going to cost you less, right? They're still really good players. They may not be as good as Linderbaum, but again, if the benchmark has to be much better than Glasgow, are there those options out there that aren't going to break the bank like Linderbaum does? And I think there are those options out there. So then you can go ahead and allocate other funds to other areas that you need, like another corner or a tight end that maybe you want to get a veteran tight end as opposed to, rolling the dice in the draft. There's a lot of questions and a lot of holes on this team still.
248-539-9797. Yeah, for a team that I love the returners, okay? I absolutely love the schedule next year. And I like the people that are coaching and running the show. They got a bunch of questions, man. This Lions team has a bunch of questions. And all the good that Brad Holmes has done, it's not been good enough. And he's got some heavy lifting to do and some serious questions to answer this offseason. Because if they don't, they could still have a winning season, but they might not be as much of a title contender because it might be a product of who they play. Now, schedule game's a dangerous one. We've done it before and we warn ourselves against it. But end of the day, it's a massive offseason for Brad Holmes.
Yeah, really is.
248-539-9797. So that was breaking news on the market for players that are out there. We will get to your phone calls and feedback on that. Crosby, GM says they want to keep him. Linderbaum, the center from Baltimore, word is that he is had a market-setting offer, so more than $18 million per year for the best center in the market. Should the Lions, once they clear cap space, get involved? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Back to your phone calls in a moment. From an unnamed texter, put the steel cutouts in the crock pot the night before. Perfect every time. John in Lake Orion says, Doug likes breakfast from 1872. Next text.
Yeah, it's crock pot. He means kettle.
Next text. Finally, I agree with Doug on something. Steel cut oats are worth the wait. Adam in Detroit. Personally, I prefer titanium cut oats. Sit lighter in the belly.
That's probably right.
Next text. Unnamed texter. Hey, guys, I didn't know Doug was an oats snob.
Sure is.
Oat-elitist.
Yeah.
Marlon says, I had steel cut oats once while trying to eat healthier. They're awful. By the time they tasted good, they were no longer good for me. Meaning you got to add so much sugar.
Right.
Just a little pinch of sugar and some raisins is what I do. But
blueberries might be good.
Pat and Romeo says Gator needed steel cut graham crackers.
Maybe that would have been better.
Yeah, steel cut Girl Scout cookies. Those are healthier.
Diamond cut.
From
Let's
Scott.
go the hardest surface you can find, man. Diamond cut.
Scott writes in, a half an hour for oatmeal. Did you also milk the cow for the milk tan?
How long does it take to churn butter?
Interstellar cut oats.
Yeah. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Jay in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, Doug. How we doing this morning?
Good. I had a good breakfast today. I'm ready to go.
Well, that's important. It's the most important meal of the day.
That's right.
So I'm hearing you guys talking, and to be honest, I'm good with Linderbaum at 20 a year, but last year we made an effort to bring Frank back. It seemed like he did want to come back. He had the injury. That injury should, at some point during this season, be good. Are they going to look into Frank again before we drop $20 million on a replacement?
I mean, they may. I guess it's always good to make that phone call. Every indication we've gotten is that he's not coming back. That he's done.
Well, then we might want to get in on the $20 million a year on Linderbaum sweepstakes.
Yeah, I would rather spend the money on Linderbaum than spend it on an edge rusher. But
I agree.
But if they, as always, call Frank. Like the idea of calling Frank, but I feel like that ship has sailed.
Yeah, but I would agree with that. I'd rather spend it on a center than on an edge rusher because I think you can find an edge rusher in the draft that I think can step in right away and be a disruptor and be a competitor, whether that's with the 17th pick or if you want to wait to round 2 with the 50th pick. I think you can find a guy. I don't know if you can find a center.
Or if we get a couple of guys that do redo their contracts to free up some money because they do want to go and grab Crosby, then now we have our window. We've got 2 or 3 years, and it's Super Bowl or bust.
Jay, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that this town is consumed with the edge rusher opposite of Hutch or obsessed with the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, but it is, I think there is a certain segment of the population that doesn't care about the winning and losing. They just care about getting elite edge rushers, like stockpiling elite edge rushers. It's a huge part of the game. There's no question about it. But there's nobody else. Other teams are winning Super Bowls without doing this.
Well, there are a bunch of different ways to get things done. I mean, there's a story today about, hey, teams should look at the Seattle Seahawks way and get 2 elite defensive tackles. And easier said than done. I think if you double up on the elite players at a certain position, sure, it makes you a much better team. But can you do that on the constraints of a salary cap? That's the hard part, is committing that kind of a salary. Can you commit $70 million or more to the edge rushers?
Well, and one of the least exciting things to do is talk about, spreading your money evenly, being balanced, making smart moves. It doesn't grab headlines, but it usually is a better way than going all in on one position. I don't know. Just me. Glenn in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Yes, I'm a big fan of Cam Jordan in New Orleans. I know he's a little long in the tooth, but he had 10.5 sacks last year, and he's going to be a free agent. And he's familiar with Dan Campbell, and he got the body size, 6'4", 280, and you don't have to be a 3-down player. Plus, he's better than Marcus Davenport.
Wow.
I think it's not going to break the bank.
No, I like Cam Jordan a lot. I think the question is, does Cam Jordan want to still play football? Because there's been some talk that he might want to retire. But it's one of those, New Orleans was one of the 3 teams in the National Football League last season that had 2 guys with double-digit sack totals. New Orleans, the Lions, and Houston. And it was Chase Young on the other side there. But Cam Jordan's been a force his whole career. He's been a great player. And, yeah, he does have the knowledge with Campbell. It was a name that I thought maybe the Lions might be interested at the trade deadline in acquiring.
Do you know how much his projected salary is for next year?
I don't know, but I'd probably north of 10.
Spot Track has it at $6.8 million.
Oh.
Yep.
Because of his
That's what
age.
I'm talking about.
Yep.
But does he want to play?
It's a valid question.
Yeah, I'm from New Orleans. I got you guys and my home team, New Orleans, with Bobby Hebert almost every day, and he does want to play. He does
Cam
want
Jordan
to play.
does. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be interested.
Okay.
I think that he's the kind of guy that the Lions would be into when you start looking at the things that they emphasize. Obviously, the production has to be there. And each year with Cam Jordan, the production's probably going to go down a little bit. But, you start with character. He's like a 5-time Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. And I know that stuff doesn't matter to everybody. I think it just speaks to his professionalism. And we can sit here and talk about his age. Do you know the fewest number of games played in a season who for him was?
Well, I just pulled up his stats, and I cannot believe what I'm looking at. I honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing. He hasn't missed a game.
His entire career.
He's played 243 games.
Out of a possible?
243 games.
So you got still productive, veteran player, familiarity with Dan Campbell, Man of the Year nominee 5 times, never missed a game. That sounds exactly. I'll give you another guy that's just like that they have tried to get before. Calais Campbell. Older guy. He has missed games, but the last 3 years it's been 17, 17, 17. He's still producing. Justin Rogers wrote about him recently. He's another former Walter Payton. He actually won Walter Payton Man of the Year. These are veteran guys that won't cost as much, that can come in and, hey, for a year, come win a Super Bowl with us.
Yeah.
I think the Cam Jordan call is a great call, and I think Calais Campbell fits that. They've tried to get him before.
Are these two guys that you can wait a while in free agency? Because they don't sound like they're the players that go in the first few days of free agency,
where
all the big money is spent, that you can maybe just kind of bide your time, wait it out, and then strike when the iron's hot and maybe get for less. But they're both, I like both of the players.
Yep. And you're talking about 1-year deals?
Yep.
248-539-9797. Ron in Westland. Hi, Ron.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
You guys were speaking about having too much money in a position.
Yeah.
I think they got way too much in the wide receiver room. I think trading Amon-Ra St. Brown for a first-round pick, using the money you save on his contract to get Lindenbaum, then you got another first-round pick to fill up all the rest of help fill out the rest of your holes between offensive tackle, edge rusher, D-line, and safety.
Well, I would argue that the future they will have too much money wrapped up in wide receiver. This coming year, Amon-Ra's cap hit is 33, and Jameson Williams' cap hit is 8.2. And so I don't think that's imbalanced. Now,
well, the 33, New England always had their wide receivers after their rookie contract. They give them a handshake and tell them thanks for participating.
Yeah, well, they also had the greatest quarterback of all time.
That's true, but I mean, that's kind of the mold that Goff is in. He's a pocket quarterback.
Yeah, but he's not Tom Brady.
Line.
I mean, he's not Tom Brady, and the whole defensive effort that the Patriots had every year because it's Bill Belichick team. I don't think it's fair to compare against New England in their dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the future, again, in like 3 years from now, they'll have north of 50-something million wrapped up in wide receiver, but also, I don't know what the cap's going to look like 3 years from now. It'll probably be a lot higher the way this league goes, but right now, I don't think they have too much wrapped up in it. The cap hits when you add them together, the wide receiver spot. I have to look to it compared to the rest of the league, but right now, J-Mo's cap hit is not that high. Jay in Southfield, you're next. Hello, Jay.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, I think a lot of people get with the edge rusher, they get things kind of confused. We don't need another elite edge rusher. I think we need to turn our defensive tackles loose like Ali McNeil did 2 years ago and wreak some havoc. Penetration. Because we got two edge rushers and nobody in the middle, he can still step up in the middle. That's not a big help, but that's a lot of money gone.
Yeah, the weird thing about the edge rusher spot is last year along the defense, it really wasn't the problem. They got pressure from both edges. The defensive tackle spot was probably a bigger problem. Now the issue is one of the edge rushers that produced for them is a free agent, and El-Quadin Muhammad. We have to see what happens there.
I listen to you guys every day. Great show. And I remember maybe it was a couple of months ago or somewhere during the season that Lee McNeil was complaining about the scheme, or kind of complaining that they don't just let him go. So I think it's more of a scheme thing. If you got a defensive tackle like a Lee McNeil, like a Warren Sapp, you let them penetrate and cause havoc in that backfield.
Well, he was also keep this in mind with the year that Liam had last year. He was coming off an injury.
Yep.
And rejoined the team way late in the season. So I would expect he's going to be better this upcoming year. Maybe that's something. Is that something we can count on? Because he's healthier, he's fully recovered from the injury, and he's ready to get back to the kind of player that he was. I hope.
Okay, I got a quiz for you and Kang coming up today at 11:52. Yeah, a bit of a quiz. See how you do.
When do you want to try this food thing?
Well, are you going to eat that at 12:30?
So want to do that at 12:30?
Yeah, because Gator brought in something to sample, and I'm curious and a little scared, to be honest.
You got any room left after those steel cut oats? Though?
I do. Yeah.
Good question.
That'll be right after lunch. So, all right, quiz for these guys. We'll talk some Pistons. I wonder how many people caught this that happened in the Piston game last night. We will get to that today at 12:02. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. To insurance companies, you're just a file. To them, you're a person. They give your story the respect and dignity it deserves. Get the Bernstein Advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Okay, interesting feedback coming in here on that Piston game last night. Decisions like last night to benefit Ausar could be a glimpse into why Cleveland let J.B. Bickerstaff go. He's done a great job here, but he's not unquestionable. Bad decision. So whoever wrote this out and sent this in, isn't it only a bad decision if it has long-term consequences negatively or doesn't work? If it has positive long-term consequences, how is it a bad decision? When you bench a player, you're not doing it for that moment. You're doing it for long-term impact. Isn't that the purpose of benching a player? I mean, I suppose you could bench a player in the idea of we got to win this game, but ultimately, if you are benching a player, and let's be clear here, J.B. Bickerstaff didn't say after the game, yeah, I benched him.
No, it was implied.
He said Ron Holland was playing well, but
he was asked if Ausar Thompson was injured. He said no, he was not injured.
It felt there was a defensive sequence that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and he made the decision to put him on the bench, and he left him there. If it helps Ausar Thompson, I wouldn't call it a bad decision. If it cost him the game and it doesn't help Ausar Thompson, then I suppose it was a bad decision. But I think it's important to see what the long-term consequences are, right?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with what he did last night because it's the regular season. You know, it was game 54 or whatever. You know, it's fine. It's if you want to send a message, you send a message.
Mm-hmm.
And did it hurt the team? Last night, I think it did. I think they have a better chance of winning with Ausar Thompson on the floor than with him on the bench for the last, 17 minutes of the game or whatever it was, because he is such a good defender. And that was the problem last night, was defending. And even if you didn't like his defending during the course of the game, it was a 1-point game when you pulled him out. So, but there's a message being sent, and as long as the lesson gets learned, I don't really care. Will this team be better in the playoffs? Will Ausar Thompson be better in the playoffs because of what happened last night?
I'm not saying it was a good decision, but I don't know it was a bad decision yet. Kyle in Ann Arbor writes in, it was clear the Pistons are trying to be the more physical than usual last night. It appeared to be to get to Wemby. Okay. Do you think that if Beef Stew was playing, we would have won based off his physicality? Well, it would have helped. I don't know that they would have won because ultimately what cost the Pistons was Cade didn't shoot, had a terrible shooting night. They didn't shoot it as a team, and San Antonio hit a bunch of threes. They were the second. It was tied their highest total of the year, and Vasa went 7 of 11 from 3. I don't know if Beef Stew would have helped those biggest factors.
Yeah, I didn't. When watching Wembanyama play, though he ended up with 21 points in the game, it's not what he did offensively that was the difference. The difference that he makes is what he does defensively. He had 6 blocks in the game and altered every single shot within a 10-foot radius of the net.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's hyperbole.
No, his presence, you could see, even when he was late helping, you'd see him coming, and the Pistons are like, they're adjusting their shots just to get him off because they're concerned that it's going to get rejected.
Now, the difference in having Isaiah Stewart in the game, if he's there to help out or if he's there to guard him in the first place, is that you've got 6 fouls,
mm-hmm.
and you've got every opportunity to just bang with him in the trenches. And it will wear a guy out, and maybe he's a little bit more tired and doesn't get over as quickly on some of those switches and trying to defend at the rim, and it could have an effect. But in a game like last night, I don't think it would have changed much. Not with Cade going 5 of 26. Not with the Pistons shooting, 20% from 3-point land. They just didn't have it last night.
I actually think it would have helped last night because I think Beef Stew, defensively, we know what he brings. But he brings something offensively that Jalen Duren doesn't. And he's able to shoot outside at the 3-point, not like at a high rate or anything like that, but he's shown he can hit that shot. And what you need to do is get Wemby out of the paint, be a threat. That's what Jalen Duren and Paul Reed can't really do for the most part. Isaiah Stewart, hey, sit in that corner or whatever, or even the top, just get Wemby out of the paint, and that would open things up for Cade. Cade had like 3 or 4 shots blocked alone by Wemby last night. So
it's a valid point. No, it's a valid point.
But doesn't it only matter if if Stewart's in the game when Duran isn't? Because if they're both in the game at the same time, wouldn't Wemby just cover Duran?
Yeah, that's why. Well, Stu doesn't start. Duran does.
No, I understand, but they're on the floor a lot at the same time, too.
Sure, but they don't have to be. And game plans change for different teams.
Well, we're going to find out next week, aren't we? Because Beef Stew will be back. All right, I got a quiz for you guys. NCAA championship is being decided. And there are 8 schools left to win the title.
What sport?
I didn't say.
Great.
I'm going to give you the 8 schools, and then I'm going to give you a choice of sport. Based upon the 8 schools, I want you to make your guess. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The 8 schools that are competing for this championship. This is funny because Kang is smiling. Gator looks upset. Here are the 8 schools that are competing for this championship. Alaska Fairbanks, Georgia Southern, Kentucky, Navy, Nebraska, Ole Miss, TCU, and West Virginia. This is the Elite 8 in this sport. Alaska Fairbanks, Georgia Southern, Kentucky, Navy, Nebraska, Ole Miss, TCU, West Virginia. I'm going to give you 5 sports. Okay?
We go back and forth, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm gonna give you 5 sports.
Okay.
It's just going to be multiple choice. All right?
Yeah.
You got the schools?
Yep, I just wrote them down.
Okay.
Typed them out.
Are these 8 schools competing for the NCAA Rifle Championship? Are these 8 schools competing for the NCAA Orienteering Championship? Are these 8 schools contending for the NCAA Boxing Championship? Are these 8 schools contending for the NCAA Cheer Championships? Or are these 8 schools contending for the NCAA Fishing Championships?
So rifling, orienteering, whatever the hell that is, boxing, cheer, and fishing.
Yep.
Kang, what the hell is orienteering?
That's the one I'm not going to pick, Gator.
Is that like leading people around campus? What is that?
Orienteering.
Welcome, freshman.
Is it's one of the skills used in adventure racing where you have a compass and you have to locate landmarks.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means, so I'm going to take that as a sign of disrespect where I have to fight later.
So the 8 schools again: Alaska Fairbanks, Georgia Southern, Kentucky, Navy, Nebraska, Ole Miss, TCU, West Virginia.
Well, I know one school is dominant in one of these sports. So West Virginia is dominant at rifling or shooting, as I recall.
How do you recall that?
It's just something that's stupid in my brain.
I just didn't know.
They're the Mountaineers for a reason, right?
Okay.
I'm going to go with rifling.
Okay. Kang?
All right, my first thought was I wasn't going to pick the orienteering or whatever. Yeah, but now I'm going to pick it just because I don't – that's the one I'm picking. I don't know what that was. I didn't know what it was until you told me.
Okay.
And then this is just another heave from half court here.
All right, sure. Tell you what, let's take 10 texts. Sorry, Kang. Let's take 10 texts. Which do you think this is? The 8 schools competing for the NCAA championship, the Elite 8, Fairbanks, Georgia Southern, Kentucky, Navy, Nebraska, Ole Miss, TCU, and West Virginia. What sport are they competing for the NCAA title in? Your choices are rifle, orienteering, boxing, cheer, or fishing. Sign your text if you want to give us some reason why, your methodology for choosing the school, and we will tell you at 12:01 that these 8 schools are competing for an NCAA championship. Also back to some Piston talk on another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We're going to get some NFL news out of the Lions before the show is done as they are speaking from the Combine, so stick with us until 2, and we'll get to your answers on the 10 texts straight ahead and tell you what the correct answer is. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Lions announced this morning that they will host a game in Munich, Germany next year. The date and opponent for that game will be announced at a later time, the team said. This means Detroit will lose a game at Ford Field and have 8 home games, 8 road games, and the 1 international contest next season. The Red Wings have their first game back on Thursday this week. This will be Dylan Larkin's second time returning from an international break after the Four Nations last year. But Todd McClellan made it sound like he doesn't expect Larkin's struggles from last year to repeat. Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider are confirmed to be back with the team and at practice today, as the team posted the pair on social media. And some NFL Combine headlines from today. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta said they've made a, quote, market-setting offer to pending free agent Tyler Linderbaum. Raiders GM John Spytek says he expects Matt Crosby to return to Vegas next season. And Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan said, quote, everything is on the table, including possibility of a trade regarding the status of quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How big a part of you is a little jealous of Birchie this week? Because you and I, we both, but I mean, you, I think more so than me, you love the NFL Combine.
Yep.
We should probably lobby to do the show from out there.
Sort of. Little pissed at Jimmy, to be honest with you. You know, he's going to budget up and send Birchie.
Right. And it's not, I mean, Birchie was driving the station vehicle, which is it's a big size SUV.
Yeah.
We could all fit there. Kang, come with us.
Yeah, I would have loved it. Would have loved it.
Kang loves the NFL.
Well, better than just, here's what it would be. It would be send us with him. Everywhere Birchie goes, there is work, and then the dial has two extremes: work and fun, and with little in between. He's a parent now. We don't see the in between.
Yeah, but he's away.
Yeah, he is away. Birchie, here's for people who want a real Birchie story, okay? And then we'll get to the 10 text and we'll move on. But the true Birchie story. He played on my beer league hockey team. We had arranged a ski weekend. The night that we were supposed to go was the day ESPN released the Spartan Secrets story. And Birchie had to go to East Lansing, and instead of going skiing and driving up, where everybody went up and night skied on Friday night, he drove to East Lansing, did a question, got all the questions in for Tom Izzo, drove back to the station, wrote the story, got in his car at 3 a.m. It was after it was done. 3 a.m. Drove north, walked through our door at our place at 7:30 in the morning with a case of Bud Light. And as he handed over the case, he pulled one out and started right in. That is Birchie.
That's how he works.
In a nutshell. So, anyway. Yeah,
we should have talked to Jimmy about it.
We should have talked to Jimmy about it. Let's not let this happen again.
No.
We've
talked about this for years. We should go to the Combine.
We really do. And what we've seen is that at this radio station, we don't make enough demands. You and I don't. We don't make enough demands. Others, I've heard, do.
We need to put a foot down once.
I think that's what we'll do. Do you think we'll have to fight off other shows to go to the NFL Draft Combine?
No. Well, maybe Jansen wants to go.
He probably would. All right, here we go. These are the 10 texts that came in. We gave you the 8 schools competing for this NCAA championship, and you had to guess which sport. The schools were Alaska Fairbanks, Georgia Southern, Kentucky, Navy, Nebraska, Ole Miss, TCU, and West Virginia. I gave you 5 sports to choose from. They were rifle, orienteering, boxing, cheer, and fishing. Kelly and Hal says it's the orienteering championships. Dan in Westland says, I believe it's for cheer. From Kyle in New Hudson, fishing. All those states love to fish. From Jason, door dashing, boxing. From Gary Johnson, if West Virginia is in it, clearly it's rifle. children there use their first rifle before they use the internet. Kyle in Ann Arbor says fishing 100% sounds like schools that would be heavily involved in fishing events. From Patrick, the only sport listed is boxing, but I doubt that's correct. However, the other 4 aren't sports. Scott in West End says rifle championship. Those states all seem like they would be where shooting is prevalent. Fishing a close second for me. From Boston, writes, in the moment I hear Alaska, I thought fishing. The correct answer. Gator, you said rifle. Kang, you said orienteering. One of you is correct. These are the 8 schools, according to Brian D. Fisher on Twitter, the 8 schools competing for the NCAA Rifle Championship. Well done, Scott.
Good job, Gator.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wanted to pick that. It seemed obvious, but when Doug said it first, I was like, is he trying to throw me off the scent here? Is he trying to throw me off? No, he wasn't.
Not at all.
But it's oftentimes Doug does try to throw you off the scent. The fact that he actually gave us a choice of 5, I find interesting. Like, I would have thought he wouldn't even have given us a choice. Just come up with something,
Why? What would you have guessed? Not knowing, like, in hindsight, if he didn't give you 5 options and he gave you those schools, would you have still said rifling first?
Yes.
I think he might have. Tell the people your methodology.
Because I knew that don't ask me how, I just know that West Virginia has a great rifling program, that they won a bunch of national championships. But then when I go through each of the schools that he mentioned, okay, West Virginia, they're the Mountaineers. It makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. Alaska Fairbanks, it's Alaska. You're in the great outdoors. People using rifles out there. Georgia Southern, need I say more? It's Georgia. Kentucky and Ole Miss are in the SEC. I get it. Yeah, they love their guns down there. The Navy makes sense. Even though they're on ships, they still have to be able to shoot. TCU, it's in Texas. Born with rifles in their hand, same thing. And Nebraska, if you're going to suck at football, you might as well be good at something else.
He was so excited to make that joke. And people have asked, is it a concern that Army isn't in there? Army, they got killed in the portal, and they need to get their NIL act together when it comes to their rifle team. I'm just saying.
No. I don't know if they have a good team or not. Maybe this is just the year that they got squeezed out. Maybe they didn't compete as well.
The funny thing is, Update Kid came in here. Update Kid's job before he was here, did he say he was at North Georgia?
Yeah, I think so.
And North Georgia has a rifle team. He was working in the North Georgia Athletic Department. He had to write rifle game recaps.
So he knew.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
But anyway, it is rifle. Rifle is the correct answer. All right, I mentioned before the break, did anybody see this last night? At one point in the third quarter, Ron Holland was in a chase down situation with a member of the Spurs. I couldn't see who it was. It was the other end of the court, and they went up, and it looked like Holland got all ball, and they went out of bounds, and it appeared that the two of them, what looked to me like they both landed in the lap of noted Detroit Billboard attorney Jumana K-Ruse.
Yep.
Was that Jumana K-Ruse?
I think 100% it was.
Do you?
Yeah, because when we're at the game and they had it on the big screen, I'm like, well, that looks like Jumana. And that was my thought. And then you pulled up on your computer. It's like, I just saw this. Was this? Like, yeah, I think it's her.
Yep.
Yeah, sitting underneath the basket.
Yep. Good seats.
Queen of the billboards here in Detroit.
For Jumana K-Ruse.
She's always looking.
And,
And looking good.
She's at a lot of the games.
I said being underneath the basket is the perfect place for an attorney, right?
For what, like a slip and fall
Yeah,
accident?
exactly. Like handing out cards to Wembanyama.
I got to talk to Mark Bernstein. He's got to get some front row seats for some free pub. Hopefully the players fall into him. But yeah, I don't know how many people caught that last night. I'm sure many people did catch the final score if you weren't actually there at the game. One of my favorite things about that game last night is the way that game got damn near universal praise. And look, I'd rather they have won the game than they got universal praise. But there's something going on right now with the Detroit Pistons in that they are becoming a team that people like to watch. Bill Simmons of The Ringer, noted NBA journalist, Spurs Pistons is tremendous. Louis Riddick of ESPN tweeted out, this Pistons-Spurs game is as physical of a game as I've seen in years, and I love it. Bobby Marks from ESPN, NBA writer, How to have the NBA more watchable? Have Detroit play every night. So, we've played the card a little bit here in Detroit that, we play defense and nobody wants to see the going to work style Pistons, blah, blah, blah. Maybe not true. Maybe not true at all. Maybe this style of basketball starting to appeal to some people.
Well, I mean, Bill Simmons is a Boston guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he harkens back maybe to the 80s and watching those great matchups of the Pistons and the Celtics where it was extraordinarily physical and likes that style of play. I think it's an interesting one with the Pistons and Spurs because it looks like it's a match made in hell for the Pistons to try to defend Wembanyama and try to, implement their offensive plan. Because Wemby is so good defensively and disrupts everything the Pistons want to do, which is score in the paint. But he will alter your shot no matter. He's got like this 10-foot radius, or maybe it's a 20-foot radius, but 10 feet from outside the basket. Where good luck getting a shot off the way you want to if he's going to decide he wants to defend it because he is so long. But the Pistons couldn't handle it last night. And I think that they can make the adjustment and be much better off the next time around, which is next week. And I'm intrigued to see how they play against them next week with that knowledge of actually facing the guy and seeing what it's like up close in person. And, all right, what do we got to do? And it could be a really interesting matchup next week. And if the Pistons have learned anything from the game last night, they're able to implement that, then it's your move, Spurs. And the Spurs have to adjust.
I'm really glad they play him again next week. Really glad, because there is an element of last night was, I don't want to use the term alarming because it wasn't alarming because it was one game. But if they lose again the same way, that trend will be alarming because with Wembanyama in the middle, being able to impact the Pistons' ability to get in the paint, which they do as good as any team in the league. They're second most in paint points in the NBA. And they've obviously decided we're going to lean into this identity and not try and change our identity. And so they don't rely on the threes and they get the ball inside or they dribble drive. Wembanyama is such an eraser. His mere presence matters. And it mattered last night. So chance to play next week and find out if this was a one and done. Because there's certain things that just probably aren't sustainable. The Pistons are a good defensive team. That is well established. That's a fact. And you had a team in San Antonio get Devin Vassell going 7 of 11 from three. They hit 18 3-pointers and shot almost 50% from beyond the arc. That's not because the Pistons are a bad defensive team. They had a hot night. And the Pistons had a cold night. Even like for them, they were, 3 or 4 3-pointers less than normal?
Yeah, but I mean, I think part of it is the Pistons had a bad night defensively in trying to defend the 3-point shot.
Yeah,
there were a lot of open shots that San Antonio hit.
My point being, it's not likely that they will shoot that way against Detroit again. But it still could be alarming. I want to see what happens next week, of course, when they have the rematch, in San Antonio. Are you going to eat that coming up today at 12:30? And we'll have some NFL talk at 1, as that's when Brad Holmes speaks. Dan Campbell will speak later as well. We'll bring you what they are saying from the NFL Draft Combine, which is underway. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you've been thinking about a new ride, now is the time to get to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The deals are big and the savings are real. Right now, you can drive a brand new Chevy Equinox for just $999 down and only $249 a month. Want to save even more? You betcha. Go electric with the all-new Equinox EV, just $999 down and only $149 a month. Now, that's $100 less every month, plus you're going to save at the pump. Need a truck? How about a Chevy Silverado for just $999 down and only $199 a month? Powerful, capable, and ready to work. And here's the big part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield needs your trade. They're paying top dollar right now, even if you don't buy from them. So go ahead, bring it in, get it appraised, and see just how much it's worth. SUVs, EVs, trucks, the deals are happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Stop in today, and together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines. 248-539-9797. Pistons losers last night, unfortunately, to the San Antonio Spurs in a game that was, it's one of those examples of, hey, they're really good. This is what an NBA Finals game might look like. And this is why, a team from the West could be a real problem for Detroit. A real problem for Detroit. I'm glad we can have these conversations, and I hope we have to have it, more so come, April, May, June, when we get into the postseason. We asked people on Twitter what it meant to them. What did the result prove? Your three choices were: 1, not much, just a bad night; 2, a concern but no panic; 3, Detroit not a true contender. Not much, just a bad night as 53.9% of the vote. A concern but no panic, 41.1%. Detroit not a true contender, 5%. We asked people to comment, and we'll read those comments on the air. The Red Ranger says, it's just an off night. Couldn't hit a 3 or guard the 3. We'll be all right. From Timo, easily the worst coaching performance of the season. They were not prepared, adjusted too late, then reverted right back after half. Stu would have made a big difference, but nothing about San Antonio really scares me. Chalk it up to a bad night. Wednesday is way more important now. Well, 2 things. One is, San Antonio scares me. Okay, I think it's unwise to say San Antonio is not scary. They're a matchup problem. They can shoot it, and boy, think about what their star player does to our strength here in Detroit. The strength of the Pistons is getting the ball to the basket and taking high percentage shots.
The guy's a Hydra.
Yeah.
I mean, you try to get into there, and it's just this buzzsaw Hydra that's going to knock away every shot. And if it doesn't knock away your shot, it's going to alter the way that you plan on shooting. He's phenomenal defensively.
Dave says it proves you need to be able to shoot the 3 when you can't rely on getting to the basket and the hoop due to a premier rim protector like Wemby. The Pistons were 7 for 36. The Spurs were 18 of 40. Yeah, it was also an off night for Duncan Robinson. 248-539-9797. Credit the Spurs for that, though. It's foolish not to. Let's go to Nick in Shelby Township. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
Good. So went to the game last night. I've said this all along. We need a second scorer. The way they defended Cade is what he's going to see all throughout the playoffs. Reminds me a little bit of what let's rewind a couple decades, is what Detroit did to Jordan. They roughed up Cade, full court. Cassell was all over him, Vessel, and then basically we needed the other guys to score. And we didn't get nothing from Harris. I mean, I think he made one great dunk, but the other guys struggled. And
keep in mind, Nick, just one thing to keep in mind, and you're right, that's what they're going to see, and that's what other teams have tried, and Cade has still, gone for 40 last week against the Knicks. He hit up Charlotte for 33, Washington for 30, Toronto for 28. I mean, he's still... Denver. He had 29 against Denver when they were fully loaded. Like, other teams have tried it. Now, San Antonio might be better prepared to do it, but it's not just the formula that others haven't tried. The difference is they have Wemby.
Well, that's a big difference. Yep. The other thing is all those guys that are on the floor with Wemby can shoot. They can score. They have wide open looks. We did not. I mean, maybe we had a couple of them, but most of their looks were wide open. And if Duran's got to be our number 2 scorer, which I think when Duran really wanted to be aggressive, I think because of his strength, he bullied Wemby a couple times, which I'm surprised we didn't go that way a little bit early on. Now, he did get into foul trouble early.
Well, their first 2 possessions were both Jalen Duran shots, and they went to him early. I was guessing they were maybe trying to get him into foul trouble. But he didn't pick up his first foul until, I believe it was third quarter, and then he had that stretch where he took 3 fouls and 2 trips down the court. But, yeah, I mean, I think others have tried what San Antonio did. San Antonio just might have the cheat code in the middle, which is going to make them a awfully difficult awfully difficult challenge in the NBA Finals.
Right? That's the other side of it. If Detroit's fortunate enough to get to the finals, and if San Antonio is fortunate enough to get to the finals, then it'll be, matchup chaos for the Pistons.
The one thing that he said, I don't think anybody would argue with, and that is it'd be good to have another score. Another
without question
score you could rely on, but you're probably not going to get that at this point, given the pass the trade deadline. A, and then B, that is.
Well, I look at it as they need a third score
offseason.
because I think they already have the second score, but they need a third score. They need somebody who, I guess, in whether you're second or third, but what they need is somebody to shoot from outside consistently. That's the other scoring element because Jalen Duren's giving them 20 points a night.
News broke today that the Detroit Lions are playing a game in Germany, which had been speculated upon.
Yep.
Gator, how do you feel about the Lions going to Germany?
Well, I'm no fan of playing games in Europe. If we get past that whole thing, that I don't like that. As far as the cities are concerned, I've been to Munich when I was 16, freshly turned 16-year-old, and I had a fantastic time in Munich. The Hofbrauhaus was a lot of fun to be at when you get these giant glass steins of beer and you're swinging them left and right and everybody's singing songs and you're having dinner and it's an awesome time. I really enjoyed it there. But no, I don't like that they play games in Europe, but it's the Lions' time to play. They've committed 9 international games this year in 7 cities, I believe is what the count is. If you're going to play an international game, I'd prefer they don't play there because of the time zones changing. I would prefer that they play in Mexico City.
Time zone's different there.
Yeah, but it's not a 6-hour time difference like it is, or a 7-hour time difference like it might be in Munich. It'd be an hour time difference or 2-hour time difference, whatever it would be here. And the travel is easier. Although now with things going on in Mexico, maybe that's not the best thing to think about. But that's how I feel about it. I'm not thrilled, and I never have been with the games in Europe.
I wonder how much these announcements, the attention they get relative to the importance to the fans. Because I think, am I wrong to think that just not a huge percentage of Lion fans are going to make this trip?
I think I don't know what a large percentage is. I think there is probably a pretty big contingent of Lions fans that love the idea of traveling to Europe. It's an excuse to take a trip and spend a week in a foreign city like that, and it's a good city to go to. Whether it's London or Munich or Barcelona or wherever they play. I don't know where they play in Spain, but it can all be a great time. And I'd like to get back to Europe one of these days to see the Lions play. If I was in Europe, it'd be pretty cool. I
agree. I always feel like these games get all this attention, and yet all that really does is change when we're watching. Now, maybe, it more sucks because this is a home game lost.
Yeah.
And that's a deal too, right? I mean,
that's a problem.
Yep. That nobody likes that, but it's a big deal for Amon-Ra, given his, family and their German roots.
Did you see how he found out?
No, I didn't.
The Lions released a video. It's a video chat with he and his mom because his mom is German.
Yeah.
And so she's speaking to him in German and he's speaking in German, and she's explaining to him how proud of him that she is and all his accomplishments and how many fans he's got here in Detroit, but also fans throughout the world and in Germany specifically, and says that's why I think it's awesome that you're going to get the chance to play in Europe, in Munich, and it's pretty cool.
I suppose that'll get played up big time, Amon-Ra being a star player.
Yeah, well, and isn't Germany is our, for lack of a better term, sister country with the all the NFL teams are associated with different countries throughout the world, and
they
Germany
have marketing rights. Yeah, isn't that what it is?
Whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, I guess the point of Amon-Ra, I was thinking, okay, maybe we'll have a home field advantage. Maybe they'll be making noise when the other team has a big third down play. So, 2 things coming up here. One is, did you see the new rules the UFL is going to implement?
I did.
Do any of them make sense in the NFL? We'll get to that today at 12:31. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, another edition. Are you going to eat that coming up momentarily? Get back to some NFL stuff a little bit later on. In the meantime, the United Football League, once the XFL or the USFL, they merged together, and unfortunately we lost our franchise, the Michigan Panthers, which I know some people in our area enjoyed. But if you look at the new makeup of the league, you can kind of see why the Panthers aren't included. These are the capacities of the stadiums that the UFL teams are going to play in. 28,000, 19,900, 20.5 thousand, 20,000, 20,656, 11,700, 25,500. The St. Louis Battlehawks play, and it says the capacity is 39,000, but they're in that dome. So they're the only one with a massive stadium. But, you know, the Panthers played in Ford Field. If you have the right size stadium, I think that is a huge component of minor league sports success.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the USPBL is great. It's why I wanted the Panthers to retrofit and upgrade Wayne State Stadium and play there. But nonetheless, and there are new teams in the UFL. The Columbus Aviators, the Louisville Kings, and I believe the other one is the Orlando Storm. The Orlando Storm. So those are the new ones, but no more Michigan Panthers. Here are some of the rules that they are implementing, and the question is, do you want to see any of these in the NFL? 60-plus yard field goals will be worth 4 points. Do you like this rule?
I do.
Do you?
I do. I think it means something to kick it from 60. To have the same point total for something that's kicked from, 22 yards and 60 yards seems just incongruous. So I love the idea of having because 60-yard field goals don't happen all the time. To get an extra point for it, I'd be all for it. I love it.
Kang, do you like this rule?
I don't. I think there's going to be a lot of manipulation going on. Obviously, you probably want to get like yards. Let's say you're in range for a 58-yarder. Your next play, you're going to want, if you're down by 4, you're going to want to go backwards.
Yeah.
Right? And so I actually have an idea that just make the 30 field goals, the yard field goals or less, 2 points.
Go the other direction.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You'll be doing the same thing, though.
Yeah, but at least it's from that. Like, I think they would force teams to go for it more for touchdowns.
Well, for Kang's point, I mean, how often are we going to see if a team stalls at the 10-yard line? Are they going to, on
They're going to have, if you're going for a touchdown, you're down 4, you're trying to win the game, you stall at the 10-yard line, it's 4th down or it's 3rd down. Do you have to back up 35 yards to kick the 65-yarder?
I don't know if we're going to see that stuff, but
I like the fact that UFL's doing this, by the way, though.
I don't mind that they're doing it.
Yeah, they can do whatever.
I don't want to see this in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't want to see it in the NFL, though.
All right.
You guys suck.
No punting from inside the opposing team's territory.
I don't like this because I think punting is a great strategy of the game.
Mm-hmm.
When you recognize
punting is winning, signed Iowa fan.
Well, when you recognize that your team is going to be in a struggle, it's going to be a field position game, your punter matters. Mm-hmm. And I think at times you can have a weapon as a punter. So I don't like the idea of just doing away with it. I get it. It creates all the offense, and so many more teams are going for it on 4th down. When you get into that kind of second year and plus territory, you're going for it. Let those teams go ahead and do that if they want to, but I would not mandate that you have to go for it inside the 50.
Yeah, I don't like this either. I don't mind that the UFL is doing it. I just don't want to see it in the NFL.
There is a caveat.
Plus, our coach is never going to punt inside of 50 anyway.
Kang, before you answer this, there is a caveat to this rule. It also allows for being able to kick it inside the 50 if you're inside of 2 minutes of each half. So 2-minute warning.
Does Dan Campbell know the NFL doesn't have this rule already? I feel like he thinks they do. No, I don't like this rule. I think he should be able to punt, but I think more and more teams are going for it anyways, but at least give a team an option to punt if they don't want to go for it.
All right, final thing that they're implementing, tush push banned. No tush push in the UFL. Do you want to see that come to the NFL?
No. I'm fine with the tush push. It's a play. I think if you want to I think it just needs to be ruled on and reviewed quicker than what it is. I think if you've got teams that are lining up incorrectly, call it. I think there's a lot of that goes on that they just allow for an illegal formation. I'm not a big fan of having the constant push go and it's a rugby scrum and it takes forever before the play is over with. I think there's a time.
You mean the tush push?
Well, it's not always that. I mean, I think there's a place for it, but I don't like how a play can be absolutely stalled. You wait 1,000, 2, 1,000, then finally it breaks through, and then you're going to allow that. I think that's crap, and that happens in college and in pros. So maybe there's a time limit or whatever, but I think you leave the tush push in. I know that's going to be unpopular.
Yeah, I hate it, and I'm glad that I hope this is the one rule that the NFL picks up. Okay?
Yeah, I hate it too. I think the sports in the NFL, it's all about entertainment, and to me, it's just not enjoyable as a fan to watch. And then on top of that, the refs and umpires, they don't know how to call it correctly. So false start, offsides, when does the play end? It's dumb. I hope the NFL. I don't think they're voting on it this year, unfortunately, but eventually I hope they get rid of it. Hate the tush push.
All right, here we go. Time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Okay, we've actually got, Gator brought something in for Are You Going to Eat That today, but we will start with some new items first. Coca-Cola, which I guess is the parent company for Mr. Pibb.
Okay.
They are coming out with a Mr. Pibb Punchin' Peach. Mr. Pibb Punchin' Peach features a bright, fruity taste, almost like peach cobbler with a spiced peach sweetness. Mr. Pibb Punchin' Peach. Gator, are you going to eat that?
No, I'm going to punch that one out. I don't want anything to do with it. Look, peach is a real interesting flavor profile. You either love it or you hate it. I think there are very few applications where I love it. In a soda is not going to be one of them. So no.
Kang, you?
We call it pop here in Michigan, Gator. Pop, I usually love pop. But I don't want my pop like fruit tasting. I like it just straight sugary tasting, like it's supposed to, like, I don't know, Coke, Sprite, whatever. But
or you can't identify the citrus feel of what Mountain Dew is.
Yeah, that's pop. Right? Yeah, that's real pop. Yeah, I don't need peach pop or whatever.
I'm out as well. After the well-documented peach schnapps incident in the 1990s, I have not gone back. I actually like peaches. I do not like peach-flavored things. All right, so 0 for 3. Trader Joe's is releasing a new toasted coconut mini sheet cake. On shelves this spring, Trader Joe's toasted coconut mini sheet cake is a moist toasted coconut cake topped with coconut cream cheese frosting and tender coconut flakes sprinkled throughout, packed with flavor and perfect for coconut fans. Rather than buttermilk, the cake uses coconut milk for extra flavor and a creamier, tender texture that is light and refreshing as it is decadent. The tender bits of coconut are incorporated throughout the dessert, adding a texture while balancing the cream cheese frosting with a touch of caramelized nuttiness. Scott, do you need more caramelized nuttiness in your life? You want the Trader Joe's toasted coconut mini sheet cake?
I would try it. I don't normally like coconut.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Things. Yeah, I normally don't. It's the texture thing with me for the most part. But here's where you won me over with the word moist. If a cake is moist, you're gonna have an opportunity where I'm gonna enjoy it. Like carrot cake.
What cake isn't moist?
Well, there are some cakes that aren't. They're just dry. And I think like carrot cake, for instance, I was gonna make a comparison, is a similar thing with the texture thing. I don't love it, but if it's a moist carrot cake, it's delicious. And the cream cheese frosting, you can't lose with cream cheese frosting. It's delicious. So I'd give this a try. I don't know if I would love it, but I would try it.
Can you?
Yeah, I like coconut, and I'm not a huge cake guy, but I'd try a slice. If ever I have a cake, it's usually just a small slice, please.
I would probably try this as well.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I would. Dr. Pepper is bringing back its creamy coconut flavor, Scott. They have creamy coconut and creamy coconut zero sugar. It's not a true dirty soda. There isn't any actual cream in this can. However, the creamy finish and sweet coconutty flavor are what give it a similar vibe. The creamy coconut flavor doesn't have any real cream, as I mentioned. Instead, that creaminess comes through as the smooth finish at the end of the sip. The coconut flavor, on the other hand, is very powerful. Testing your coconut boundaries today. Scott?
Yeah, no, I'm not about this at all. I like Dr. Pepper Zero. I think it's fine, and Dr. Pepper is fine as well. Diet Dr. Pepper, all that. Just keep the one note of Dr. Pepper. When you start venturing into the Dr. Pepper Blackberry, the Dr. Pepper Orange, or whatever other now it's coconut. Get out of here. We don't need it. Just leave it alone. You had it right the first time, and just you're good. Trust me.
Kang?
So I said I do like coconut, but not this much. I think I'd probably have like a couple sips of this at most, but I could never finish a whole can, I don't think.
I think I'll give this a shot
All
because
right.
one of my go-tos, if I'm going to venture away from any sort of diet cola, is the root beer zero, like A&W Zero.
A&W
root beer.
Zero is good.
I think I would give this a shot because it comes in a zero. So, the Dairy Queen, in homage to the Savannah Bananas, has come out with a Savannah Banana Split Shake, newest dessert, unique spin on the All-American Classic. It's both nostalgic and satisfying. The Savannah Banana Split Shake starts with a base of Dairy Queen's world-famous soft serve blended with real milk, fresh bananas, strawberries, and chocolate shavings. And just like the original banana split, the milkshake is piled high with whipped cream.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a milkshake. Sounds good. And banana? I love bananas.
You?
It's self-explanatory, right? Yeah, I'm in.
I would make a minor modification to this, but I would try it because I do love banana-flavored things.
Hang on one second. King, what do you think his modification is going to be?
No whipped cream?
No whipped cream, no chocolate.
Can't got it.
Yeah.
I getting rid of the chocolate is probably a bit, even for me, a bit far. No whipped cream. Yeah, I do with that. Finally, Savvy Sliders.
Oh,
is
Savvy's.
coming up with an Angus beef Szechuan spiced maple pepper bacon burger. Comes with white cheddar, kimchi, and a Szechuan garlic aioli. Scott, are you going to eat that?
I got to try it. You know, I'm not a big bacon on burger kind of guy, but these are the sliders. These are small, and you throw in kimchi on there. I'm interested in it. I like Savvy's. I think Savvy's does a really nice job with their sliders. There's like just these, I know they're mini burgers, but with the tomato and lettuce and stuff like that, their sliders are really good. And this is a different kind, Asian inspired. I definitely want to try it.
Can you?
Yeah, it sounds like a little spicy sweet, and it's handheld, like smaller than just a regular burger.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bit bigger than a regular like White Castle slider, but
Not
still,
much.
yeah.
So I wouldn't eat this, but I do love the idea of those toppings on their chicken slider or even their falafel slider, which would be a bit aggressive, but their chicken and falafel sliders are great. We owned Parents' Day when we had to bring snacks between a doubleheader, and we brought Savvy Sliders. It was a popular choice.
It's a popular
choice.
because they get those big cases and it's well packaged.
All right, Gator, what did you bring in today?
All right, so friend of mine, she is Canadian, and she heard us talking about the all-dressed potato chips a few weeks ago.
She's Canadian. Thoughts and prayers for the loss.
Right? Yeah. I think her husband's loving it right now. Or maybe not. Maybe she's just miserable. But she was kind enough to bring a little care package from Canada. It included the potato chips, the all dressed. But the ones I brought in were Miss Vicky's spicy dill pickle. And I opened them up last night and I tried it. And I gave some to Doug and I gave some to Kang. And I was really intrigued by this. I think I like it a lot. Doug made a face, but I think he makes a face because you're not used to what you're going to try first. And I'm curious if you're going to go for another one.
I am not.
It's kind of spicy. You like spicy.
I do like spicy.
And
I do not like whatever that was.
Dill.
No, I'll stick with the all dressed if I'm going with a Canadian chip.
Kang?
So I don't like dill flavored stuff normally. I don't like pickles, but it's not bad, Gator. It's not bad. I don't think it's not my top 10 of chip flavors because there's so many of them. But I'd have more than one.
Well,
Doug, why didn't you like it? Just the dill flavor?
I like the flavor. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what to say. It has nothing to do with anything other than I just didn't like the way that it tastes.
I thought you liked everything Canadian.
Well, I do like a lot of Canadian things, and the all dressed chips. I have a favorite Canadian chip. It's the Ringalo, the barbecue Ringalo. But if I'm gonna break character, all dressed are pretty elite.
So when I did a taste test comparing the all dressed Ruffles that they have in Canada versus the all dressed Better Made that are made here in Detroit, and they're different. There is absolutely a distinct difference in flavor. I think that the Better Made have there's more of a flavor punch to it.
Mm-hmm.
The Ruffles version and the Canadian version is a little bit more subdued, but I think better suited for dipping.
I'll leave you with this final question from Det313 on Twitch. What kind of dough do you think they use to make those chips, Gator?
Well, chips aren't made with a dough, but if it were, I mean, you have to have the dill, so it would be a dill dough.
There you go. It is Carson Anderson, and that is another edition of Are You Going to Eat That here on 97.1.
Hey, we all know how brutal these winter mornings have been, right? And with the temperatures dropping into single digits, that's no fun. And your furnace, it's working overtime. Don't wait for a breakdown in the middle of the deep freeze to find out that your system just can't keep up. Whether you need an emergency repair or a high-efficiency upgrade, the experts at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. They've been keeping me and the rest of our community comfortable for years with fast professional service that you can trust. So whether it's your furnace or water heater, a boiler or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Still tastes of spice.
So do I. It's okay. I'm not mad. You know, we all sure try new stuff. We had we were coming back from Blue Mountain. My son's buddy got some ketchup chips. That's a no for me, dog, as well, but that's okay. To each their own, right?
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with that.
I was finding the different flavor potato chips because you can come up with any kind of combination of like spices that you'll throw on a potato chip, and you know, as long as you spice them immediately after they come out, it'll take to the chip after they come out of the kettle that they've cooked in. I've had some interesting flavors over the years, but this one is the spicy dill pickle. I like it. I think it'd be outstanding with the French onion dip. But I was a weird combination. Now, a buddy of mine had a party like 15 years ago. It's like a pool party over the summer, and went over to his house, and somebody had brought a bag of, it was like steak flavored potato chips, something meat flavored. I'm like, what? And I tried it, and damned if it didn't taste like beef. And it was good. It was really good. I'd be curious.
That would wig me out a little bit. Like, is that bits of real beef?
No, not at all. Of course not. But it's the seasonings that you would put into, say, a steak. It's like a steak seasoned potato chip.
Gotcha.
Which I think you might like. Because it might be similar to the seasonings you put on.
Well, you know what? Occasionally,
turkey burger
what
or
I'll
something.
do is I'll cook. I'll do like potatoes on the grill, and then so they'll have that sort of smokier grilled flavor, and then I'll have a little A1 on the side and dip them in the A1.
I like A1.
Yep. So some of the steak seasonings are in that case steak sauce.
But the spicy pickle, you're not that one.
No, but I will put onion straws on a grilled burger, like a turkey burger, and put A1 on that big ring of onion, and then onion straws in the middle, and then some A1 sauce. I'm ready to grill.
Are you?
I'm ready to grill.
Well, Doug, real men grill all year long.
I know. Here it comes. Here come the calls in 3, 2, 1. What has stopped you?
When you outside and we have a random nice weather day or whatever here and there, and you smell somebody grilling meat. Like for me and Gator, of course, we're like, oh man, that's awesome. Like for you too, though, Doug, even if it's red meat, do you smell that and you think,
yeah,
I want to be part of that?
100%. 100%. Because the smell of coals burning is the same sensation I get when it's
chicken or something.
Yeah,
right?
chicken or salmon or something. But the one thing I've said it a million times, I really feel like I'm missing out is when somebody's smoking ribs at a tailgate party and I'm walking over to the press box going, oh, that smells good. And Gator, it's funny, you don't like ribs.
Not really.
It's the mess factor too for you, right?
It's a big part of its mess factor, yeah.
How are you with ribs?
I love ribs.
Yeah.
I don't mind eating with my hands. I've tried to perfect it to make it not as messy. Like I'm not trying to get my face all messed up and my fingers and my hands, but so I usually try to use like a 2-finger method, Doug, like on each hand. But
Gotcha.
Speaking of things also you don't like, Gator, people texting in saying they thought you loved coconuts because you take them to baseball games.
No, that's not it. It's if I'm going to have to defend myself at a baseball game, I'd be looking for the coconut.
Okay.
It's different.
That clarifies it.
Pineapple first.
Circle back and close the loop for people who didn't hear that show. Was it a big old tub of pretzels question if you had to defend yourself with something available at a grocery store? No, at a baseball game. And Gator thought it was a grocery store. So he said he'd grab a coconut.
Said coconut or pineapple. Pineapple's got the spines on it. It would be
And we're
pretty
thinking,
good.
what kind of concession stands are you going to at a baseball game that you're finding a coconut or a pineapple?
Got to go to the right games.
Right. Have cleats on too.
Right. This way, if it's got a tiki bar, then you've got a chance.
Yep. But you want the cleats, in case something goes
down. You got to be ready to go.
Because Gator also once famously wore cleats to, what show was it?
The Monsters of Rock.
And it was a big mistake.
It was a big mistake because it was like this 10-hour concert. We had floor seats at the Silverdome.
Mm-hmm.
And here I have these cleats on. And you're standing for
cleats, man.
We're football. They were molded cleats. They weren't like metal cleats.
That makes it better.
He's got the old pony IDs on.
Yeah, I was it 17, 18, one of the two. I forget if it was 17 or 18. 18, I think. And just standing for a long time while wearing cleats at the Silverdome floor, which is cement, that hurts after a while. And so by the time that Van Halen came on stage as the headliner, that was difficult.
Did you think you were going to be standing on the turf maybe?
No, because I knew what it was like to stand on the turf. I did that. I've done that before prior to that. So I just was poor planning. I can admit it. It was dumb. Great. I was ready in case somebody stepped to me. What are we doing? Which, by the way, I've never gotten into an altercation at a concert. So that just seems dumb in retrospect because my feet were in so much pain and I'm having to sit while Van Halen's playing all their great songs. Oh, it was a Sammy Hagar at the time. Still, Sammy was a good time. Great show.
Do you even think of taking the cleats off?
Wouldn't be barefoot? What are you, nuts?
Well, I mean,
not a
I figure
barbarian. I'm not a savage.
But you have socks on.
What am I, Britney Spears? No, I'm not doing that.
Okay. Well, just a thought. All right. Let's get to some NFL stuff. We will do that next here on Carson Anderson on this Tuesday. That is straight ahead here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Lions made headlines earlier today when the team announced that they will host a game in Munich, Germany next season. The team said the game's date and opponent will be unveiled at a later time. We should also get more news or information, at least from the Lions today, as GM Brad Holmes and head coach Dan Campbell are set to speak with the media this afternoon at the NFL Combine. Holmes just got to the podium moments ago, and Campbell is coming up at 2 o'clock. A few other coaches and GMs already talked today, and some of them discussed Lions personnel, including Bears head coach Ben Johnson, who said new Lions offensive coordinator Drew Petzing won't need any help getting his feet wet in Detroit.
Drew doesn't need my advice. Drew does a great job. He's a dear friend of mine, and I know he's going to knock it out of the park there in Detroit. And so I'm very, very happy for him and that opportunity. There's a ton of really good players there. There's some coaches in that building that I care deeply for, and so I think they're in good hands.
Some other headlines that could concern the Lions from today. The Ravens have made a market-setting offer to pending free agent center Tyler Linderbaum, said GM Eric DeCosta. And Raiders general manager John Spytek said he expects Max Crosby to return to Vegas next season. Red Wings practiced again today as they ramp up their return to play on Thursday. It was the first practice back in Detroit for Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider, who came back from their Olympic break. Todd McClellan said he expects Dylan Larkin again today to be there on Thursday for their first game in Ottawa. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding, and here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local, family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, Michigan's name you can trust.
Man.
What's the matter?
Stupid Brad Holmes.
What?
Giving some sort of vague answer about the center position.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to be completely forthright with what you want to know?
I want him to be a little bit, just a little bit something. You know what he said about the center position? And Brad Holmes at the podium. And
we take a look at every position that we have and try to find a way to
all his quote was, all positions we look to add competition and depth. Come on, Brad. You don't have to sit here and say, we're going after McGovern. Here's our budget. If that doesn't work out, we're getting Slaughter in the draft. But give us a little something. No, but really, Brad.
No.
Nothing. I'm being very selfish here.
He's going to hedge everything.
Well, he didn't hedge everything.
Well,
he didn't hedge everything.
Like David Montgomery, for instance, right?
Yeah.
He says we're having a healthy
dialogue with the agent.
But he also said the same thing. It's a fluid situation.
But that's more than he gave with all positions we're looking to add. No, this is the center, man.
Same thing.
Well,
it's playing both sides.
No.
Diplomatic.
Understand, I am having a sudden bout of selfishness.
Oh, I understand.
And I am trying to get, I want to hear him say something about the center spot that gets.
Want a potato chip?
I want to, no, I don't. I want to come out of that and say, now that's what I'm talking about. Now, he doesn't have to, but if he said, look.
What would he say?
Here's what he could say.
What could he say?
Here's what he could say.
Okay.
And he did say Tate Ratledge playing center is not ruled out. He did give that, which is at least a little nugget of information. He could say, hey, we got some in-house options, but we're not sure if those in-house options are best at center or elsewhere. So we will aggressively look for improving the offensive line, and that quite possibly is through the center position. That is vague enough, but a little bit more of it. That's what I'm talking about. Then, well, we look to upgrade all positions with competition. Am I turning on Brad Holmes? I don't think I'm turning on Brad
No,
Holmes.
you're not turning
I'm
on.
not turning on Brad Holmes. I'm a Brad bot. Who am I kidding?
This is funny.
But I just wanted a little bit something more. He did, there was some newsworthy items. Clarity in the next few weeks on Decker is probably the biggest thing that Brad Holmes just said.
Now that's something.
Yep. And that's fun.
That's something right there.
Yep. And I'm okay with that.
I mean, they need to because free agency starts in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
so.
and I mean this is good. That is good news. Because, he did praise Decker and say, look, this is a guy who's earned as much time and space as he deserves, but we need clarity in the next couple of weeks. That's an answer. There you go. Now, if Decker in a few weeks isn't ready to give you an answer, that could create a bit of a situation because you need to know how much resource, what type of resource you need to put it. Because you know what I'm not comfortable with? I'm not comfortable going in next year with the starting right tackle being Giovanni Manu. And this Giovanni Manu right now is shading towards being a Brad Holmes swing and miss in the draft, an experiment that is not exactly providing a return on the investment of the third-round pick. This story's not finished.
No, it's not. But what really hurts him is that last year was completely unproductive because he got hurt.
Yep.
So you didn't get to see any growth. Hopefully he does all the work with film work and it can understand and all that. But until you put it into practice on a field, you don't know how you've grown. So that's the unfortunate part with him.
Yep. But, the center thing is almost laughably vague. It's you try and play the all positions card we're trying to add. I'm like, come on. Yeah, sure. Got that. Yeah. But what about center? That's what I guess I just want a little bit more on that. Kirby and Branch are doing everything they can to be as healthy as they can be. Everything that can be done, they are doing. Strength of the draft. He wouldn't answer this, and this was actually probably a pretty smart answer. He said, look, I've done this in the past where I've told you what positions I liked, and then I realized 2 weeks later, actually, I don't like that position as much as I like. I like another position more. So he wasn't going to go there, and that does make sense. If we think about how our draft preparation, the draft board's far from final. We haven't even had the combine yet.
Right. And I mean, the combine it's the underwear Olympics, but you do get the testing and you can also see other things like with drills. I like the drills a lot. I like the defensive back drills in particular and the pass rushing drills.
My impression of the Lions and the way they operate with the combine, those 20 minutes behind closed doors mean way more than anything they see on the field in terms of running around and doing the drills. I think they value the tape more and they value those 20 minutes with the players more. And, that's one thing that the organization has been very forthcoming about is those interviews and those moments that they have where they get into who the player is. That's why earlier in the show, we had the one guy call about Cam Jordan, and Cam Jordan seems like a very very strong free agent candidate that would fit the Lions profile. Yes, he's older than dirt, but he has played in every game he could possibly play in his career. He is a multiple time Walter Payton Man of the Year award nominee for the Saints. He's still productive, and he would probably be a 1-year contract, which they really like to supplement position groups with, hey, we got our big ticket item that we drafted, and here's our 1-year contract veteran guy. So Cam Jordan was one, and the other, I think, is Calais Campbell, who would play inside on the defensive line. They've tried to get him in the past. He's still producing, and he has played every game the last 3 years, never missed more than 5 games in a season, and former Walter Payton Man of the Year guy as well. So, and that stuff is indicative of professionalism and character that I think they value very much.
I think they do as well. I've always been a big Cam Jordan fan. I think he'd be a nice addition, a veteran presence. And like I said earlier, he's still producing. You know, the double-digit sack total last year, Chase Young on the other side, he also had a double-digit sack season. So is it reasonable to think he can still put up numbers like that? Sure. Calais Campbell is just a mountain of a man, and he's been a great veteran for a long time, can play all over that defensive line. I think that's another guy that fits the Lions profile too. I would agree with that. So I think they have options that are on the lesser expensive side to look at that and couple that with going in the draft and maybe adding an edge rusher in the draft. If you went and got Messidor with the 17th pick overall and you had signed Cameron Jordan, I mean, how awesome would that be? You would have the veteran presence in Cam Jordan. You've got Aiden Hutchinson, who's already one of the best in the league at that position. And then you're bringing in a rookie that is hitting the ground running because he's already physically mature and ready to go as a 25-year-old at Messidor. I would love that pick at 17. I'm not completely married to it yet because I do want to see what happens in free agency to see if see what happens with Taylor Decker, if there's that screaming need at tackle and there's a tackle available that makes more sense. Okay, we'll wait and see how that works. But right now I'm in tune with an edge rusher.
What do you think healthy dialogue with David Montgomery and his agent really means?
I think it's the same thing as everything else. I think it's playing both sides of the fence here. I think he's letting people know that, I think it's publicly saying we like David Montgomery and there's a path moving forward that we'd like to have him. But it also tells me it's clearly not the path that exists currently, that they're going to have to bring him back on a cheaper deal. That's what it says to me. And the talks are fluid. We've let him know that we like him a lot. And last year was, maybe it was more on the Lions than it was on David Montgomery. So it's up to Monty what he wants to do. If he wants to get more money, he can likely get more money from another NFL team. This is a similar situation what they had a few years ago with the other running back, with Williams.
Jamal Williams.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation. Okay, we're going to let you go. And they brought in David Montgomery, and they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, and obviously it worked out tremendously for the Lions. That's why I keep saying don't sleep on a running back in the draft that you can find in the 4th or 5th round. You might find somebody really good that has a particular set of skills. It's one of the running backs from Penn State, could be the running back from Indiana, Kalen Black. There's a lot of really good players in this draft.
Well, there's one player that I almost want to have a bad combine because I want the Lions to sneak him through and get him in a mid-round, which I guess wouldn't make sense. They probably wouldn't take a player that had a bad combine. And we got an update from Florida, spring training.
Oh.
Yep. Tiger game underway. And one of the young guns doing a little something. We'll get to all that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Okay, let's start with spring training. First inning, Tigers are trailing 3-0 as Emmanuel DeJesus couldn't get out of the first for the Tigers. They're playing Atlanta, but in the top of the first, longtime MLB pitcher Ronaldo Lopez on the mound for the Braves, and who stepped to the plate with one out and nobody on? One Kevin McGonigal, who hit a line drive to the left center field gap for a single. Then he stole second. Before the Tigers.
Yeah, unfortunately, Max Clark has apparently misplayed a couple balls in left field. He doesn't play left field. He's a center fielder, so he's playing left field. They say that he will not play center field if Parker Meadows is on the field at the same time. So Parker's in center, Max Clark's in left, and he's misplayed a couple balls. So those DeJesus runs, 2 of them that he gave up are unearned.
Yep. Well, there you go. So that's what's going on down in Lakeland. All right. So the player, and believe me, I will say this with a total self-scout in mind. When we get stuff wrong, we don't mind owning it. And if you sit here for 4 hours a day, weekdays for a year, you're going to get some stuff wrong. And the good news is, the very good news is, many of you out there enthusiastically remind us at all times. I will tell you the one area that I will humbly say that you and I think kill it when it comes to the draft is the linebacker position. And one linebacker I watched this year and absolutely fell in love with was Jacob Rodriguez out of Texas Tech, who just seemed like one of the biggest ball hawking, playmaking linebackers I can remember. Coming out of the Big 12, I'll be intrigued to see where he falls in the draft, probably higher than I originally thought. Sometimes you pick a guy and you go, this is a mid-round gem that I want to go get, and then you find out he goes in the first round and he wasn't mid-round at all. But I see nobody talking about Jacob Rodriguez. He had 10 TFLs last year at Texas Tech. He had 6 pass breakups, 4 interceptions from the linebacker spot, and 7 forced fumbles. 7. This is a guy who hits you and hits you hard and should be a mid-round guy. And given the fact that Alex Anzalone, his future is uncertain with this organization, I think linebacker could be a bit of a low-key need in this draft. And I think if Rodriguez is on the board in, say, the 4th round, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know if they need a linebacker or not. I'm not opposed to it. And you're right, we both do kind of gravitate towards linebackers. But this year I'm really focusing on safeties because I think they desperately need a safety. You're not going to have Brian Branch probably for the first half of the season. We don't know what really is going on with Kirby Joseph, how many games he's going to be able to give you playing through the pain of his knee issues. But there's a lot of really quality safeties out there. I like A.J. Halsey from LSU as a guy I look at, and Kamari Ramsey from USC are 2 players that I'll be more keyed into because they could be had later in the draft. Look, I wouldn't rule out the Lions looking at a safety in one of the first 2 picks. And if they went with one of the first 2 picks, then you're talking about one of the top safeties. And if Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo is available, I'd be very intrigued by him, and Dylan Thieneman from Oregon as well. If you're going to go high pick, those 2 guys. If you're going to go later, then I go like USC or LSU.
Mm-hmm. And then the other spot that's low-key, another need, I really think is going to be tight end. And depending on what happens in free agency, if they get a blocking tight end, or if they bring back Brock Wright or whatever, and they're comfortable with that, then the playmaking tight end that I'd be looking at is Oscar Delp out of Georgia, who doesn't have a first-round grade and maybe can be had in a second round or later. They need a blocking tight end, Max Clare, who was at Ohio State, could be the inline blocking tight end.
Former Purdue tight end. He catches the ball quite a bit too.
Yep. But if you'll hear from Petzing later today, and he's big on 3 tight end formation. So they've got the 2 guys now that are both coming off injury that they've counted on, and they might want to save some money and go younger and then be able to apply that money elsewhere. They'll figure out the tight end spot.
What are your thoughts on Marlon Klein from Michigan? Because he's huge. He's 6'6", 250. He's got decent hands. I have a question that I'll ask you. Is there a toughness question with him?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
No.
And then, so what do you think of Marlon Klein?
I like him I think he is a chance to be an NFL tight end, but he would be a late round pick. You know, he was a pretty dang good college player. I don't think we ever saw him take that next step that everybody said that was with the team thought that he was going to take. He wasn't a bad player, don't get me wrong. I don't want this to be misinterpreted.
He was banged up too, right?
He was dealing with some injuries, which could be something that, hindered his production at Michigan. But at the end of the day, I thought he was a good player. Good player, not a great player, good player. And every once in a while I make a catch and I go, there it is. That's the in traffic, I'm about to get drilled, come down with the football anyway kind of play that I thought he was capable of. Now, Brad Holmes at this hour speaking at the podium, I believe he just wrapped up. Kang, what do we got from him here?
This first one is him just speaking on Taylor Decker and his decision whether he's going to retire or not.
Okay, let's hear it. That is, bro, we need to know.
Right. Like, maybe we have put in a deadline for him. We're not going to let you know that, but we need to know ASAP.
Yeah. Right.
Well, they don't want to get caught like they did last year. And that was a low-key bummer of last year, was the timing of the Frank Ragnow decision. And, you're never going to question Frank's toughness. He was awesome for this team. The only demerit is the timing. After the draft, that was unfortunate.
Here's the thing with Decker. I've gone back and forth where I've thought, you know what? I think it's best if he retires. I think it's in the best interest, not for him. He can do whatever he wants, but I'm trying to figure out what's best for the Lions. And I've really gone back and forth between, I think it's best he retires. They get the cap space, address it in the draft, because it's a good draft to be getting a tackle that you could break in as a rookie right tackle, move Penei Sewell over to left, and get on with it and create all that cap space. And then I think, you know what, if he's healthy, if he doesn't retire, that means he feels like he's going to be healthy next year, and maybe he can, really, really help them. And that's, a healthy Taylor Decker is an asset, Taylor Decker.
Yeah, I understand. I've been going back and forth in my mind the same thing. Like, do the Lions need to make the decision for him?
Yeah.
It's really what you're getting at. And, if they cut him, like we talked before, there's a definite savings of money. And is it more beneficial to the team to cut him now or wait till June? I don't know all that stuff and how that works out, and what you need to be, how compliant you need to be with the cap at this point. But they need cap space desperately. And if Decker retires or they decide to cut him, then they also need an offensive tackle desperately. Do you find that in the draft? Do you go free agency with that? More often than not, when it comes to linemen, I always feel like I'd rather have the known commodity of an NFL player than taking a chance or a flyer on a draft pick. With all the tackles, it seems like there's a lot of really good tackles in the draft this year, that in the top 50 picks, you should be able to have a really good offensive tackle at that point. And like you said, if you're going to move Sewell to the left side to accommodate so it's a right tackle situation that they'd be looking at to fill, and it's easier to fill right tackle than it is left tackle.
This regime, too, has drafted, I believe, 3 tackles.
Sewell, Manu,
Giovanni Manu, and I believe Colby Sorsdahl was a tackle.
And Sorsdahl and Manu were late picks.
Yep.
Or later picks,
yep.
Anyway.
And Sewell was at the top, right? So it's not like they've unearthed great guys, nor is it like they nailed one. I mean, it was kind of, I don't want to say it was obvious, because you could screw up the 6th pick of the draft or something.
Yeah. I mean, we thank Atlanta for taking Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, you can screw that up, and they didn't. But it's, I don't know what to think about their ability to identify and take a late first round or second round tackle, because there's no history of it.
Right. But I mean, I also feel like there would be a run on offensive tackles at some point in the draft. There's just a lot of guys out there that kind of have a similar type grade. Morgan or Monroe Freeling from Georgia, Caden Proctor, Alabama, Caleb Lomu, Utah, Ian Ancher from Arizona State. Blake Miller from Clemson. There's a lot of guys in that group, and that's why I say in the top 50 picks, I think you can end up with one of those guys. If you wanted to wait for pick number 50, if you wanted to go a different route, if you had to go safety at 17, if you went edge rusher at 17.
Brad Holmes just wrapping up at the podium. Here's more from what he had to say. What do we got now, King?
This is about how the cap space and cap issues the Lions have what kind of effect they have on the offseason here.
Okay. Okay, he said if we have any restructures. You mean when you have any restructures? There's no way they're not going to.
Yeah, they have to. Otherwise, they can't do anything. They have to. They're above the cap right now.
Yep. So some of the highlights of what Brad had to say. Do we got more? Sorry, it's being turned over as we speak. On air producing live here. We have more, King, from Brad Holmes. Okay, we will get to that next here on Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, you have less than 10 minutes to go to vote on our Twitter poll at DunGator971. Pistons lose 114-103 to San Antonio. What did that result prove? Was it A, not much at all, just a bad night? B, a concern, but I'm not panicked? Or C, Detroit not a true contender? Go vote. Comments will be read on the air. We'll have the final tally coming up here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Regarding the Pistons last night from our Twitter poll, CB tweeted us, can't hit a three, can't stop a three, you're probably going to lose. Jacob says, it proves you can't have Asar on the bench and LeVert on the floor for a huge stretch in the second half. His benching is mind-boggling. Well, Jacob, I don't know if you saw the exchange that led to right before he checked out, but it was going under a couple of screens that led to an open three. I guess it was something that was emphasized that led to that. After the game, it wasn't a LeVert or Asar question. It was, why did you keep Asar on the bench? And JB said because Ron Holland was playing well, and Ron Holland actually had a really good game. He had back-to-back and-ones. He actually hit a three that gave him the lead. He's got some dog in him. He got an offensive foul on Carter Bryant. He had an offensive putback. He had a great knockaway when he was face-up D'ing a guy, knocked it away, and then went for it and knocked it out of bounds. It was off him, but it was a real high-effort play. But then he stole the inbounds pass.
Yeah, he had a ridiculous sequence. I think he had 9 points in 2 minutes.
Yep.
Which was awesome. And it feels like he's just scratching the surface of what he can be. Mm-hmm. And he's got so much potential. And I feel like the same thing is there with Asar. I don't know who's got more potential, but they're both really young players and have definitely more to give. And hopefully we'll be able to see that reap the benefits.
248-539-9797. All right, in the meantime, more from Brad Holmes, who just wrapped up his podium session down at the NFL Draft Combine. And incidentally, Dan Campbell will step to the podium shortly, and we'll hear from him. But what else do we have here, King?
So you know how Brad Holmes and Alliance have this philosophy of draft, develop, and retain?
Yep.
Well, basically, how does that affect the cap, and can you keep doing that? This is what Brad Holmes had to say about that.
Okay. Well, they've got decisions to make, tough decisions to make on Laporta and Brian Branch. There's the great news is they've drafted a bunch of players who want to keep around here a long time. But, the bad news is those players get raises and cost money and take up a ton of the cap.
And there's uncertainty because a lot of these guys have gone through injuries. Look, everybody in the NFL is going to go through injuries, but we've seen it with Ali McNeil. He's gone through an injury. He has the extension. Kirby Joseph, he's got an extension. He's going through injuries. They're getting ready to hand out extensions this offseason here with Sam Laporta, who's recovering from back surgery, with Brian Branch, who's got an Achilles injury. I mean, they've got issues to work out. And there's no guarantees that the guys that you drafted that are good players now are going to continue to be that, because injuries are an incredible equalizer.
But what if Sam Laporta's camp is asking for more money than David Njoku is looking for in free agency? Like, you have to be aware of what the asking price is for everyone at the positions of the players you want to retain, because it might make more sense to go out of house.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah, and I would imagine that, this is where a discussion with Jared Goff about restructuring is probably easy for Goff to do. If you tell Jared, hey, we need to free up some money in cap space. We want to restructure your contract, which it sounds like most players would be absolutely happy to do because you get money paid up front and it's all guaranteed anyway. And then if you table that by saying, we need the money to free up so we can re-sign Sam Laporta. I'm sure Jared would love to have Sam Laporta back. So that makes sense. But what we've seen in the past, one of the first moves Brad Holmes did was trade Hawkinson. and right before he was going to get his extension.
Let me be clear on something too. I used Njoku just as a free agent tight end that I could think of if your in-house tight end is asking for way more, and you can go, we can get a guy for slightly less, and then get a guy for less, and then use the money to make us a better football team. You don't just punch button, bring back your own guys, I guess is the point I'm trying to say. You have to look at the market and see what else is out there. All right, one more, Kang.
Yeah, this one is this is about Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. I know, Gator, you're kind of concerned about next year's safeties. I am as well. And he talks about their injuries and how it could affect the upcoming season.
Okay.
And I'll not tell you anything about it in a month from now. I don't know what you can say. Right? It is kind of the early stages of guys recovering, and you're not expecting Laporta. I'm more interested about right now.
His health.
Yeah,
he looked happy last night at the Pistons.
Yeah, he
game.
was at the Pistons game last night, and it seems like he's going to be much quicker to get back to the field. So how close is he? Seems like Branch. It's a long time because it's an Achilles injury.
Well, Brett Holmes was asked about Campbell, Laporta, and Brian Branch about extensions. He did comment on that. If you want to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Kang, those names were Branch, Laporta, and Gibbs. Is that what you said?
Campbell.
Okay. Well, that's good. The interesting part of that statement was the timeline and levers. That is code for we got to cap our way through this, or somebody's going to get a big signing bonus, but he won't be a big cap hit, but he will be a big cap hit down the road, and by then we're going to have to make somebody else a restructure, smaller cap hit. There's a lot of shell game stuff here when it comes to the cap. So here's Rico Beard. He's made his way in the studio and joins us now. Oh, Rico, before I bring you in, my apologies. Final poll. 55% say last night was just a bad night for the Pistons. 40.3 said they're concerned but not panicked. And 4.7 said Detroit is not a true contender. That's the final poll.
Now can we welcome him in?
Yes. We welcome in Rico Beard at this time.
Hey, Rico.
You know what? No. You know what? You need to talk to my agent. My feelings hurt.
Did you at one point last night, Cade picked up his fourth foul early in the third quarter, which I said prompted Tom Izzo to immediately yell at you because JB Bickerstaff left him in the game.
Yeah, that is so funny because it's like, guys, that's he spoke to me because I was the next question and I had the microphone in my hands. Yeah.
No, he also knew you're that guy.
Right, but that's not the argument that we have. That's why I don't really care about the substitution thing. It's like, Tom, for once in your life, press.
Right.
Do something different. Play a zone. Judd would never play a zone, but you're not Judd. This ain't the 70s.
He's holding it in his back pocket to that big moment in that regional final. So,
please, that's a cry for help. That's when you need to call the cops
against Duke.
What do you got planned coming up next?
We'll mention a little bit about the Lions thing that Brad Holmes just said. Also, the game in Munich, how fans feel about that. And we'll talk a little bit about the Pistons game. I think it wasn't a make or break game, but I think you got a taste of what the playoffs will be.
Yep.
And you got 2 months to kind of figure things out.
I kind of like the fact that they play him again at the end of next week.
Yeah. I mean, this whole week. Now, it looks like, OKC's going to be without two of their big guns, so that's a free square. Like, I was really hoping that would be a good game like that. That's a free square, so you'll get that. But and then we also going to have some fun. some UFL rules, new rules.
Yeah, they're interesting.
What would you like to see implemented in the NFL? So we had a nice little healthy debate out there.
A healthy debate means they got no fight.
I like it. Was our voices raised?
Oh, no. We were laughing.
Are you
because,
raising your voice at me?
No, because we were trying to figure out the analytics of why would you go for 3? So
yeah, it can get interesting. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Happy Tuesday. Lions GM Brett Holmes was back at the podium today in Indy for the NFL Combine as offensive lineman Taylor Decker coming back. Holmes says he continues to have conversations with running back David Montgomery and his agent. He said they would love to have him back and put last year in the rear view, but, quote, a player has to be at a certain place as well. Those conversations are still fluid, end quote. He also said Tate Ratledge is a real option at center. Dan Campbell heading to the podium in just a few minutes. The team announced they'll play a game in Munich, Germany this year as well. Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider were back with the Red Wings at practice after the Olympics. Tom McClellan said he expects Dylan Larkin to return to the arena tomorrow and be a factor against Ottawa Thursday when they continue their season. Tom Izzo said his MSU basketball players had a meeting Sunday, which he provided bullet points for but was not present. The latest Tigers medical report has Jackson Jobe throwing 3 times a week at 105 feet. That's 10 feet further than last. The Braves up 3-0 in the second in the spring training contest today. Kevin McGonigal has the only hit for the Tigers. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get it going on a Tuesday. Ricardo, how are you?
I am
Jeremy Otto's back.
He is.
I thought you don't do these pleasantries. How are you?
No, but it's
you did this an hour ago.
It's leading into something.
All right,
just trust me.
He's
good
gonna
to
say,
see you, by the way.
Don't care. A lot better than Branch and Kirby Joseph.
Okay, we're going to get to it. We're going to get some Lions. We will talk Pistons at 3, but in what I think is a fun way and an interesting way. I've got a game for you guys. I'm calling it Pick 3, not because that's a style of horse racing bet, but because after last night, which I don't do Costa referendum radio, I'm going to give you 3 reasons you believe they'll win the East, and then 3 reasons why you don't think they will.
Okay.
You have to pick at least 1 from each pile, max of 2. So you can have 2 positives, 1 negative, 1 positive, 2 negative. And I want to see where Piston fans are at. We'll have some fun with that. We've got Scooble News. We've got the UFL and 4 rule. Rico had a brain-bending exercise in pre-show. All of a sudden, we're taking extra points from the 17-yard line for 11 points. He was like Charlie and It's Always Sunny at the Matrix. We're going to get to it. But I want to start with kind of a shout-out Mikhail Lashore, a potpourri of Lions news, and you tell, that's old school. You tell me what you want to do here. Let's start with the low-hanging fruit.
Okay.
And we'll throw it to the people. I don't like NFL Europe. I sure as hell don't like giving up a home game. But I leave it to you, the fans. Not, hey, are you going to go to Munich this year? No. But more, hey, they didn't raise your ticket prices. Hey, I get 1 less home game. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the question I wanted to ask you guys.
Yeah.
I leave it to you. I don't like NFL Europe. I don't like the travel. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think the game quality's good. And I don't at all like what it creates in scheduling. That's me, though.
No, and even if you're going to go over to the game in Munich, tell the people now so they can make plans instead of this, I need to wait until May. Tickets may be a little bit cheaper if you buy them now for the game coming up whenever it's played. But I always hated that. Like, we're going to play a game overseas, but we won't tell you exactly.
I have a great story, but I can't tell it to you. Okay. But I would like to hear from the people because that's really a people's topic. We have 3 Lions things. That's 1. Where do you stand on NFL Europe and knowing now you're getting 1 less game at Ford Field?
And that's the reason why your ticket prices probably did not go up. It was to soften the blow. Hey, the price didn't go up. We're also going to take a game away from you.
Yeah, and it sucks because Lions have one, I'd say, 5 to 7 best home field advantages in the sport, like upper quarter.
When Ford Field is loud and they do that little meter thing, that's one time where I feel like it's real. And, because some stadiums and arenas, they fake. It's like, it's not that loud in here. Oh, it's at 116 decibels. No, it's not.
Pumping in that crowd noise.
But there, on a big play,
I think it's a great home field.
Yeah.
The other issues, look, Brad Holmes is speaking at the Combine. He's just wrapped up. I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of the audio. Most of it is largely not interesting. And look, I'll give you the highlights. You do what you want with it. I want to give you a quote, though. And remember, Enrico, I think this is important.
Okay.
No one is saying Brad Holmes should go out and just rifle hot takes or sound like Stephen A. Smith. No, we understand you're going to, but right, say a lot while saying nothing. All of that.
Okay.
But there are certain things, and it's part and parcel with speaking at the combine. We got to read between the lines on stuff. It's what we're forced to do. One of these involves what we're going to call their core four, i.e., young players he drafted first 2 years, and the obsession with signing seemingly all of your own players. And the other one is David Montgomery. Which would you like first?
Let's do the core four.
Okay. Quote, these are all players we see as key pieces that we want to keep around for a long time. That's in regards to Branch, Laporta, Gibbs, and Campbell. Here's my question. At what point does this become the ice cream principle? Meaning you have too much of a good thing. You know, a taste of ice cream, solid. You eat 17 cones, you're going to live on the toilet. Bad idea. The point I'm making is, are we seriously going to go down the road and sign all four of these players? Because I'm not. And I happen to think Doug just said something really intelligent, and I don't know that people think this way. We like Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta is a really good tight end. But if Sam Laporta is requiring a market-topping deal, you have to do a value proposition that, A, I've already paid Amon-Ra that money. I've paid Sewell that money. I've paid, Lord knows, they're going to pay Gibbs. Forget my opinion. So my question would be, at a certain point, don't you have to draw a line in the sand and go, look, there's want to versus need to. They're going to need multiple tight ends. Therefore, I don't think you can sink that level of money into him. You already paid J-Mo. You already paid Amon-Ra. You paid Sewell. You're going to pay a running back, which I hate, and you paid your quarterback, Rico. I like, that's a key one for me. Branch off the Achilles. There's not a single conversation I'd have. That's not a shot at BB. It's just reality.
No, I would treat Branch the same way I treated Hutch last year. We'll sign you. You got to show us how much we're going to sign you.
Yeah, but I want to hear from people on that one because, again, this is not a discussion of whether individually these are four good football players. The answer is unequivocally yes. But you know how Rico and I think about this. If you just continue this very insular approach that you're handing out bags to all your guys, you're not really getting hyperactive in free agency or trades. Guys, I think you're putting a cap on what you can be.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not like these guys are going out there winning you titles. So when I hear you got to resign player X because why? You don't believe that you could go out and find another player in the draft or free agency? But that's how it feels to me. It's like, you got to resign these guys. Like, or you can draft, like you drafted them before.
Draft them again.
You can draft them again.
But it's also about keeping dry powder available for immediate solutions outside of Rotunda Drive. We'll get to that in a second because he had a blurb I didn't like about Ratledge at center could be a possibility, how he's trying to create competition. See, that's where I just stop. No one believes you're trying to create competition at center. Everyone knows you have to address it. You need someone to come in day one and provide good to very good play at center because we saw what it looks like when you don't have it. Don't talk to me about like it's spring football in college. We're going to create some competition between the upperclassmen. Stop it. This is the NFL. You got to go spend some money and get somebody. So here's the Montgomery one. And he used a term I guess I don't understand. And I don't understand much of the Montgomery thing. He talked about how the conversations between he and David Montgomery's representatives, there's been a healthy dialogue. What exactly is the dialogue? Because they're not going to save a ton of money getting rid of him. You're not. Go look, guys. It's like $3 million. The cap is $300. So we're talking a 1% cap savings. Okay. So is it Montgomery's not happy or they're not happy with him? Because the money thing isn't really a thing, especially when you put it to, we'll restructure Amon-Ra, we'll restructure Goff. There's like $70 million.
I don't know, but if I had to put money on this, I would think more of a Montgomery wants a real split, like a 50-50 split of time. I think he's okay knowing I'm not going to get every carry, But
you got to use me.
I like to be used more than 5 to 7 times a game.
So here's the 3 issues. You pick apart whatever you like. Lions are going to Germany, and you're the home team. You're losing a home game. Where do you stand on it? There's no yelling. I don't have that level of passion for it. It's just more, does it bother you? I hate anything that takes away home games. I hate anything that hurts the fans. That takes away one of your Sundays. Now, you could do a cost analysis and say 1 less game, less money. Okay, that's fine. The other angle, the core 4, and Brad's most forward statement today, basically, these are all guys we want to keep for a long time. And then the last piece, the David Montgomery thing, the healthy dialogue, etc. I understand what he said about Decker because he has to say it, but let's be very clear. While you, quote, owe the player some time to make a decision, that time is running thin. League year opens like March 11th. I think you need an answer by March 1st.
To show me you learned your lesson from last year.
Correct. And I'll be honest, I know I said this a couple weeks ago, and it's no disrespect to the player because he's a Warrior and he's done a lot of good things for this franchise. I just let Decker go because that shoulder is going to be a thing for as long as he plays football. And I'm really not interested in babysitting it for another year, him being on the injury report for another year. It's time. You take Sewell, you move him to left tackle, and we're going to go sign. And again, this is where Brad's going to have to break character, Rico. They're going to have to sign a right tackle, maybe like a Braden Smith from the Colts. They have to go out and get help in a way that they really don't want to.
Yeah, it goes against everything that he seems to do. But, yeah, you're right, because with Decker here, it's like every week is a week to week. Is he going to be healthy enough? Is this a week? You know what? You're playing a lesser opponent. Maybe we let him sit this week.
It's all
because we can
babysitting,
afford this.
Rico.
Right. Or we just, you know what, Taylor, job well done. We're going to move on. And you go get healthy. And if you can get healthy and you want to come back next season, we'll cross that bridge then. But for right now,
you're done.
We got to move on.
248-539-9797. You can comment on all 3 if you like. We wanted to hit you with a little Lions potpourri to start. We'll get to the Pistons top of the hour. Some football today's in between. We got some Scooble stuff. And yes, Rico's going to break football with one of these rules coming to the NFL. I can't wait. I'm going to need an abacus for that segment.
I was just helping out Mr. Shabbat. That's all.
97.1.
Hey, if you ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook, other sportsbook, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or you lose. You can use the Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. And if you want real value for bets, Fanatic will always have your back. And also, did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash with games like the Fan Cash Drop. Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the Sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kenny, communications via text. Then we'll go to the phones. A trio of Lions news updates from the Combine. Brad Holmes talked. Team's going to Germany, and you're the home team. That means one less Sunday at Ford Field. You know where I stand on that. 2, talked about the core 4. And, again, it's like full speed ahead. We want them all. We want them all here for a long time. He kind of has to say it, but the problem is I believe him when he talks. And I just think you've taken this as far as you can go with almost this unilateral signing of our own. And then the last piece, the dialogue with Montgomery, the dialogue with Decker. I don't get the Montgomery thing. To me, I'd be in the business of convincing him to stay because cutting him, you don't really save much, nor do you in a trade. What do you get? Maybe a 5th-round pick? Now, again, if player's not happy, different conversation. The Decker thing, he has a right to take his time and da-da-da. Bottom line is you got about a week. You can't be waiting until the night before the league calendar opens. I wouldn't be waiting within 72 hours of it. Clearly, you're preparing now, both scenarios, but I'd rather just make it official.
Yeah.
I don't want a guy back who's contemplating not being back. So there's everything Lions-wise. Kenny, what do the texters have to start the day today?
So I'm actually pretty impressed because in the year 2026, to get people to agree on something is almost impossible. People are unilaterally hating the idea of being in Germany. People hate this idea. The overseas games are BS. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one, I hate NFL Europe. The fact that it's now one of our problems makes it that much worse.
And I think it's just something, the reason I'm not even raising my voice about it. We can't change it. It's going to be this way, and it's only going to get worse. And the league is, I think they're going to double the amount of international games. I think you're going to end up with multiples for at least 10 weeks of the year. I think you could go north of 20 of these things. They're not going to stop, guys.
Well, no, it's funny because I guess I would have thought that people would have been excited for this game in Germany because it's meaning you're going to be the spotlight for the week. I mean, there's going to be tons of Amon-Ra promos. Like, he's been all over today, and you knew that was the reason why. You know, his mother's from Germany. Like, this was going to be why the Lions were there. So I guess I figured that Lions fans would be more accepting of this and not what Kenny is saying.
I'm resigned to it. How about that? I don't accept it, but I'm resigned to it.
It's the new reality. It's the way it's going to be.
And I hate for people, they lose a Sunday at Ford Field. And again, I'm not saying it's some kind of death nail. I think the team will be better next year, clearly. Can't be worse. But the point is, you're losing a Sunday. Now I got to wait and see who the hell you play, and you hope it's an easier game, and you just get the hell back home.
Right. And my thing is, and I always say this for teams who have to go overseas, the league should mandate this is the day you're going to play. So your fans can start making preparations so that the diehard Lions fans can actually get over to Germany and schedule a vacation and get time off work and do all of that stuff right now rather than waiting months from now.
Kenny, go ahead, bud.
There's a lot of we don't pay running backs when it comes to Gibbs and Montgomery.
And look, I'll have the conversation. I'm not going to yell about it. It has nothing to do with me. I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I am not going to redefine the running back position with a player that I have 3 years left of term, 2 on contract, 1 in a franchise tag. I have no reason to pay him this offseason.
And that's,
You can say, well, what if it upsets him? Ready? When? I don't care.
Right. You're here for the next 3 seasons. And in year 3, you'll get franchised and you'll make a ton of money in that 1 year.
And my point is, after 6 seasons in the league and the better part of 2,000 touches, I'll make a determination then whether I want to bother.
Yeah.
I love him, but go look around the league, man. These running back contracts become albatrosses. And while it did work for Philly for a year, Saquon's done. They used him up. So fine, it worked with Saquon. Go look at the other expensive backs. How many rings Derrick Henry got? How many rings Christian McCaffrey got? Go around the league. Go pick your favorite running backs. It just is not advisable. And for a team that has already spent tons of money on that side of the ball, on franchise caliber players, if I'm going to do it, it ain't going to be now. No. But hey, you know what? Do you? I'll just revert to all your Super Bowl trophies.
Right, because you're already under contract. I don't have to bid against myself, and that's what they end up doing.
They didn't have to extend Kirby. They did. They didn't have to extend Montgomery. They did. Go ahead.
They didn't have to extend J-Mo. They did.
Kenny, go ahead, bud.
You win with the offensive line. You can always draft a flashy running back. That's from Phil.
And I'm with Phil, and I'll continue to say it. I'm not going to put a rookie at left tackle. If Decker's gone, I'm moving Sewell over. He's got experience at left tackle. I think he's a gold jacket, first ballot Hall of Fame player. He's
rookie at right
capable.
tackle?
Yes. Okay. Or I'm signing. See, this is my thing. I want to hit free agency and fix these problems day one.
See, the problem is, and this is why, because people are like, well, you got to sign these people. If you don't sign them now, you restructure the way that you came up with that eloquent plan, you now have money to go and sign free agents,
Correct.
not restructure these to pay your own players. Because now you're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. Like,
correct.
You didn't gain anything. It's the same core group of players. But if you don't do this, you're saving yourself the money that you're right. I can go find that right tackle. I can go find that edge rusher. I can go find that safety that you may need.
Right. And again, guys, I know, believe me, free agency's a minefield. We either trust Brad Holmes' evaluations or we don't. So I'm trusting he will go to free agency and get it right and not do what the Packers did. Let's go to Rick, 97.1. Rick, good day. What's going on, buddy?
How you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, listen, I woke up this morning to like 4 emails from the Lions all touting this game in Germany. Mm-hmm. And then, but nowhere did they happen to mention, at least in the big print, that we were going to be losing a game. And it wasn't until I saw it was a home game, I just naively assumed that it was going to come, they were going to take away one of our preseason games. But no, I talked to my rep, and we're paying the same amount as last year for one less game. And the thing that got me was they said that they kind of expected or suspected that this was going to happen. So that's why they didn't raise the ticket prices this year. So,
but it was almost like a built-in raise. Pay the same, get less.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly right. And what gets me is that, first of all, certainly I don't like this hidden price increase. But, I've been a season ticket holder for going on 40 years. I almost hate to say that. But
why? Look, if you enjoy it, go do it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that what I don't like about it is that why wasn't I informed of this in some way or other? At least if not beforehand, I understand why they wouldn't do it beforehand, but haven't got anything as of yet. I mean, they didn't have any problem promoting the Germany game. How about a note going out to season ticket holders? Hey, yeah, we know this is a price increase. We appreciate your loyalty. And
well, I mean, look,
those are the two things.
No, Rick, and unfortunately, you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how much money you spend, they're not your friends. You're a number. And I mean, I always go back to it. When the new Yankee Stadium opened up, there were families who had tickets dating back to Joe DiMaggio who were told, "Oh, you can't afford it? Have a nice day." It's just, Rick, that's the sad reality of it, brother. You got to do it for you and your family. But if you think, that's why I always laugh when fans want to cape up for organizations. What are you going to do? Cash in those loyalty points?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you get?
Free hot dog.
Yeah. Tell you what they're going to do. They're going to turn you around, slap you on the ass, and say, "Get outside."
You don't want to pay? That's okay. You got somebody else.
Hey, there's the door. Our new beautiful doors. Here, why don't you go test it? Leave. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, pal?
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good.
So I am from Germany. So I wanted to give my small take about this whole Germany game and leave you with a question. Obviously, I'm excited to get the chance to see the boys play in Germany, but I can understand the outrage of Lions fans because I want to see them win, and it takes away a home game. So I can see both sides, but I mean, it's the league. It's what it has become to. So I don't know, but our domestic soccer league here in Germany, they tried to go aboard, and the outrage was so immense that they push back and they didn't do it. So I wanted to ask you, why do you think, or is the outrage not enough for them to push back?
No.
Or what is your take on?
Yeah.
I mean,
No, Kevin,
outrageous.
it's a great question. Listen, and I want to be careful. There's no outrage. Okay, I don't like it, but I'm not yelling about it or anything. I don't like when fans lose out on home games. It's just a thing. I mean, I had the same opinion for Michigan State, where probably 17 people lost out on a home game, but I just don't like it on principle. Kevin, what I would say is this, okay? The NFL in America, it is capitalism defined. And you just saw it last night. There's another announcement. YouTube is going to be the leader in the clubhouse for 4 more stream-only games. They are going to continue to slice and dice their product, very similar to the way that this company does with our show, where it's podcasted and chaptered and put on video and put on audio. The NFL is pushing this thing as far as they can go. And the global interest in it, or lack thereof, again, depending on your perspective, it guides it. As long as people are willing to pay for football games to be on TV at 9 a.m. on a Sunday, they'll keep doing it. Does it end up in a NFL Europe division? I've said it. I think in the next decade, we're going to have a team somewhere globally. Now, whether that's Mexico City or London, etc., I can't speak to that. But I do. I believe in my heart that, no, the greed won't stop. They'll just keep it going.
Just one team or an entire division?
You know what? Maybe it depends what mood Raj is in. I don't know, brother.
Okay.
I don't know. But I'm being sincere. It's not like hot take theater. I really believe they're going to do it. Because why? They'll charge somebody $10 billion to have a team, and every owner gets a nice $300 million cash infusion.
Somehow I figure out the Jags will be first in line. They've been trying to leave for a long time.
Well, they got their new stadium getting put up. That would be a bit of an issue with Duval County. Go ahead. Take it away. 97.1. All right, touch table on a little bit of football. Old Hairspray spoke today, a.k.a. Mel Kiper, which means we're in the hellscape of mock draft season. I'm going to spotlight the 10 most interesting picks of this draft, and I'm going to launch them at Kenny and Rico, and we're going to have a good time with it. Music, please. What I mean by that is this is for entertainment purposes only, because Mel Kiper, he's not right about anything. So let's go.
Okay.
Not doing number one. We all know who's going there. The surprises.
Ned Flanders.
That's right. The surprises and hilarity start at 2. I want to go to Rico Beard for this. The New York Football Jets, a place that if they draft you, your career is over. They don't go quarterback here, and this is a stunning draft pick at 2. I will tell you it's a Big Ten player. I will tell you it's a player I want the Giants to take. I will tell you it is a defensive player. Talk to me. Do you know
Big
who
Ten
the Jets take?
Player you want to? It's Arvell Reese.
Same team, wrong player. He's got them taking Caleb Downs, a safety at number 2, the highest drafted safety since Eric Turner in 1991.
Wow.
Look, I love the player. You can't be taking him at number 2.
Well, yeah, I mean, he won't be around for their other pick, but
Just throwing it out there.
This is where you trade down. If that's the case, who wants the number 2 pick? Because that's not the player that we want.
The Jets be Jetson. Kenny, Arizona Cardinals, my man. There's no quarterback available unless you like Ty Simpson. So what is my rule if you're in the top 5 and you're not taking a quarterback? You draft what type of player?
A big person.
Correct. 2 types of big people. Those who protect the quarterback and those who
kill the quarterback.
Get after the quarterback.
And
That's
they
right.
took a guy who is highly paid. Shout out the cast from Landman. They select who?
David Bailey.
Got it.
All right.
Kenny Cott.
Oh, Texas Tech.
Arvell Reese at 4 to the Titans. Why? Because they have no talent. You take someone who kills the quarterback. Now, at number 5, he has the G-men taking someone that I don't think this is accurate. This is presuming they allow El Manure to walk away in free agency. The Giants selecting possible Lions target. Noted, Utah Ute Spencer Fanu.
Oh, okay. Big man.
Correct.
They got a couple of them coming out.
I want to go over to you. Cleveland Browns. No idea what they're doing at quarterback. No. But they're getting a toy for their quarterback.
Oh.
Big Ten player. Same team as Caleb Downs.
Tate?
Correct. Here's my question to you. Carnell Tate. Where do you rank Carnell Tate amongst Ohio State receivers the last few years? A JSN, a Marvin Harrison Jr., a Chris Olave. We'll leave Jeremiah Smith out. He's one of one. Tate, better or worse than those guys, or the same?
I would say JSN followed by Tate. Marvin Harrison in college was a lot better.
Big yikes.
Got to the pros and not so much.
Look out. At 8, the New Orleans Saints, Rico's pet team, a surprise team for next year. They've gotten their Wilford Brimley aging quarterback a weapon.
I was going to say the running back.
Hold on. Think fake Big Ten team.
Fake Big Ten team.
Last name, Citrus.
Oh, the kid from USC?
Yes. Makai Lemon. He's a really good player, but
I told you a lot of wide receivers are going to go in this first round.
Well,
allegedly.
Well, we go to Kenny.
Think Citrus. I like
That's
that.
right. Now, there was a player for Iowa State named, I think it's Demetrius Orange. His nickname was Big Citrus.
Big Citrus, elite level nickname, by
Well,
the
he
way.
was like 340
Right,
pounds.
right.
All right, the Kansas City Chiefs, I want you to think video game selection. This is like a kid playing Madden.
Okay, so this has to be, let's break this down then. This has to be a position that is a sexy position.
Whiz bang pow.
This is not a big man, interior man.
Correct.
So this is a running back or a wide receiver.
You were corrected to start it.
Running back.
Jeremiah Love.
I was going to say the kid from Notre Dame.
Is it wrong? I don't mind this.
No, if you're the Chiefs, you're being rewarded for being bad. I thought Love would be going to the Saints because that's just a Saints type of a move. But
It's
for
also
the
kind of
Chiefs-
annoying, too, because, I mean, come on. Now we're back to this again? You just draft a really fast kid.
Yes.
All right, awesome.
All right, let's go.
It's like that defensive player that falls to the Eagles.
Right.
We're going to
From
go to number
Georgia.
10, and I want to tell you this pick for the Bengals is sponsored by Paul Serra.
Oh.
Hint 305. They're about to lose the best pass rusher they've had in 25 years to draft another one. High motor, a little bit on the smaller side. They select who from the U?
Think sandwich.
How has this guy not been drafted? Reuben Banks.
Correct.
Yes. I
Think
got it
sandwich. Good pull by you.
Oh,
That's a Reuben.
All right, let's
how
go.
has he not been drafted? I think he's the best defensive player out there, but
Okay. 13, Rams by way of Atlanta. Yikes. Rams' biggest weakness, Kenny, they must address it. It cost them the Super Bowl because they allowed Ginger Jesus to sex them
Yeah,
up.
so it's a defensive back. It's got to be
Correct. SEC.
It's got to be a corner.
It
then.
is,
The,
and
the
it's
kid from Tennessee. What-
Jermod McCoy.
There you go.
Yes, Kenny Cott. Are you enjoying this or is this awful?
no.
This
I
is
love
very
it.
silly.
At 14, Baltimore Ravens. This is my favorite receiver. I want you to think Activate the Valley, Sparky, guy who plays way bigger than his already impressive frame. Baltimore Ravens select.
Activate the Valley. Oh,
Made the
ASU.
catch of the year last year. Yes.
ASU.
Jordan Tyson.
yes.
Yes. And I like that. Once again, you picked Lamar over your coach. Let's just continue to try. Here's another weapon, Lamar.
Well, he's got Zay Flowers, and now he have Jordan Tyson.
We go to number 17, your Detroit Football Lions. Kenny Cott, I will only tell you this. It's not an offensive lineman, according to old hairspray Mel Kiper.
All right, so it's a defensive lineman. Then.
It is a D
I was
line.
about to say
right.
wide receiver.
I want to give you a hint. Fake SEC team by way of Michigan State.
Fake.
Really tall, lanky player.
Oh,
Massive pass rush win
You're
rate.
talking about the kid from
School
Missouri.
has a big drum. Yes.
I can't think of the guy's name.
M-I-Z-O-U. Zion Young to your
There you
Detroit
go.
Lions.
Shout out, Tuck.
Let's go to number 8. Yeah. Let's go to number 18. Quintessential Minnesota Vikings. I want you to think replacement for Harrison Smith, former Boilermaker, took the bag to go west.
Can we get a conference?
Fake Big Ten.
Okay, so
Stayed in the conference, but went 3 time zones to the left.
So SC
Safety.
Oregon then.
Yes. Dylan Thieneman.
Safety. Okay. Yes.
18. That is quintessential.
Minnesota.
At 21, I know David is not here. I will just tell you, we will revisit this when he returns. The
Vestador.
Steelers select Ty Simpson. This is like
You know
Kenny
what?
Pickett 2.0.
Go ahead, hit the chair.
I can't.
No, hit the chair for David. That's for you, David.
My God. All right, here we go. I want
Vestador gone yet?
I want to take you to San Francisco. We're going right next to a power plant. The Niners. This is an offensive player. This is arguably the heaviest player in this draft. One play, he could look like Zeus. The next, he could look like melted ice cream.
How does he deal
No
with
pun intended to Brandon Ayuk.
How does he deal with the radioactive behavior? Is he okay
Can he
with
hold
that,
up
or-
to a substation?
It turns into a superhero.
He committed, decommitted, committed, transferred, came back.
No. Not Caden Proctor.
I offer you, and I love what they've done here, people. They've said offensive tackle / guard because they know.
He's a guard.
The Niners select Caden
Go
Proctor.
ahead, hit that chair drop.
Oh, man. Okay. That is just some selected highlights, lowlights, intrigue. 1.0 of the Mel Kiper, Vidal Sassoon Hairspray Mock Draft.
Zion here. Not a bad pickup.
97-1. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a perfect view of that big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, top of the hour. We're going to get to the Pistons, and I think it's an interesting and fun way to do it. As I said on yesterday's show, I'm not big on these referendum regular season games. I think that's just all hype nonsense. It's a game in February. Like, you lost to the Spurs. It doesn't make me think a whole lot less of you. I'm also somebody who doesn't believe you're ever beating the Spurs or OKC or hell in a 7-game set, considering all their pieces are there, unlike the regular season. I don't think you're beating Denver either. So nothing changed for me. But I have something fun, and we're going to do something called Pick 3. I've got 3 reasons you're going to the finals and 3 reasons you're not. You have to select at least 1 from each pile, but 3 total choices. And I just want to see what people land on and whether last night was a little bit, I don't want to use the term reality check. I think that's insulting, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But it's kind of a reminder. You're sweet in the East, but if you face the top of the West and they actually have their players, you're not touching those teams. And that's okay. The Pistons making the NBA Finals would be a wild success. So we'll get to it. Kenny, text first out of the, as we call it, Mel Kiper Vidal Sassoon mock draft mania.
Yeah, there's a number of people who enjoy the mock. Good old Hairspray delivers again. LOL, that's from Ryan.
The Caleb Downs at 2 would be the most Jets thing in the world. Now, look, I would love to see the Giants take him, but I've already said it. I want to move down to do it. Move down to 8, move down to 9, take the player. If the Jets do it at 2, that's the most Jetsian thing ever.
And that's what a couple of other people were saying on the text is, wow, I'm not even surprised by that Jets pick.
Like, the Jets can't surprise you with their surprises.
Bro, the number 2 pick you can't draft a player who sits that far away from the ball before the snap. Like, it has to be an offensive lineman, defensive lineman, or a quarterback. You're picking number 2 overall, not a safety.
It's funny because wouldn't it be a surprise? The only way they could surprise you is they just make a level-headed, rational decision.
They take the card up there and just go Arvell Reese. Like, just boilerplate, makes sense.
Well, that's what they expect us to do. Because that's what you should.
Were you surprised at all the Lions actually selected a pass rusher when they, in fact, refused to select a pass rusher?
And that's how you know, once again, that Mel Kiper won't get it right. Because I'm like, you get Zion Young. Like,
he turned into a really good football player at Mizzou.
He did.
Mizzou as a pass rush unit was electric. He's got length, reach.
Young player, you now have control for the next 5 years.
Don't worry, we'll re-sign him in 2. Kenny.
This one reads, out of curiosity, did this mock include potential trades? That's from Phil.
No, because once you do that, now you're just in fantasy land. Like, mock drafts on service are already fantasy. When you start baking in trades that are interesting, well, now we're just in the entertainment space.
I was going to say, now you're in that's where the line of fantasy is. All these mock drafts, not good.
I think the most on-brand thing in there is the Bengals alienating their amazing player in Trey Hendrickson to draft his replacement. That's the most Bengals thing ever.
Nope, you're right.
Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, by the way, another year they don't protect Joe Burrow. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. Kenny, go ahead, bud.
Another one on the Lions topic we did earlier. As much as I'd love to keep everyone, I'd love even more to spend on the O-line. Tip of the sword wins football games, gentlemen.
Yeah. And I'll say it again. It's not hyperbole or hot take theater. Taking Sewell and moving him to left tackle, it justifies the salary. He's got the skills to do it. I've talked to TJ about this. He looks more fluid on the left side. He's never been a fluid right tackle, and it will be easier to integrate either a free agent or a rookie on the right side than the left. It just is.
Yeah, I'm looking at this mock draft now, and if this turns out this way, that Dallas trade of Micah Parsons may get softened another level. Because that's who's taking Akeem Messidor.
So, the 35-year-old pass rusher from Miami.
Okay. You did this with Bo Nix.
I know. I'm just kidding. He's a really good player, but let's be real. You're taking a guy who's on average 4 to 5 years older than a first-round pick should be.
Means he's in his prime right now.
Or has limited tread on the tire, but sure.
I'm going to go with prime.
Okay. Kenny, go ahead.
This, I'm assuming, is about Brad Holmes and the roster. I'll be totally honest. I'm getting really tired of Brad Holmes' smugness. Win first, then be smug about your roster.
Well, look, there's style points, and then there's the production. right? Everything's going to come back to production for me. But this offseason cannot resemble the last 2 off seasons. It can't. It has to be substantially better. And again, I'm not doing a direct comp for what New England did. Okay, that's extraordinary to go from, 13 losses to the Super Bowl. But the point is they greatly flipped a roster, which is far inferior to yours, by going out, spending $340 million all in, about $100 million of cap, and remaking who they were. You need a similar type approach. Maybe not that much, maybe not that grandiose, but Rico, that's the type of offseason with salary restructuring you can and should have, because that's what's going to catapult you back into the Super Bowl conversation. I just don't see another way.
I agree with you, but
it's not going to happen.
They're gonna find something. Yeah, they'll shoot themselves in the foot.
Okay.
And to put a bow on the international games, bad for the players, bad for the game. Most of the ticket texters are just abhorrently against the idea of international football,
and
especially when it affects their team.
And there's no yelling about it. It's just this thing that serves no one but the networks and the owners. There's no space in this for the fans. And I don't care what anybody says. 9 a.m. on a Sunday, whatever persuasion you are, that's either time for church, that's time for the gym, that's time to have a lazy Sunday morning at home with a cup of coffee and read the Morning Friendly. It's not for football.
These cookies and I are going to be at some sports bar at 6 in the morning for Lions.
There's going to be nobody there. You're going to be the only ones in there.
Rico's in Lederhosen. Unbelievable.
Lions pregame.
Guten Tag, y'all. 248.
Yeah, could be worse, though. You could be playing 2 international games.
Which is, I think that's going to happen.
No. It's happening this year, just to a different team.
Who?
The Niners play 2.
No.
In Australia and Mexico City.
Say this from the bottom of my heart. Wow.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Dan Campbell back at the podium as the NFL Combine kicks off in Indy today. He said it's tough to know whether Kirby Joseph will be ready for the start of the season. They're slowly working him back and should have a better idea in a month and a half or so. Will Taylor Decker be returning on the offensive line? Campbell also said he knew new offensive coordinator Drew Petzing was the guy to hire within 20 minutes of the conversation. He also shared that Petzing loves David Montgomery. The team announced today they'll be playing a game in Munich, Germany this upcoming season. Their opponent and week is still to be decided. The Red Wings are almost at full strength after the Olympic break. They welcome Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider back to practice today. They expect Dylan Larkin to be in the building with them tomorrow and be a factor against Ottawa on Thursday. Tigers pitcher Jackson Jobe has increased his throwing length this week by 10 feet as he continues to progress in his rehab.
Nothing means nothing.
At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97 on the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. If you want Lions conversation on a multitude of topics, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to talk some Pistons, though, and do it in a fun way. If you're, this is a show where we ain't doing game recaps, win or lose. It's 2 months left in the NBA season. I'm also not here to, I don't think differently about the Pistons after last night. I also don't think it's fair to use terms like reality check. Stop. I think the only person who needs one of those is Jim Costa. You're going to get out here talking about they're winning the whole damn thing. It makes me question whether you watch the league. The point I'm making is this. The way I viewed the Pistons is they are good to very good by Eastern Conference standards, and I have no problem if you view them as the favorite to win the East. Full stop. So last night didn't change anything. That's a Western Conference power at the height of their powers. So what I decided to do was this. You have people that are super positive about this team, and then you have people that are kind of positive but have doubts. Mm-hmm. No one can be negative about them. The Pistons are a really good basketball team, and they have the benefit of playing where they play. So here's what I set up. Think of, you've seen like different lists before, 3 up, 3 down. This is called pick 3. Okay? I have 3 reasons you should believe they're going to the finals.
Okay.
And I have 3 reasons why you should doubt that they will go to the finals. Okay? Your job in all of this, people, you have freedom of choice, maximum. You must have at least one selection from each pile, the positive and the negative. But you said it's pick 3. Right. Because it's got to be 3 total.
So the final pick is a wild card. Could be positive, could be negative.
Correct. And if you're on the positive side, you'll have 2 positive, 1 negative. If you are on the doubter side, well, 1 positive, 2 negative. Pick 3. Now let me start with the reasons I believe they'll go to the finals. Okay. Here are your 3 positives. 1, best defense in the NBA. Maybe a little bit of hyperbole, but statistically it holds up. They're top 3 across the board. They're going to play great defense. Mm-hmm. And that's a bedrock. You got to guard people if you're going to win a championship. Okay? 1. 2, Cade is him.
MVP.
And I have no problem. Hell, he might get handed that award because no one will be eligible. You see that whole deal? Jokic has got to play 23 of the last 24 or he's out. And then SGA, who's probably not playing tomorrow night, will need to play, 16 of the last 23.
I don't know if I've ever seen an MVP by default.
No, but
it could. And it's not to take away from him. It's just nobody's eligible.
Yeah. But again, Cade is him. He's
Yes.
a superstar. I have no problem in the conversation about the MVP. And you do need a superstar to win a championship. Okay, that's 2. The third is less definable, but it is their identity, a culture of toughness and effort. Now, you could say, well, doesn't that go to defense? No. Toughness is manifested on the offensive glass. Toughness is manifested in how you carry yourself.
The fighting beef stews.
Yeah, but can you endure negative things happening? Can you battle your way back? Look, this team has had more clutch wins than any other team in the sport. So your 3 reasons to believe they can go to the finals: the defense, Cade is the dude, and the culture, the /toughness. Now let me offer you 3 reasons why they might not go to the finals. Bottom 3 in the league and made threes. They simply can't shoot 3-pointers. Now, last night was just more evidence of that. They were minus 33 from the 3-point line. You're not winning those games. You're just not. You have to, if you're not going to put a lid on it for the other team, look, the best teams in this league shoot about 12 more threes than you do per night, and they're making 5 or 6 more per night. You know, they're up at like 16 made threes a night. You're down at 10.5, 11. Now, that's a 15-point gap you have to make up. Now, the other thing, Cade is your only high-level NBA offensive option. He's all you have as it pertains to who am I running a play for down the stretch, closeout game. Cade Cunningham. And if I force the ball away from him, or if he has an off night, look, he got checked last night too. Castle and Vassell played great D on him. The point I'm making, Cade doesn't have enough help. You didn't go out and get that Robin for his Batman. Ron Holland's not there yet. Playoff Tobias is a thing. You know, you can't run a play for Dern. It's not disrespect. It's reality. He just doesn't have an arsenal of moves. All right. So they can't shoot the 3. They don't shoot the 3. They don't make enough. Cade just doesn't have the help necessary. Now, the last piece, I could go 2 ways, but I chose this. They don't have enough experience. You can call making it last year the experience, but what I'm talking about is different, which is you didn't even win a home playoff game last year. You didn't get out of the first round. To go from that to then winning 3 playoff series and competing for the NBA championship, I think there's a gap in there where there's going to be a year that they go on this meaningful run that I think they're going on, but they don't have enough. Do you know what I left off the list?
What's that?
They live off turnovers, and that's dangerous. Because when you play a team like the Spurs or
Wouldn't that be
Celtics,
best D in the league?
You could say it. I'm making a point as to my doubts. If they don't turn the other team over, they're not going to beat them. And like, great example, the Celtics have their own limitations, and this is not Boston radio, but the Celtics are a reason you could be nervous. I have no idea what Tatum will look like. I'm not banking on that. I'm talking about the Celtics as they are now. They take and make a ton of threes, and they don't turn it over. Now, what are you going to do with a team like that? And they're a top 7 defense and getting better as the year goes along. I digress. So your 3 reasons to believe: the culture, the toughness, Cade is the dude, and the best defense in the NBA. Your 3 reasons to have doubts: you're terrible shooting the 3. Cade doesn't have the help necessary, and they don't have experience. It's pick 3. Got to pick at least one from each pile.
Okay.
And the swing pick determines whether you're convinced they're doing it or you have more doubts that they won't.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Batter up.
To make the finals. Positive is the best defense in the NBA.
Okay, the bedrock of a run.
Yes, because I think, especially when you look at the final 2 minutes of a playoff game, can you lock down that other team and keep them from scoring and then get the rebound after the miss and force them to foul you? So I'm going to go with that as the positive.
Okay.
The doubt, and maybe it's recency bias, you can't shoot the 3.
Okay.
After watching last night, because last night felt it was playoff-esque. It wasn't a playoff game, but it was like, okay, this is playoff reality. This is what the game is going to look like, and you couldn't match the Spurs. They outscored you by 33 points from the three-point line.
And look, Spurs had a good night shooting it. You had a bad night. You want to say it could be closer on an average night. I have no problem with that. Basically, the elite teams in the league are going to shoot about 40% from deep, and then there's you. who's down at like 33, 34.
And look, I know, we said that last night was not a playoff game, but if it was, they stole one. They stole one from you, and now you got to go and win 2 in San Antonio in order to get this thing back.
So you've drawn even.
I've drawn even.
What side are you on in the pick 3?
I'm still upset because they did not make a move. I'm going to go that Cade has no help.
Okay.
That it's Cade and spin the wheel. And, Duren can do a lot, but he can't hit the 3. So,
you can't run plays for him. You can't.
Yeah, like he would be a really excellent, exceptional third option if you had that second player.
Love to see an 18-footer from him. It's in a different lifetime. All right, so you are 2 down, 1 up. Kenny, and again, people, you choose your adventure here. All I'm saying is there's no team in basketball where you would pick all 3 positive or all 3 negative that are in this conversation. Pistons are really good. So here's your 3 positive, Kenny, or your 3 doubts, okay? Culture/toughness, Cade is the dude, or best defense in the NBA. Reasons to doubt they make the finals. Last night, that type of shooting, they don't hit the 3. They're bottom 3 in made threes. Cade just doesn't have the help necessary. And no experience. They just don't have enough experience to see it through. What do you want to do?
So the way I'm looking at this is, you said it earlier when you were talking about them being maybe a little bit overly reliant on turnovers. That's why I think defense has to be your positive.
Okay.
So I agree. I think I'm going to end up across the board agreeing with Rico. The doubt thing, and there's an option that I think is a coverall that I think you may have left off here, is that playoff basketball different than regular season basketball. And I think that's the biggest reason. And the 2 that will highlight that in your doubts are you don't shoot the 3 enough, and Cade has no help. And I think me and Rico are unilaterally agreeing on all those things.
Okay. And when I say no help, let's be clear, because I know Piston fans are the height of tin-eared and sensitive. We're not saying everyone on the team's bad. They're clearly not. But when we say you don't have help, it's you have your Jokic, you don't have your Jamal Murray, you don't have your Aaron Gordon. Yeah. You have your SGA. You don't have your Jalen Williams or your Chet.
Made a trade for the Red Mamba, but
he doesn't play.
Right.
It's almost like a guy who shot like 31% from deep over the last 2+ seasons might not crack this rotation. So that's a nothing burger. Yeah. So no, that's all that is. That when they blitz Cade, and look, Cade was frustrated last night. He was getting guarded in a way very few teams can. The bottom line is, okay, if he has to give that ball up, not in the regular season where you have like the number 9, 10, 11 offense in the league, in a playoff series, who's going to step up and give you real offense, real shot making? Look, Duren is the garbage man. He's going to make a living on putbacks, rebounds, rim runners, open floor.
Dunks.
Hey, and an occasional pick and roll alley. Cool. He plays a role. He's valuable. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ball comes to you, defense is closing out, and I need you to hit a corner 3. Who? 248-539-9797. So you choose your adventure. You got your 3 reasons to believe, your 3 reasons to doubt. And get Mel Kiper off the TV. Oh, my God.
Tot.
He's morphing into B. Arthur. Oh, my God.
Or the guy from Up.
What was the Jetsons guy who wore the helmet? That's what his hair looks like. The round helmet, the little green guy.
Kazoo?
Show me a picture.
He kind of looks like Count Chocula.
No.
Now that's I didn't realize we were going to have a cereal comp. Excellent work. Shout out Cookie Crisp. My mom would never buy it for us. It's unhealthy. 248-539-9797. Let's get to it, Piston fan. 3 to believe, 3 to doubt. You got to pick 3. 97-1. All right, let me take a minute and just look, it's depressing, I know, because we talk about spring training, but we're not close to weather being nice. You need to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll get you within 24 hours, do a complete furnace checkup, and make sure your system is running safe and strong. Right now, they've got an absolute steal, $79 for that complete furnace checkup. Call Mastercraft today. They're the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators, and they've got you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Okay, so Kenny's informing me, and I thought I talked slow, and I thought I explained this really well. I'm going to try this one more time. There apparently is a lot of confusion in the text community. Guys, I've given you 3 reasons I believe the Pistons are going to the finals, and then 3 reasons I don't. You have to have 3 total selections. See the key number here? 3. But you got to pick at least one from both, meaning you don't get to be Jim Costa and go la, 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 and just select all 3 positives. That's not reality. That's you thinking with your balls. You also don't get to be an unrealistic curmudgeon and simply select all the negatives.
Team sucks.
Which they don't. They're excellent. It's show me what side of this you're on, and I've given you 3 reasons why, 3 reasons why not. Why that's difficult to where Kenny has smashed his computer, I don't know. But let's try this with the text quickly, and then I'm going to the people who actually want to use complete sentences on phone calls. Kenny?
Well, I mean, you've just basically described it as everybody thinks it's either on one side or the other. People are just saying this, and this for positive, this, and this for negative. Pistons will be knocked out in the first round. All hype.
No, they will not. That is obscenely negative. That is not rooted in reality. Please. Oh, my God. You can't possibly believe that.
It was a rough night last night.
Go ahead.
We're getting a couple actually productive ones finally trickling in here. Positives are best defense in the league. Cade is here. 2 negative selection is the inability to hit threes consistently.
Okay. Do you think that's probably the biggest 3 selections we'll get in totality?
Yeah, I do.
I still think the not having a true second option in this league for Cade, that's maybe the most damning. Mm-hmm. If I accept their defense and I say, look, the D is real, and they're going to force most teams into turnovers, and they're going to shoot a good percentage from inside the arc, the one I can't work around is once Cade gets taken away, who the hell is stepping up?
Yeah, and I wonder if the Pistons got a little seduced by the fact that you had an all-star in Duren and you didn't need to go out and get somebody because you had 2 all-stars on the team.
Yeah, but again, that's like saying I have an all-star in Dikembe Mutombo. He still doesn't factor into my offensive plans. Go ahead, Kenny.
Defense and toughness / culture for the championship, and also can't make threes would be the negative.
Okay.
1, best defense. 2, Cade is that guy. 3, can't shoot threes. I feel like it's going to be the same 3.
All right.
Pretty much across the board.
Well, look, if you have a concern I didn't put on the list, maybe I did a bad job. Those were the 3. One note, too, I couldn't escape thinking this. I know we got Cade, and we got very lucky to win the lottery.
Right.
But watching Wembanyama last night, all I kept thinking of is what could have been. Because they had the worst record, and we knew the league was never allowing Wemby to come here.
And they didn't tank. They actually were just seriously a bad team.
Yes. Could you imagine Cade and Wemby together? That's 4 championships over the span of, say, 12 years.
I think
it is.
No, you know what? I think you would have had a rivalry with either Denver or a rivalry with OKC, where it was almost like how Lakers and Celtics always seem to meet up in the finals in the 80s, and it was like that could have been you
and
with OKC.
You factor the defensive prowess of a Duren or a Beef Stew with Wemby essentially floating around the court as the Grim Reaper.
Right. Do you realize?
Good heavens.
You already have a great defense. You could be super uber aggressive because
he cleans up everything.
If I make a mistake and you beat me, you're not getting past the 7'6" guy.
And the whole blocks thing is so disingenuous. It's about the percentage of shots he impacts. It's like all of them.
Because you go up to him and nope.
Okay, then. You know what? I like it too. Well, he got dunked on last night. I like that he's not afraid to get involved and run the risk of just getting yoked on. The bottom line is that kid, a guy that big, shouldn't move that smooth. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
but whatever.
I thought he would have been injured often, and he's not.
Wojo told me Chet's too skinny, so apparently he's having a terrible career too. All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Dorian, 97.1. Dorian, what's going on?
What's going on, Mike? What's going on?
How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Look, I was telling Ken, the last time I called you, man, you screamed at me probably the only person you screamed at this year. Okay.
Oh dear.
But remember we were talking about the chemistry. This is before the trade deadline,
Okay.
and we were talking about chemistry. Long story short, but I would say my 3 is the positive is we have Cade.
Okay.
Positive defense, but the third problem is what you stated, what we were talking about before the trade deadline, which is Cade needs some help, and you're not going to go nowhere with him just being the guy. We've seen this before. It's happened on a lot of teams. I feel like, and I was telling Kenny, I'm like, honestly, I just felt like this year is a learning year because Trajan want to gauge what he has because he knows he's going to have to move some of these guys out of here in order to bring in some real talent. Because
Well, one of them I'm starting to wonder about is Asur a little bit. Obviously, Ron Holland's offensive upside is much higher than Asur's, and you can't play them together. That's just something that in the back of my mind I think about.
And you notice that JB benched him last night, Asur.
Yeah,
he got into it with him and had to. And the problem is that you trying to figure out. I feel like the league is 2/3 tryhards, gym class heroes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You only have a sprinkling of really good talent, and in order for them to proceed, they have to learn how to lose too. Also, next year, like I said before, this was a gauge year because look what the pundits. We didn't expect them to do exactly what they've been doing so far.
Not the record,
not the record,
but let's be clear. We all talked all summer, early into the fall. This is a gap year in the East. You had a real opportunity. Now, I never imagined they'd win 60-plus games, but 50-plus? Yes. Make a deep run? Yeah, because there's really barely anyone in the East that's functional.
And it would have been a proper time to try to – and they still – look, and you still have those first two, like I mentioned. You still have a chance. But what this just proved – because here's the irony of it is who owns San Antonio? It's Denver.
Yeah.
And who owns OKC is San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
It's the weirdest situation. And like you said, you can't judge it off of the regular season.
No.
It's fodder. No. It's just entertainment. There's a bunch of exhibition games glorified as regular season.
Yeah, because once you establish who you are, the Pistons are in no real danger of losing the 1 seed. No. And again, look, last night is just kind of, all right, well, this is what we would end up facing. It did highlight some of the weaknesses. But Dorian, my biggest frustration is I think they could have made something happen and probably cemented going to the finals versus I still think they can, but I have questions. Yeah. Now, this summer will be the time. I don't think you get a choice. I think you and I will agree on this.
There is no choice.
They have to do something this summer. There can't just be this house money approach and we're going to run it back.
And it can't be a B-level kind of guy. It can't be. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see Tatum staying in Boston too long.
I gotta see what he even looks like. Look, and Dorian, understand something. I don't have great confidence in my own team. Remember, I think the Celtics are soft. They still have their fourth quarter collapses. And this whole Tatum thing, let's be clear. If Tatum comes back and is 90% of Jason Tatum, okay, that'll help them. Now I don't have to play Bailey Shireman, Jordan Walsh. But I'm not acting like this dude's descending from the clouds like Sister Jean on a zip line, and he's going to come back and drop 28 a night. I don't see it. I just don't live in that world. He blew his Achilles. If the Celtics are going to make a run, it's based on who they've been. Now, again, and this is where I always laugh. People think I'm just mean to I'm mean to my team. The Celtics aren't as good as their record. Why? They play in the East. Period.
No.
But the Celtics play defense. The Celtics do not turn it over, and the Celtics are top 3 in the league shooting a 3. Take and make. Nope, we're not breaking that one out. That was a one-time championship run special. And after last year, they played with their balls the way that playoff run ended.
I miss that guy. Come on.
Oh, his name is Donnie Beardsley, I believe. And he's dead.
I was about to say he's dead, right? Yeah.
They are not the Bulls.
Okay.
They are just trying to stay alive.
That'll be okay. They're in the East.
Dude, it's a free roll. I got a championship in 24. What do you want from me? Yeah. Honestly, if they played the Pistons, I'd probably still pick the Pistons. If Tatum looks somehow amazing,
I need to see what he
sway
does. I need to see what
the Cleveland thing, ask me April 17th. Has James Harden ruined that whole locker room? If yes, I'm out. If it looks good at that point,
3 months? Can he ruin a team in 3 months?
He can ruin it in 3 days.
Yeah, this is fact.
90
They always start with the 5-game winning streak. This time it's going to work.
Then they lost to Chet Holmgren and friends. They didn't play anybody.
Well,
yeah. 97-1.
All right. I get it. It is freezing outside, but guess what? Spring will be here soon. I promise you. Now is the time to hook up with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. And also save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for that early bird discount. Here's the thing. It's easier to prevent the problem, but then to fix the problem. And it's going to get warm. Your lawn, you want to be the guy that everybody looks at and says, I want my lawn to look like his. That's what Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is for. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. And remember, if you call by the end of the month, you can sign up for that early bird discount. Save green when you prepay with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we're going to get right back to the people. I've asked a question. Last night was a good basketball game. No big deal. Pistons lose. I don't think they're winning at all. Bottom line is it's important for this franchise. Let's go on a run here. But I've offered you 3 reasons they're going to make the finals and 3 reasons they won't. You've got to choose at least one from both piles. And a total of 3 choices. The reasons you're going to the finals. Top defense in the league. You guard people. Forget about some of the nonsense with the whole pretending they're the bad boys and stuff. We'll leave that alone. You got a great defense. Okay, that's reason 1. Reason 2, Cade is him. Potential MVP, superstar player, great player. And the third one, culture, toughness. There's that unquantifiable thing you have. It looks different, feels different. There's a belief, there's a care for each other, there's a unity. I know that sounds a little bit hokey, but I think it matters. The reasons you won't go to the finals, said superstar does not have any help. And when I say that, understand, it means you don't have a legit number 2 option by NBA standards. You don't have somebody where Cade gets blitzed and he can distribute that basketball and someone can do something. And forget about like a December night against Milwaukee. We're talking the playoffs. 2, you don't shoot the 3. You're bottom 3 in the league in makes. And again, I think that works in the regular season. You'll play a lot of garbage teams. You'll force a lot of turnovers. You can outdo these teams without making the 3s. But like last night, case in point, you were minus 33 from 3. And the best teams in the league are shooting about 45 threes a night and making about 15, 16 of them. Well, you struggle to get to 10. So that's a problem. And the last one would just be experience. You just don't have a ton of experience in the playoffs. Now, last year, it was great they made it. But they didn't win a home game. They didn't advance. I just wonder, do you need one more season of learning before it all comes together? Look, if I had to choose these, why they'll make the finals, they'll make it because they have the best defense in the league. They won't make it because they just don't shoot the 3. Like, they're trying to do this in a way that no one in the league's doing. And will I end up on the positive or negative side? I'll tell you what, for fun, because I know the Cade has no help thing is popular, I'll just choose Cade is a superstar. Is Cade Cunningham capable of putting this entire team on his back in a 7-game series? Because make no mistake, it has to be him. There is no outs. And if he has a bad night, you're not winning. He has a great night, you could beat anybody in basketball.
I get where you're going with that, Mike. I've just yet to see in a 7-game series where one person dominated a 7-game series so much they didn't really need the help.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be fascinating, and there's 2 months left before the playoffs.
Because even if he does, he's going to wear down, and he'll be no good for the next round.
The big thing for this team, they cannot have any injuries. Now, I know Beef Stew not being here because of his own actions, we can treat that like an injury. Fine. I'm saying long-term, you've been very fortunate. It's been a very healthy basketball team. So stay healthy. That's the biggest thing. But where are you guys at? We'll go to Brandon, see what he's got to say.
Thank you.
Brandon, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on here?
How are you?
I was calling about the Pistons. So my number 1 would be defense.
Okay.
They got the best defense in the league. They top in the top steals, blocks. I don't see nobody in the East can stop them like defensively. Like the only time that can probably happen is they shoot lights out. If you look at the one game, what's the one game they had that was really bad versus Washington Wizards? They shot lights out. When the team shoot lights out against the Pistons, they're very vulnerable, and I don't see that happening in the playoff 7-game series where teams just shoot lights out from 3 like San Antonio did yesterday. 2, Cade is the man. Point guard, matchup nightmare for a smaller point guard. He's the leader on his team, superstar, possible MVP. He is that guy. And we have seen somebody dominate a 7-game series. His name is Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Not saying he's on Jordan level, nothing like that.
Yeah, he's a bit of a one of one. But yeah, and let's be fair, he didn't start winning until he got Scotty. He needed his Robin. Let's be fair.
That's true too. My third pick would be experience. We got to win a playoff series. Once I see that, then we can. Because if you think about it, even the going away Pistons, when they got good, when they got Ben Wallace and they started making the playoffs, They couldn't get, they couldn't get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Then they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. Then they made it to the finals twice, won the championship, and then went to 4 straight Eastern Conference Finals. Experience is what they really lacking. But, hey, they progressing faster than I ever seen a team go from 20 wins to 40, pace on 50 to 60 wins right now. I never seen that. Like, seriously, like the biggest turnaround that I've seen a team go from worst to first. And I really believe that, man, this they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, look,
it's
kind of it is similar. I mean, I'm not doing this direct thing, but it's very similar to Oklahoma City if you really go back and look. And kind of the comp for me would be when you go back to I think it was 23-24, and OKC won like 60 games, and they may have been the number 1 seed, and they lost in the second round of the playoffs. And they didn't have experience. Now, the next year they came back, which was last year, and they won the whole damn thing. Brandon, I think this team's on a similar arc. I just think they're a move away. Because remember, it's one thing when you get SGA or you get Cade. What do you put around it? Now, they've put Chet. They've put Jalen Williams. And they've put more than that. And they've got length, and they've got depth, and they guard. But, yeah, Brandon, they're on that ascension. I have a hard time believing they can win it all now. But I think making the finals would have incredible value. Incredible value. Not only for hee-hees and ha-has and fun, but for the players, the franchise, the room, and the viability to go out and get someone this summer.
No, because at that point, Trajan Langdon has to face up. Hey, we need to get one more player in here, 1 or 2 more players to get us over the top. We were close. We didn't do anything this year. Can't make the same mistake.
Let's go over to Evron, 97.1. Evron, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing today, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind?
The problem is they don't have no three-point shooting. I don't understand. I mean, yesterday was like bad defense. I mean, what kind of game was that?
Well, look, I mean, the Spurs shot a little bit above their head, but your shooting is in line with who you are. You're a terrible three-point shooting team. You're bottom 3 in the league and make it.
Junior anyway.
I don't have that answer. And again, you're not going to get it out of Trajan Langdon. He's very tight-lipped.
Do they even have their own draft picks this year, or do they have
well, the one thing we heard coming out of this was there was reporting that the feeling in the franchise is this is house money. That they feel like they're rolling bones, and the move will happen after this offseason. Look, I'm not going to scream and yell about it. Evron, I wish they would have.
I'm not going to get mad either, but they got to play better defense. I understand Isaiah Stewart got suspended, but he can't be doing that in the playoffs. He's going to ruin the team.
Well, I agree with that. Like, I laughed because, I heard it. A caller earlier was like, yeah, man, I wish Stu was there last night. Yeah. Stu was there last night so he could do what? Punch somebody in the face after Cade throws a guy to the ground? Like, I'm done with that. There can't be any more of that. If he does it in the playoffs, he's going to play a big role in ending your season.
They can't be doing that.
It's
done.
How
far do you think Michigan's going to go in the NCAA tournament?
I think they're going to win the whole damn thing.
I mean, I do kind of feel bad for Michigan State, but the problem is they got to play a much deep defense. I mean, that's bad for Izzo. Izzo's such a good coach.
But listen, Tom's made his bed in that he's chosen to do it a different way, and he doesn't want to hit the portal for the highest price guys, and that's fine. State's going to be good. State will win a couple games in the tourney. But again, State's going to go to Purdue. They're probably going to get murdered. They're going to play Michigan at Chrysler, probably get murdered.
Fun fact. You know the last time they won at Purdue?
At Mackey?
Yeah.
Damon,
know who was on the team?
Damon Bethea.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
Okay, now, just give me a hint.
Well, he's still in the league.
Still in Draymond?
Was Draymond on that team? He may have been. I was going to say
Miles Bridges.
Gary Harris.
Oh, dear.
2014.
Mackey, and I'll tell you the other place that's a house of horrors. I mean, an absolute hellscape. Iowa. Dating back to Dr. Tom Davis. Hellscape.
Yeah, it's the entire arena's underground.
I know. And then the sunshine. No, it's basically like Hinkle. Like they got little windows up top.
Right. When you walk into the building, you're at the very top of it.
That place was a nightmare. Even a couple years ago, the Tyson Walker game, they had like an 800-point lead and lost.
Yeah. See, I was going to say the Kohl Center, but yeah.
Okay. All right. We're good. Yeah, Mackey Arena. Not great, Bob. All right. You know what'll make your cold mornings a little better? How about a brand new ride from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, because they make car buying easy. No nonsense. Great deals, quality salespeople, and you're always getting the best price, period. Okay? Shop online, MoranExpress.com. Some of the deals right now, 26 Equinox EV, $159 a month, or purchase outright, $24,999. If you want a little more power than that, you can get a 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab starting at $259 a month. Shop online at MoranExpress.com. Or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We'll get right back to the people, Kenny. We'll catch up on text momentarily. Talking about the Pistons a little bit, but in a fun way, right? Everyone has to be positive about it. I just think there's levels to it. I think certain people have lost touch with reality and have just put on a cheerleader's outfit. I can't do that. I think they're good, and I think they got every right to believe they can win the East. I don't believe they're winning a championship. But we are asking the question, okay, after last night, you watched the Spurs game, whatever. I never thought they were better than the Spurs. The point is, here are 3 reasons you can make the finals. Here are 3 reasons you can't. But you got to accept you can be positive and pick 2 positives. You got to pick one of the concerns. No team in basketball has no concerns. None.
Correct.
As badly as some of you want to say the Pistons have no concerns. The point is, pick 3. And we've given you the 3. It's been a good conversation with people. Let's go to Mark on a cell. He's up next, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Great. This is a fantastic topic. I was just picking up my son from school, and we were getting into it, teasing out the arguments. And we found something. So we agree with both of you. Rico and Mike, your positive is that they've got the best defense. Agreed.
Okay.
Your concern is that they can't shoot the 3. Agreed.
Okay, so what's the swing vote here?
Yeah. Well, the swing vote is the fact that they're 2 sides of the same coin, right? Cade is a superstar, and by saying that the concern is that he doesn't have enough help, that's acknowledging that he's a superstar. So it's you're actually naming the same thing, and that's why everyone's so ambivalent about this, right? It's really 2 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, it can be. The fun of it is when you force people to make it 2 and 1. So if I said to you 51%, 49, which way do you lean when I limit you to 3?
No, he doesn't have the help. That's the issue there.
Yeah.
As much as I want to believe the other way, that's what it is.
And look, I mean, Mark, I'll say it again. I believe they can do it, but I think they let a chance really slip through their hands. The path, and I don't want to use a term easy, but it'll never be easier. This is a wide open East. I mean, again, the Pacers who were in the finals last year, their franchise player died. The champion from the year prior lost Al Horford, lost KP. Oh, ho-hum, lost a $51 million all-NBA MVP type player. You go over and you go down the list, and it's like Orlando, the Big Four. They've played a total of 129 minutes together. I can keep going. Mark, if they would have made something better, like I won't even put a name, just do better than Kevin Huerter. They could really have put themselves in a command position. And I just don't understand why they didn't do that. I don't. We'll see. Mark,
takeaway.
We'll see the. No, go ahead with your takeaway. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say our takeaway was that we need to watch more basketball now.
Yeah.
Because I guess, this is the year to kind of really get into it.
It is, and you got 2 months left.
But I got to go pick up my other kid. Thank you guys for for letting me talk.
No problem, Mark. Appreciate it.
Call back
buddy.
anytime.
No, but you got 2 months. Lock in and do your thing. But look, this summer's going to dictate whether waiting at the deadline was the right move or not. If there's a master class this summer and Trajan lands a true Robin to Cade's Batman, we can all look at each other and go, okay.
Yeah.
But man, if they don't,
Next year's the year.
To start a window, yeah. But why you didn't want to move it forward now when they have every right to believe they can win the East? Why not say we know we're winning the damn thing?
Flow chart back to Coney Island.
Got it. Greg's up next, 97.1. Greg, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Talk to me. What's
good?
good?
I'm all in on this Pistons squad because remember, guys, defense, you have to highlight and italics that 1,000 times over. Because what happens in the playoffs when the game slows down? Who ultimately prevails? The last 3 title winners have been a top 3 defensive team, and I think with the Pistons, they have the personnel to do it. Now, obviously, the one factor here, I'm gonna throw in. They got to keep their head cool because there's a target. They put themselves in the middle of the bullet there with some of their antics. So when things get to physical rough in the playoffs, I think the refs hopefully will swallow the whistle. If not, especially Beef Stew, he's definitely on their hit list. So I think that could be a factor of why they won't win. But I want to take a little umbrage with what you said. To me, I think Jalen Duren is a legit number 2 because you look at the OKC Thunder. Would you say Jalen Williams is that much better than him? I don't think so.
As an offensive player, it's night and day.
Would you say he's a better all-around player? I don't.
Yes.
I think Jalen Duren impacts the game more than he does.
Okay.
And I just think, and then you look at their collection of a roster, I think the Pistons can go toe-to-toe with them. I think when you look at Cade Cunningham, he's a better all-around player than SGA. SGA obviously is more gifted offensively because he does a lot of the foul merchant stuff, but when you look at all-around game, I take Cade over him, not to take anything away from him. So, and you look at the Pacers team last year, outside of Tyrese Halliburton, would you say that team was loaded with talent? I just think it boils down to matchups and defense. When you guys played your parts, the role players especially, and I'm looking at a guy like Duncan Robinson who has NBA Finals experience, an elite three-point shooter, and they picked up Horter, who statistically is one of the best three-point shooters in the league. So
he doesn't play, and he shot 31% the last 2 years. Wrong. Greg, I got to stop you. I let you talk out of respect. People, that is delusional Piston fan on display for all of you in Metro Detroit. That is God's gift to delusion right there. You know, Jalen, you're right. You're right. Jalen Williams is a scrub. Cutscene. All NBA. All NBA.
Right up there with Duren, though.
NBA champion. And SG.
He's a foul merchant.
Right. And guess what? Cade could learn from him. Because the best players in the sport get to the line. I don't want to hear Kang crying about unethical scoring.
I thought that was Cookies calling from vacation.
Oh, my Lanta. I mean, that is just... By the way, you're doing your comp. Jalen Williams was third team All-NBA with someone you may have heard of, Cade Cunningham.
Oh, boy.
Have a good day, bud. 97-1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. Both Brett Holmes and Dan Campbell said today they've left offensive lineman Taylor Decker alone as he makes his decision to come back or retire. Holmes said they'll make sure they have more clarity in the next few weeks. Campbell said regardless, we'll have to get some other pieces because of Decker's injury restrictions. One O-line name that they've been linked to this offseason is Ravens center Tyler Linderbaum. Baltimore GM Eric DeCosta said they've made a market-setting proposal to him. Will Kirby Joseph be ready for the start of the season? The team announced they'll play a game in Munich, Germany this upcoming season. Lucas Raymond, Mo Sider back at Wings practice today after the Olympics. Dylan Larkin at the White House currently with the rest of Team USA. He's expected to be back in Detroit tonight and ready to play against Ottawa. Tom Izzo said that his MSU basketball players had a meeting Sunday, which he provided bullet points for but was not present. Michigan basketball hosts Minnesota tonight with a win. They can clinch at least a share of the conference title there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's just take a quick time out to touch the table on some football, shall we? Kenny, music, please. Rico.
Yeah, guys, a lot of news came out of the NFL Combine today, and let's start off locally. The Lions will be playing in Germany. So I'm going to ask you guys if you have a team preference for their opponent in Germany.
The easiest one on the schedule. Take a business trip, kick somebody's head in, and come home. What I don't want
So you're saying the New York Jets?
Yes, because I don't want to lose a home game where my home field advantage really could have helped me.
So no divisional opponent?
No, please no. Not that.
So no divisional opponent, but I'll expand a little bit on what Mike's idea was. Whatever team you deem to be least physically imposing, because these trips overseas, the travel, the physicality, it all adds up. It all compounds upon itself. So if we do less of that, as easy of a team as we can play, yes, I agree.
And it even works in the NFL's favor because they don't care about putting on terrible matchups on foreign soil. So the Jets would be a perfect.
Amen.
Well, if that's the case, then you're looking at the Jets, the Titans, sorry, Mike, your Giants, or...
Hold on. The fact that he thinks that offends me, we've won 7 football games over the course of 2 seasons. Say whatever you like.
Or Todd Bowles and the Buccaneers. Ugh.
I kind of feel like it's going to be one of the New York teams.
I can see that. Okay. Speaking of New York teams, is this a good call or not? Aaron Glenn spoke today and says that he will be the guy calling all of the plays on defense for the Jets.
It's the only call. The defense was atrocious last year. It lacked details. It lacked effort, certainly lacked performance. He's on the hot seat, right or wrong. And I think it's wrong. I think when you hire somebody to fix that shipwreck, they need time. He has to put his ass in the jackpot.
You knew what happened when you started dating a stripper. I'll just say that.
Yeah, he may be on the hot seat, and I think him playing to his strengths and dealing with what he can deal with the best way he can, which would be defense, I think it makes sense. It sucks that he's on the hot seat, though. I don't think it's fair.
I also think it's kind of a prerequisite now if you're the NFL coach. Whatever you get hired for your specialty doing, you have to call plays now because they don't want to lose those guys and have to change coordinators year after year. So if you're an OC and you get to be a head coach, you're calling plays. If you're a DC, like Mike McDonald, you're calling the defense so that we don't lose you.
Okay. Let's go back to the Lions because Dan Campbell came out and he kind of talked about Kirby Joseph's health. Should the Lions look at drafting a safety in the draft this year?
I don't know. I just felt like hearing it. Yeah, sure. They're going to have to because his update on Kirby Joseph is like things and stuff, and check back with me in a couple of months. And I'm like, oh, dear.
Yeah, he said Kirby's doing some things, and he's progressing slowly. I'm paraphrasing here. Talk to me in a month, and I'll know more.
And he's usually pretty honest about those types of updates. We rarely see him speak out of turn and lie directly to your face. So, yeah, I don't think this is the first pick, but it definitely has to be addressed.
Yeah, I don't think that sounds good. I don't think they really know if they're going to have him, and I do think they have to address it, whether free agency, whether it's the draft. But they don't really have that much draft capital because they traded their third-round pick for Tesla.
I lean free agency because I need someone who understands the scheme and I can plug and play. Look, the other thing, you go back to that report from, again, I know it's a social media doctor. What is it? Dr. David Chow? Is that the correct name? Former doctor for the Chargers. He basically made it sound like if you get anything out of Kirby Joseph, it's a miracle. I just need to see or hear otherwise for me to change my stance, which is he's done. Like his career as we knew it is over. Yeah. We'll see. Hope for the best. Expect the worst.
Okay, don't laugh. This is a serious question, Mike.
Yeah.
For Cleveland, Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson as your starting QB?
I choose to walk into traffic.
That's not an option.
Okay. I can't cut Watson, right?
Yeah, you can't.
No, the dead money.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I would say Watson. If the shoulder's right, I think that little of Shedeur. This is really a Sophie's choice. You realize this.
That's why I said don't laugh.
All right. Go ahead.
But this is what Cleveland, they were to ask about this, is who's going to be your quarterback, Watson or Shedeur Sanders?
Get an adult in the room. Even a bad guy who's an adult. I don't know. Watson. Go ahead, Kenny.
Why are we doing that? Mike, would you rather get shot or stabbed?
Right. This is what Rico does.
Kenny, this was a legitimate question today from the combine.
Guys, you want to die in a Zeppelin or die in a plane crash?
All right. Give me the artillery fire. I'll take Deshaun Watson. I don't know.
No, but this is the position they put themselves in, though. The Browns have done this to themselves.
That's
their
right.
ownership has done this to themselves.
You tell them.
I'm taking Shedeur. Start Shedeur Sanders and start him every game because I want the number one pick and I want to dictate which quarterback I get in 2027, which is a much better draft class.
So Paul's doing the tankathon.
Don't say, oh, no, by the way. It's not like us picking Deshaun is like, we did the right thing.
He's giving the captain of the Titanic a bottle of Jack Daniels. Need you to crash this boat.
Well, the Browns technically don't even have to try to tank, Mike. They've been bad for decades.
Okay. Can we get something uplifting, please?
Then this next one's not uplifting, man. Linderbaum, Max Crosby, looks like they're going to get locked up. Who's going to be the most sought-after player?
Why do you say that? Why do you keep hurting me?
Mike, I'm just giving you updates from the combine
Linderbaum,
today.
all I heard from Eric DeCosta is they made a market-defining, offer.
Right, so you're looking at about 18 to $20 million.
I give you 22. All I know about Linderbaum's agent is his response to those offers is no response. Don't take my dream.
Okay.
Or as Kirk Franklin said, you can't take my joy, devil.
Okay, once again.
In the feature single stomp.
Maybe you miss. Who's going to be the most sought after player if those two
I don't care. Linderbaum's a giant. Look, the Max Crosby thing, how do you fix it?
You just like you did last year.
That was messy.
It was, and it somehow it worked.
But then you know what? Then I would lose all respect for Max Crosby because then you're just Myles Garrett with cool tattoos.
Yes.
You decided to go back and never win a damn thing, and I got to keep hearing the rumors how you're not happy.
Yes.
Figure it out, dude.
Yes.
As long as he doesn't get tagged, it's Trey Hendrickson.
Okay.
He's the best pass rusher on the market.
Paul.
Maybe Jalen Phillips, I guess, but I would take Trey Hendrickson.
Thank you, Paul.
All of our answers are basically
that every trade room right here nothing means nothing.
How long should Pittsburgh wait on Aaron Rodgers?
Khakis? As long as it takes. What outs do you have? You brought in his old coach. He had to rubber stamp the damn thing. First of all, he's going to go into the Amazon and chew on tree bark and bleep himself. Then he's going to go lock himself in a room with no lights. And
take some mushrooms.
Yeah, and he'll figure his life out, and he'll play again. All while the Steelers probably draft some off-brand quarterback in the draft, which is a road to nowhere. And the cycle repeats.
Yeah, you've handcuffed yourself to him if you're a Steelers fan, which is a terrible place to be in as a franchise. And yes, I think Mike is going to ultimately be right with their draft positioning.
They should have closed the door on him when he left and never thought about him again. If that's what they should do. I don't know if that's what they're going to do. I think they'll give him as much time as he possibly wants. He'll probably threaten to run for office like Stephen A. Smith, and then he'll backtrack and say, actually, I want to play, and then he'll come back. But they should have closed the door.
Here's Aaron realizing he's sat in the dark for 3 days.
Mike Evans looks like he's going to be headed to free agency. Is he a bargain or is he past his prime?
It's just price dependent. I mean, he's been a rock of durability up until this season. He'll play injured, but a guy who's 6'5", 230, who's taken 10 years of punishment, he's always going to be hurt. Now he'll play through it. Depends on the price. If I can get the guy for, I don't know, $12 million, cool. But if he comes in wanting $25 million, well, then no, that's a problem.
So the age factor doesn't really
matter. For
matter?
me, it would. And I know my pricing probably is not emblematic of what the market will bear. I'm just telling you, for me, no. Man, he's given everything to the game, and he gotten beaten up, man.
Yeah, I'm in the camp of we do not pay wide receivers, and we also don't pay injured old wide receivers. So it's very price dependent, like Mike said, but I think ultimately the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze.
He'll be a Lion.
Great. Terrific. Thanks, Rico.
He's going to be, 31? He's coming off an injury-plagued season, his first season where he doesn't get 1,000 yards in his career. I mean, I'm with Mike. It depends on what he wants. If he wants under $20 million for a year, I would do it. If he wants more than that, I wouldn't do it.
And finally, Mike, for you, a lot of questions around the status of Kayvon Thibodeau, of whether he'll be a Giant or not. Where do you think he'll end up?
Look, it's when he's healthy, he's productive. I gave you the stats of how him and Burns were one of the 3 best, duos in the league 2 years ago. He's a luxury at this point because they drafted Abdul Carter and they have Brian Burns. If they could get draft capital for him, I'd probably make the move. It just picking up the 5th-year option is going to be very expensive. I would probably move him, but only because they've put themselves in that spot. And I just have so many other needs. We're so bad.
Paul,
here's Joe Shane while drafting. Yeah, what I mean by that is go look at your drafts. Shout out Tyler Nubin.
And Paul, this last one's for you really quickly. What is the market for Tua? Because the cap hit is just ridiculous.
Well, there is no market for Tua. They're just going to have to post June 1st cut him, take $67 million in dead cap this year and $32 million next year because no one's trading for him, and they're not going to Brock Osweiler him and try to add picks to his contract to get rid of it because then that takes away from the rebuild and the picks they need for this year.
It's what he said. There's no...
He can't physically throw a football more than 10 yards anymore. He can't play quarterback at the NFL level.
It's just I think the injuries have added up. I think the concussions have added up. I think there's a hesitancy there. There's risks medically. There's risks from a production standpoint. For a moment in time, you thought he had it cooking with McDaniel, and then there was the playoff game in Kansas City. I just not at that price.
All right, that's your
Nothing
NFL.
means nothing.
That's your NFL Combine Rumors Blitz 97.1. Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But if you have reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that will not change for 5 years, you can have that thanks to Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. You don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices, and no one is battling for bandwidth. That's important. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working perfectly in harmony, and you'll get our best equipment with no actual contracts, fees, or strings. So even though your kids will grow up, You won't be understanding what 6-7 means. Your internet will stay sharp and reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with the same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, locking your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. To get started, select plans only. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
Northville Lumber, we've talked about them for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the decking you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it. Get on the schedule now so when spring happens and we're out of permafrost, you have your outdoor living space. Call Northville Lumber. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. If you're looking for Pistons conversation, Odyssey.com Rewind. We also had kind of a potpourri of Lions news out of the Combine and Brad Holmes talking, Odyssey.com Rewind as well. I wanted to bring up something, Rico, that I don't know anyone who doesn't like this, but it's something Kenny brought up, and I think it's something people have to be ready for. But I wonder how it'll play out. It is Major League Baseball's new ABS system, i.e. umpire accountability, reviewing of balls and strikes. Now, I'll give you an example. In a spring training game earlier, it was Red Sox and Pirates. They are 6 outs into this game, and the home plate umpire has shown his ass 3 times. And ABS called him out on it all 3 times. Twice on an automatic review, once on a player challenge. Now, I want to say this because I know I'm unfair to umpires. I know this. I'm guilty. Hi, my name is Mike. I'm unfair to umpires.
You hate umpires.
I do, because I think they're pretty terrible at their job. But do you know what's considered a bad miss? Because they've done this in the minor leagues the last 2 years. What is considered like a personal foul, ball or strike miss from a distance standpoint? Just to show you how tough this is.
I don't know.
2 inches. Wow. That's considered anything you miss a call by 2 inches or more, that's a bad miss. That is not even considered borderline. So I understand their job can be difficult. Fine. I'm not going to sell that to the guy who's currently framing a house in freezing temperatures, but you get my idea. So basically now, you're seeing this in real time, and it is showing you how bad the umpires are. Now, again, they're going to a hybrid challenge system. So basically, it's going to allow players, they can appeal to the umpire for balls and strikes. Each team gets 2 challenges. With successful appeals, you retain the challenge. So here's what I thought of, just because I'm this way.
Okay.
I could see a situation where there's an ump, like an Angel Hernandez style, or a C.B. Buckner style, or a Cowboy Joe West, some of these bums in the past. This guy's going to be 0 for 7 in 3 innings. Mm-hmm. And the other team's just going to be like, boop, boop, boop. Give me that review. And they're going to keep NBA rolling. Thing. Yeah. And it's like, it's going to get uncomfortable. Like, at what point does an umpire go falling down Michael Douglas?
No.
And just go, I've had enough.
If you want to do this the correct way, you get 2 challenges, right? If you lose them, what happens? You don't get any more. If the umpire misses 7 times, at that point, you bring in the alternate ump. Guy, this ain't your day today.
Enrico Palazzo from The Naked Gun.
Yes. We're going to go ahead and third base guy, you're now the ump. Everybody rotate over one base. Because if you're constantly getting this wrong, man, maybe you got something on your mind today.
But I think it's going to be something interesting. And look, I know the NFL is the only sport where if they put a nationally televised game on and it's Los Angeles versus Kansas City, Earth watches. Baseball's never been that way. Like Sunday Night Baseball could be Dodgers and Yankees. You're not watching here in Detroit. It's always been a localized regional thing. But it's going to be interesting. I do watch around the league. I love baseball. But to see how this plays out and like how many umpires you start to know their name. Mm-hmm. Now there's no more anonymity. And there's going to be certain nights. I mean, Rico, I'm trying to think. There's a website that tracks the umps and their performance. And then they have these beautiful graphics they can put out. But there are nights where a guy might miss 18 calls. Even if you catch half of those. Think about de-pantsing that ump 9 times in the same game. Right. That's a level of scrutiny no other official in any other sport has had to endure. Is that fair?
No, it is fair, but
so why don't you think this is a step towards you know what? Johnny 5 is alive.
We're just going to go ahead and you guys are going to tap out and we're going to just go ahead and automate balls and strikes.
Yeah. And guess what the umpire is going to be there to do? Babysit.
Safe or out at the plate.
And foul ball.
Yeah.
Or play at home. Doesn't it feel like that's where this is going to go?
I know it looks like we're neutering the umpire, and we kind of are, but better technology, Mike. It improves the game.
It does.
It improves the speed of the game.
I'm good
and,
with
and, and I understand that the umpire union is going to be livid about this, but I would say, guys, tell me how this doesn't make the game better.
Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Wow, be better at your job then. I don't care if the umpire union's mad. I don't care who's mad about it. I'm not yelling at you.
You just went
either
Howard Dean, both arms in the air.
I'm just upset that the idea of like.
Remember what his people in his neighborhood said?
Okay.
No, not what I'm getting at here. Thank you for that.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'll pull the mic drop.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's just as simple as, well, this wouldn't be a problem if umpiring had been wildly inconsistent. Mike, I know you're not on social media or Twitter, but there's been a Twitter site that's been basically dedicated to auditing the umpires every single pitch, every single game. There's a variance of up to 10 to 15% where they're either inconsistent or just blatantly wrong about certain balls and strike calls.
So understand all I'm saying. No wah. I don't care about the union, although Rico brings up a good point. It's the idea of we're not supposed to have to use this technology 6, 8, 10, 12 times a game. It's not a fear. It's just a concern, is that if you spotlight how bad these guys are so often, it actually attacks the credibility of the sport. But that's why I think this is simply a stepping stone to eradicating umpires altogether.
And you only
which
get
is fine.
2 challenges.
But if you win, you keep them.
See,
I
didn't know if it was limited so that it doesn't get abused. Like, you're only going to get
now,
2. If you win, you get an extra
you do.
1.
No. It's rollover minutes.
Okay.
Now, here's the other thing, Kenny. The difference between the player appealing at the plate and then the actual challenge. I need that explained. Evan Jenkins, yes.
I have a question about this because it's so fascinating to me that we expect these umpires to be perfect when the baseball's coming in at 100 miles an hour and you need to react like this.
Correct.
But how is this going to change pitch framing in baseball, which is cheating on the catcher's part?
Oh, God, I wish they'd get rid of it. Pitch framing makes baseball harder to watch because you're watching and you know the con these guys are running. And I'm talking now, it's not subtle anymore. Just a bit outside. I mean, these guys are, for Kenny, it'd be like me with pizza dough. It's all over the place. It's ridiculous. So, Evan, I hope it would stop because you ain't fooling Johnny 5 is alive.
Because I think pitch framing has made their job even more difficult because you see the pitch coming in and they're quickly moving it back to the middle of the plate. So it's absolutely wild. And half these dudes are like 60 years old.
But here's the thing. And the irony of all of this is we're talking about umpires' accuracy in a sport where, let's face it, if you can hit the ball 1 out of every 4 times, you're considered a really good player and maybe an all-star. So a little bit of irony there that we're expecting the umpires to be perfect, but everybody else doesn't have to be. The players don't.
Only the batter, the pitcher, or catcher can immediately challenge. There's no dugout assistance allowed. If the call's overturned, they retain the challenge. If the call stands, they lose it. But that's the problem. I mean, I'm telling you. You're going to, like today, this poor guy, it was like 3 challenges in the first inning.
Yeah, but at least the challenges are quick.
Yes. I'm saying,
Not like, we got to go under the hood and we got to.
Okay. If I could fix one thing in sports, you know what I'm doing. Can we have NFL officials or college officials not using an iPhone Max to watch replays?
Right. You're in Texas Stadium. Look up. It's a 60-yard scoreboard.
What are we doing here?
Right.
I will say this. The replay I enjoyed.
Using your Apple Watch.
I enjoyed this the most is the ACC, because it's a poverty league, let you behind the curtain and the official called the ACC offices. They're all watching on actual televisions and they go, beep, bop, boop. Here's the call. Go ahead, Sammy, deliver the news.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Yeah, you're right. You're on your phone. I don't know what, dude, turn around. Look at the score. We can't look at the scoreboard.
248-539-9797. If you've wanted to go to the NBA Finals, now is your chance, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future. You'll be entered for a shot to win a trip for 2 to the finals. Maybe the Pistons will be there. We have some future stuff. We're waiting for David's return. We've got a Pistons future we may do. We'll see. But FanDuel.com/Michigan, if you want to start charting that now, 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Limit 1 entry per Profit Boost token. Opt-in is required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See terms, including method of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, Jeremy Otto is going to join us here for a second. We're all going to figure this out together because I'm very careful. So is this real, or have you been punked by one of the endless accounts that are parodies?
This is real, but his tweet or Instagram post was, quote, "Whom shall I send and who will go for us?" End quote. And I said, "Here I am, send me." That means he's coming back? Like, what am I missing here?
Yeah,
I don't speak social media, so I need you guys to translate.
From the Bible.
I understand, but that seems very cryptic to me.
No, he's saying, "I'm ready, send me." So, yeah. So he's coming back.
I'm not a fan of it, but okay. Look, here's my thing. Like, even Dan Campbell today said he has some things that are just going to continue to be things. They're going to have to be managed. I do not want to go into a season with a guy who's about to be 33 years old where I have to actively manage his shoulder, and he's on the injury report every week, and again, contemplate a retirement. That's just not a winning formula to me. I'd rather have the cap space than the player. And that's not disrespect. This is a business, man.
Nah, the band is back together.
Okay, so he's back. Is that what we're taking out of that?
That's what every beat reporter is saying, even the national guys. So,
all right. So, guys, what say you? Taylor Decker's back. Okay.
guess.
I don't feel great about it.
One less O-lineman you got to draft, or do you draft his replacement?
Say that, but the cap space alone allows me to sign someone.
No, but I'm saying, do you just draft his replacement, or you draft a right tackle now that can be that swing guy?
Man,
because if he goes down, we could bring in the new right tackle.
Okay, but once again, that's my point of why I don't want him back. I'm not bringing someone back and then immediately going, now, when inevitably they're injured and dead, I have to take someone to fill your spot. See, that I don't want that.
But see, I think it was to the point where you were going to draft a tackle anyway, but now you don't have to rush them, but you don't have to go full Manu either, where he's never going to play.
See, there's the other problem. Okay, I know what you're saying has legs. It's right. It's not crazy. But I'm of the belief this team has so many needs and has so little draft capital. Whoever I draft has to start. They have to play from day one. Because I got news for you. You know what I would do if Decker's back? Let's say this is real. He's back. Mm-hmm. Cool. I'll take a guard. I'm not giving Christian Mahogany a starting job. I'm not guaranteeing anybody a job. And if they're going to keep doing this Tate Ratledge at center could be a thing, then that just opens up another need for a guard.
And what you're saying makes sense. But I think that your tackle won't start this year.
Correct.
But he will start next year because this may be his Taylor Decker's last hurrah. So therefore, he's here. He's gotten his feet wet. He's played in some meaningful games because you know Decker's not going to make it in all of these games. Yeah, heck, traveling over to Germany and back, I'm sure that's going to be great for his health.
Will Lions fans be okay with that, though, using their first-round pick on a tackle who won't play for a year?
Will they be okay with that?
Yeah, would they? Would they be okay with drafting a first-round pick tackle that doesn't play his first game?
And see, I'm not. I understand the long-term viability, but Paul, I view it as that they're trying to win a Super Bowl. You don't have that luxury. They have needs. They have a need at left tackle. I don't care if he's back. They got a need at left guard. They got a need at center. There's one job guaranteed, and they said it.
Well, to me,
okay, the one job is Sewell. Everybody else has to fight for scraps.
And even if you took the tackle with the second round, the second pick, the second round, I think you'll be okay because you can still go and draft your starter with your first round selection. But if he's coming back, like it or not, you got to draft a tackle because he's young.
Go ahead, Paul.
No, I was just going to say, I think this takes tackle off the block at 17.
Yeah, at 17, yes. Yeah, I'm talking second round.
Now it's pass rusher, or if Ione's there and they really want a starting guard, that's the pick.
But see, that's where I think you still draft the offensive line. I take the guard. The offensive line stunk last year. And you lost Zeitler and never replaced him. And if they're going to keep flirting with Ratledge at center. But see, now the one thing this would allow, okay, he's back. You get rid of Glasgow. You go sign a McGovern, or you go sign a big-time center. You got to upgrade here, man.
You're going to be angry at me.
What?
So just no, don't do it.
Okay.
But what if this is a Caden Proctor type of thing where he can come in and play guard, and eventually you can kick him out to tackle?
Can I just throw $22 million at Linderbaum and be done with it?
No.
Okay.
But I'm saying,
I tried.
Caden Proctor, as you said, he's a slash person. He's a tackle guard.
Yeah, he's slash. So average / terrible. I don't know what he is because every game I watch, I see both sides of the coin. This guy's woefully out of shape and lazy to, hey, he looks like Trent Williams. I don't know what to do with him.
But I'm just saying, he's a guy that you could bring in here. He could start immediately at guard, and if something happens, you can move him out to the tackle spot, at the right tackle spot, move Sewell over to the left. To me, and you could take him in the first round. Best of both worlds.
Let me ask you questions. Anybody else out there conflicted like I am? Like, I'm not happy about this news. I'm not. I had moved past Decker. I had moved to a different place.
And then he hides me again.
Right. And I'm like, I wanted the cap space, and I wanted a younger player, or I wanted someone in free agency who basically isn't eternally hurt. And that's not a shot at him. The guy's been a warrior. He's given up his body for this city. But you're 33, and it's a business. It's no different than what the Niners are doing. Hey, Trent Williams, you're our franchise. Cutscene. We ain't paying you that money.
Isn't that the best for this year, though, Mike? for them winning this year is for him to be back. So that's one less thing to plug and play in.
I thought their bet, honestly, Paul, I'm restructuring Goff and Amon-Ra. I'm getting rid of Decker and Glasgow. Sign Braden Smith, kick Sewell the left tackle. I'm not convinced this guy's going to hold up, Paul. I don't think this is best. And I'm not breaking your stones. I'm saying this presumption that Taylor Decker will last 18 weeks, I think that borders on fantasy.
And see, I looked at it, this is kind of the gap year. If you made it to a Super Bowl, great. But if not, you're setting yourself up that not next season, but the season after. Because at that point, maybe you'll have Kirby Joseph back. You'll have Brian Branch coming back off of whenever he gets back. Like, you'll bring back all your other pieces, and you're setting yourself up for the season following this, that you can really make that last effort at going all in.
And understand the reason I can't do a draft topic, we have 2 full months. Hey, what about to take tackle or guard? We can't do that on February 12th.
No, I was just thinking because
you're not wrong. I'm saying there's a reason I didn't throw the number out and do that routine.
Right. But yeah, Caden Proctor.
Oh, stop it. You manifest.
I also think that,
things.
like, in this scenario for the Lions, they should want to get a free agent tackle that could come in and play, like a swing tackle, more of a higher end backup.
You have to have money. And they've locked it up in all their players. So, yeah, there's that.
That's where restructuring comes in, though.
But then you got to still pay your other players because you have to outbid for yourself.
Yeah, look, I just, to me, they don't have the capital to draft a backup in round 1. They don't. And if they do that, it's more of the whole, we're concerned about being good for a long time. It's not about going all in. I'll say it again if you're just tuning in. I'm not angry. And I'll root like hell for Taylor Decker to play well and stay healthy. I didn't want him back.
It would also be a second year in a row they've drafted a first-round pick for a next year. Because they drafted Tyleik Williams to replace DJ Reader. He'd get some playing time, but mostly so that when they let Reader walk now, he can plug and play.
But Paul,
and this would be 2 years in a row they draft a guy that they're not really worrying about until the year after.
Right, and it'll be another year you don't win a playoff game. You can keep playing that game all you want. At a certain point, you have to draft people to help you win, like tomorrow.
I understand, but the fact that you're going to go ahead and say, yeah, you can come back and play, well, now you got to make some contingency plans. Just saying.
I don't know. I know
you're not wrong, is what I'm saying.
I feel like I am. I feel like I should be happy he's back, but I'm not.
You're not wrong, but if you're going to have to draft somebody, and a Proctor type person who could play both. An offensive lineman who could play both tackle and guard. That's what you're looking for. Forget the name.
I know.
But that type of a player can help you this season.
We'll check on the text communications. We'll get a football today in the mix. Old Hairspray's got the Vidal Sassoon mock draft. I want to do that with you. But Taylor Decker's back, allegedly. Okay, your guys' thoughts. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know why I'm not happier about it. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We all see it. Cars swerving around. I mean, people just don't pay any damn attention to the road. And if you don't have life insurance, you're at risk. Your whole family's at risk. You need to call Mike Purr, National Benefit Plans. He will help you find an affordable life insurance plan. Not only covers your family's needs, but, again, fits the budget. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. Bottom line, 30 years of experience. He's on your side. He'll deliver the goods here. NBPHealth.com. That's NBPHealth.com. It's National Benefit Plans. They want to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. What I mean by that is this is for entertainment purposes only because Mel Kiper, he's not right about anything. So let's go.
Okay.
Not doing number one. We all know who's going there. The surprises.
Ned Flanders.
That's right. The surprises and hilarity start at 2. I want to go to Rico Beard for this. The New York Football Jets, a place that if they draft you, your career is over. They don't go quarterback here, and this is a stunning draft pick at 2. I will tell you it's a Big Ten player. I will tell you it's a player I want the Giants to take. I will tell you it is a defensive player. Talk to me. Do you know
Big
who
Ten
the Jets take?
Player you want to? It's Arvell Reese.
Same team, wrong player. He's got them taking Caleb Downs. A safety at number 2, the highest drafted safety since Eric Turner in 1991.
Wow.
Look, I love the player. You can't be taking him at number 2.
Well, yeah, I mean, he won't be around for their other pick, but
Just throwing it out there.
This is where you trade down. If that's the case, who wants the number 2 pick? Because that's not the player that we want.
The Jets be Jetson. Kenny, Arizona Cardinals, my man. There's no quarterback available unless you like Ty Simpson. So what is my rule if you're in the top 5 and you're not taking a quarterback? You draft what type of player?
A big person.
Correct. 2 types of big people. Those who protect the quarterback and those who
kill the quarterback.
Get after the quarterback.
And
That's
they
right.
took a guy who is highly paid. Shout out the cast from Landman. They select who?
David Bailey.
Got it.
All
right.
right.
Kenny Cott.
Oh, Texas Tech.
Arvell Reese at 4 to the Titans. Why? Because they have no talent. You take someone who kills the quarterback. Now, at number 5, he has the G-men taking someone that I don't think this is accurate. This is presuming they allow El Manure to walk away in free agency. The Giants selecting possible Lions target. Noted Utah Ute Spencer Fanu.
Oh, okay. Big man.
Correct.
They got a couple of them coming out.
I want to go over to you. Cleveland Browns. No idea what they're doing at quarterback. No. But they're getting a toy for their quarterback.
Oh.
Big Ten player. Same team as Caleb Downs.
Tate?
Correct. Here's my question to you. Carnell Tate. Where do you rank Carnell Tate amongst Ohio State receivers the last few years? A JSN, a Marvin Harrison Jr., a Chris Olave. We'll leave Jeremiah Smith out. He's one of one. Tate, better or worse than those guys, or the same?
I would say JSN followed by Tate. Marvin Harrison in college was a lot better.
Big yikes.
Got to the pros and not so much.
Look out. At 8, the New Orleans Saints, Rico's pet team, a surprise team for next year. They've gotten their Wilford Brimley aging quarterback a weapon.
I was going to say the running back.
Hold on. Think fake Big Ten team.
Fake Big Ten team.
Last name, Citrus.
Oh, the kid from USC?
Yes. Makai Lemon. He's a really good player, but
I told you a lot of wide receivers are going to go in this first round.
Well,
allegedly.
Well, we go to Kenny.
Think Citrus. I like
That's
that.
right. Now, there was a player for Iowa State named, I think it's Demetrius Orange. His nickname was Big Citrus.
Big Citrus, elite level nickname, by
Well,
the
he
way.
was like 340
Right,
pounds.
right.
All right, the Kansas City Chiefs, I want you to think video game selection. This is like a kid playing Madden.
Okay, so this has to be, let's break this down then. This has to be a position that is a sexy position.
Whiz
This is
bang
not-
pow.
This is not a big man, interior man.
Correct.
So this is a running back or a wide receiver.
You were corrected to start it.
Running back.
Jeremiah Love.
I was going to
No-
say the kid from Notre Dame.
Is it wrong? I don't mind this.
No, if you're the Chiefs, you're being rewarded for being bad. I thought Love would be going to the Saints because that's just a Saints type of a move. But
It's
for
also
the
kind of
Chiefs-
annoying, too, because, I mean, come on. Now we're back to this again? You just draft a really fast kid.
Yes.
All right, awesome.
All right, let's go
It's
to-
like that defensive player that falls to the Eagles.
Right.
We're going to
From
go to number
Georgia.
10, and I want to tell you this pick for the Bengals is sponsored by Paul Serra.
Oh.
Hint 305. They're about to lose the best pass rusher they've had in 25 years to draft another one. High motor, a little bit on the smaller side. They select who from the U?
Think sandwich.
How has this guy
Right?
not been drafted? Reuben Banks.
Correct.
Yes. I
Think
got it
sandwich. Good pull by you.
Oh,
That's a Reuben.
All right, let's
how
go.
has he not been drafted? I think he's the best defensive player out there, but
Okay. 13, Rams by way of Atlanta. Yikes. Rams' biggest weakness, Kenny, they must address it. It cost them the Super Bowl because they allowed Ginger Jesus to sex them up.
Yeah, so it's a defensive back. It's got to be
correct. SEC.
It's got to be a corner.
It
then.
is.
The kid from Tennessee.
Jermod McCoy.
There you go.
Yes, Kenny Cott. Are you enjoying this or is this awful?
No.
This is very silly.
At 14, Baltimore Ravens. This is my favorite receiver. I want you to think, activate the Valley. Sparky, guy who plays way bigger than his already impressive frame. Baltimore Ravens select.
Activate the Valley. Oh.
Made the
ASU.
catch of the year last year. Yes.
ASU.
Jordan Tyson.
Yes.
Yes. And I like that. Once again, you picked Lamar over your coach. Let's just continue to try. Here's another weapon, Lamar.
Well, he's got Zay Flowers, and now he have Jordan Tyson.
We go to number 17, your Detroit Football Lions. Kenny Cott, I will only tell you this. It's not an offensive lineman, according to old hairspray Mel Kiper.
All right, so it's a defensive lineman. Then.
It is a D-line.
I was about to say wide receiver.
I want to give you a hint. Fake SEC team by way of Michigan State.
Fake.
Really tall, lanky player.
Oh,
no. Massive pass rush win
You're
rate.
talking about the kid from
School
Missouri.
has a big drum. Yes.
I can't think of the guy's name.
Z-O-U, Zion Young to your
There you
Detroit
go.
Lions.
Shout out, Tuck.
Let's go to number 8. Yeah. Let's go to number 18. Quintessential Minnesota Vikings. I want you to think replacement for Harrison Smith. Former Boilermaker, took the bag to go west.
Can we get a conference?
Fake Big Ten.
Okay, so
Stayed in the conference, but went 3 time zones to the left.
So SC
Safety.
Oregon then.
Yes. Dylan Thieneman.
Safety. Okay. Yes.
18. That is quintessential.
Minnesota.
At 21, I know David is not here. I will just tell you. We will revisit this when he returns. The
Vestador.
Steelers select Ty Simpson. This is like
You
Kenny
know what?
Pickett 2.0.
Go ahead, hit the chair.
I can't.
No, hit the chair for David. That's for you, David.
My God. All right, here we go.
Vestador gone yet?
I want to take you to San Francisco. We're going right next to a power plant. The Niners. This is an offensive player. This is arguably the heaviest player in this draft. One play, he could look like Zeus. The next, he could look like melted ice cream.
How does he deal with?
No pun intended to Brandon Ayuk.
How does he deal with the radioactive behavior? Is he okay?
Can he
with
hold
that,
up
or?
to a substation?
It turns into a superhero.
He committed, decommitted, committed, transferred, came back.
No. Not Caden Proctor.
I offer you, and I love what they've done here, people. They've said offensive tackle / guard because they know.
He's a guard.
The Niners select Caden Proctor.
Go ahead, hit that chair drop.
Oh, man. Okay. That is just some selected highlights, lowlights, intrigue. 1.0 of the Mel Kiper, Vidal Sassoon Hairspray Mock Draft.
Zion here. Not a bad pickup.
97-1.
Brought to you by the Mike Morse Law Firm. Lions left tackle. That was 30 minutes ago. Lions left tackle Taylor Decker has announced he's returning next season in a post on Instagram, #year 11. That news came before Dan Campbell spoke today, but he said even if this did happen, he also said they're slowly working Kirby Joseph back, and they should know about a month and a half what his status will be going forward. The team announced they'll be playing a game in Munich, Germany this upcoming season. Their opponent and week is still to be decided at this point. The Wings are almost at full strength after the Olympic break. They welcome Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider back to practice today. Dylan Larkin is with Team USA at the White House and should rejoin the team tomorrow. Once again, that game coming up Thursday in Ottawa. The Tigers had 3 top 10 prospects in the lineup today against the Braves. Kevin McGonigal is one of the few Detroit hits. Max Clark played his first pro game in left field. Every minor league appearance to this point has been in center. 8-1 Braves there. Michigan basketball also facing Minnesota tonight. At home, it's an 8:30 start on national TV there. If they win, they can clinch a share of the Big Ten regular season title. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us. If you're looking for some Pistons conversation, Odyssey.com Rewind. Spent a lot of time on that. And we had Lions news. And the day started with them talking about they're giving Taylor Decker the time he needs. And apparently social media a couple hours later, he's coming back. Here's my question. Because I am not claiming in any way, shape, or form I'm right. But I have no juice for it. I didn't want Taylor Decker back. And I want to can I play that audio for a second?
Yeah.
Kenny, can we play that audio that Otto just had in his update? Like, if you tell me a player's coming back and he's your left tackle and you want me to be amped up, tell me if you're excited about what Dan Campbell's laying out there if Decker came back. Now he says he's back. Take a listen to this. So
the
you
succession plan.
You come back, which by the way tells you Manu's getting cut. So you come back, and the hypothetical coach lays out is, hey, even if he comes back, he's got stuff he's got to deal with, and we have to manage. Yeah, it's called a shoulder that doesn't work anymore. Oh, and we're still going to have to go get somebody because you're not reliable. Why would I be excited about that? Versus, I want to come back. No, I want to come back. No. See, that's where I don't know if my desire for change and breaking the mold is altering the picture for me and maybe making me wrong. Mm-hmm. But I don't need a 33-year-old tackle who needs his health managed on a week-to-week basis into eternity and who I will have to get an insurance policy for by either using high draft capital or free agent dollars. Am I wrong? I have no excitement with this announcement.
You're not wrong, but
I feel wrong.
You're not wrong. But
I feel very wrong.
By bringing him back says, well, he's part of us. He's one of us, and we can win with him because we won with him before. So if he's here, he's only going to make our team better.
Is he?
Right? I don't know. Because if the next thing out of your mouth is, well, we have to have a succession plan, well, why not just go ahead and start the plan?
He didn't say
now?
Succession plan. He said a guy who can play over there, almost as if they know Decker's not going to be able to stay healthy. Mm-hmm. Rico, look, we can make the Manu jokes we want. The succession plan, they have a guy. He just can't play.
Right.
So my whole thing is, if I have to think about replacing you anyways, I'd rather just take the cap space, thank you for your service, and I'm moving on. Let me ask you, the people. You're driving home from work, and if you want the Pistons stuff, just use the rewind. And it was a very fun conversation. No slander, no big deal about last night. What is your reaction to Taylor Decker coming back? Is it this enthusiasm unknown to mankind? Did you fist pump like Tiger Woods at the Masters in 99? Or are you like me where you're like, all right. Like I just was done. We know what he dealt with all last year. We talked about it on this show.
It's the risk reward. What are you actually gaining by him coming back? Because this is a person that you're going to have to manage his practice time. You're going to have to give him days off so that he could be healthy and ready for games. And you may have to give him certain games off when you're playing the Jets and when you're playing bad teams. Well, we don't need the wear and tear on your body just yet because we need to save you for the Green Bay game coming up in 2 weeks type of thing.
I wanted the cap space. I admit it. I wanted change. I thought it was time to move Sewell to left tackle, and I could go fix right tackle. I'm not excited about it.
And now you're going to pay him and still have to go out and draft.
You know what? Let me pull that up because, Rico, I think he's one of the 10 highest paid tackles in football. And this is a guy who is never going to be 100% healthy. When you talk about having to manage somebody, manage their injuries, they're never 100% healthy.
No, but I think it's the fact that you can't tell them no because they don't tell anybody no because they're constantly keeping the band together.
Well, now you hit on something. No, you're right. I want to work through this. And I have no problem if you call up and you're just like, I love it. I'm amped. I love him. And you yell OHIO. Fine. I'm not there. And therefore, I'm not going to vilify people who aren't there either. I was ready to move on. And I understand there's some tackles in the league that are older than him and still playing good football. This is a case-by-case basis. I'm not comfortable going into a season where I absolutely, and by the way, the head coach openly questioned his ability to be healthy. I'm not excited about that. Right. I'm inviting disaster.
Or maybe you wait a couple days and it turns into Ragnow. Oh, wait, sorry, not coming back.
You are manifesting some really bad things today. 248-539-9797. Kenny, so just work with me for a second. I know we had other things planned for 5 o'clock. The announcement happens. Your reaction is what?
I feel in a similar way that you do, and especially hearing what Dan Campbell, what the sound just said, that he just doesn't, you can tell that this organization doesn't trust the guy to remain healthy, which at that point, I think I end up in the same spot as you did where, okay, well then what's the purpose of this? What are we doing this for? He's a highly paid player. You could use that money elsewhere.
Is there an element of WBBT? Bringing the band back together. And I'm not telling you it's fair. I'm not telling you I'm right. I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm getting very annoyed that the Lions treat their football team almost like a field trip. You sign the permission slip, you get to stay. Changes need to be made. And maybe I'm letting that cloud my judgment. Go ahead.
I think you might be, but at the same time too, look at the history of this organization, the way that they've run this under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. They've basically said, this is how we're going to do it, and we will not deviate from this plan.
Kenny, right there. Mm-hmm. And him coming back fits what they want to do.
It fits exactly everything that they all have always done.
But see, I also think it's Dan Campbell seeing that maybe this way isn't working. We can't rely on this man to be here for 17 weeks, to go out there every week, every snap, and get this done. Campbell sees what you see, Mike, what I see, what Kenny sees, and what Detroit knows. You're going to have somebody else there for when something happens, if something happens, and you're not throwing away a season because now you're minus a tackle. Now you got to flip a coin and, okay, Sewell, you want to be left or right today? You know, which way are we going to put you? That's why I said, if you're doing this, then you're going to have to draft an O-lineman who can kind of play guard, but he can also play some guard and tackle in college, and maybe that's the solution for you, at least for this year.
I think the other thing I don't like is, and I just pulled it up, and different places will give you slightly different terms, but like, when you look at the highest paid guys in the sport at that position, there's a 2 in front of their name, not a 3. Only a couple old heads out there. And Trent Williams, by the way, is in a war with the Niners.
Right.
They do not want to pay him his money. They want to redo that deal.
Right.
He's 37, and when he plays, he's dominant, but he's often hurt.
But when he doesn't play, he's on the bench.
My point is Taylor Decker's going to be 33 this year. And the head coach is openly saying, even if he comes back, we got to get a guy who can play over there in case. And it's like, if I have to bring you back, pay you a premium, and get an insurance policy because your health, your body's betraying you, I don't think that means I'm on Planet Nebular not being excited about this. No. I mean everything I'm saying. And like I talked to TJ about it too. It's not this insane radio host stupidity. No, Sewell's probably going to be a Hall of Famer at left tackle. This was the moment. Let's take the highest paid tackle in football and let's just move him to the left side. Now let's go figure out the right side, the right way. Mm-hmm. Instead, we're bringing him back. We're going to allocate either draft capital or free agent dollars to an assistance program here of like Decker Light. And it's the WBBT.
And that's why I think it's going to be draft capital, because I think that the money that they'll have, they're going to give it to the 4 guys that got contracts coming up. So you won't be able to afford to go and get a plug-and-play type of player.
But see, that's where the restructures have to happen.
No, Mike, with the restructures, that money is going to go to Gibbs. It's going to go to Campbell.
No.
It's going to go.
I am Michael Scott. No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Stop it. God, he's manifesting things. All right, listen. If you're in an accident and you feel like you're on your own, yeah, the insurance company, they're not your friend. The paperwork, complete nightmare. That's why you need to call David Feminino. Only Feminino Law has the accident response team. You need action, and you need it now. Well, they have counselors on the ready to keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts to lock down your case before evidence just walks away, so to speak. It's smart, it's fast, it's tactical, and it is all about winning. Get David, get paid. It's not a tagline. It's your playbook. 855-65-CRASH, or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Yeah, that doesn't make it tingle. Sorry. But if it does for you, God bless. I'm not mad about any of it, but I didn't want Decker back. I laid out the offseason the way I wanted it. I don't get it. And when Dan Campbell talks that way before the announcement, that doesn't inspire confidence. Kenny, initial text communications before we get to some jam-packed phone lines.
Initial text communications seem to agree with you. Let me pull it up here. One I know said that he was basically excited to see him back, but also it was kind of, well, all right.
Well, and it's also at a cost. Like you have to factor in that if I'm so nervous about your ability to stay healthy or be functional that I have to additionally invest. I mean, do you understand a swing tackle in this league is $8 to $10 million? Essentially, you will have Taylor Decker at 20 plus 6, 8, 10 million more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing.
No, which is why you're going to use one of your 4 or 5 draft picks.
What about Manu? Okay, Kenny, go.
Nope, not going there.
This just shows they don't seem all in. You need the cap space, cut him, and draft his replacement. That's from Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Decker should stay, just be a backup.
Well, now look, that would have to come with some whiz-bang-pow capology that I'm not qualified to do. If there's a way you could somehow make him free and kick the money down like Bobby Bonilla, we could have that conversation. You're paying this man $20 million.
There's a lot of people that want to see Sewell get kicked to the left side, just like you suggested also.
Yeah. No, hey, listen, TJ's not against that idea either. And I'll take a former NFL offensive lineman's, he could have laughed me off. We had dinner, and I said, look, this is my idea. He didn't laugh. It's not crazy. They'll tell you it's crazy to defend their actions. It's not. And plus, he was a freshman All-America left tackle at Oregon. The guy's built to be a left tackle, period. And you've paid him like one. This is just, I don't like this Swiss Family Robinson approach of this franchise where everybody gets to stay. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll go to the people. Thank you.
It is what it is, though.
We'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Great show. Love everything you guys are doing. I honestly don't see how this changes the way they approach the draft with Decker. So they're having the fans pay, right? They're having the fans pay. They got to drop all this money down to come watch these games. Guess what? Now they got to do it. They got to pay all these players. They got to go through and start, restructuring these deals. Drop all these contracts down, man. Pay them now. Pay them now, and you know what? Guess what's going to happen next time when they say, hey, we won the Super Bowl. Are they going to jack the prices up, or are they going to drop them? They're going to jack them way up. It's just a huge investment for them. All they need to do is right now pay the players.
Yeah, but hold on.
Yeah,
but John, John, we're talking about something different here. With Taylor Decker coming back, that's the focus. Look, I don't disagree with you. If you want to retain all your people, that's your prerogative. I'm saying with Decker coming back and you hear Dan Campbell's words saying, well, we're still going to have to go get somebody. And he's going to have things we're going to have to manage. Like, John, are you excited he's coming back or no?
I'm not upset with him coming back. I kind of like it, but we have to draft a left tackle. Or not left tackle, I'm sorry. A right tackle, because Sewell has to come over to the left.
Well, he can't do that as long as Decker's here.
Yeah.
This was the time.
Be over there.
Yeah, look.
He's a warrior, right? He's a guy who's going to go in. He's going to go in hurt. He's going to do all that good stuff, which I'm all for. That's what Detroit is, right? Detroit's all that grit and everything.
Oh, boy.
Which is awesome. But at the same time, you have to have Sewell over there. It's just time to bring Sewell over.
Well, that's okay. That's what it felt like. That's the side of it I'm on. And again, I don't want to bring a player back whose health is deeply in question. And it's going to take a village to get him on the field every week. Yeah, I don't want that back for 20 a year. I'm cutting you. We've said this. The best organizations in the NFL make their fans very uncomfortable with personnel decisions.
And sometimes just flat out angry.
And the Lions, no. The Lions, they make you very comfortable. I don't love it, but we'll see. We'll go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
A couple of things. I have a way to rebuild this thing really quick, and I agree with you. I don't want to do the same damn thing over and over, Mike, which is like the Davenport project.
Yeah.
Dude, he's injured. He's pretty well damn injured. Let's just leave it at that. Call it a good 12 years and move on to the next tackle that we're going to draft. And I revert back to a call in 2019 where you kind of said I was crazy and hung up on me. But,
all right, let me hear it. That's 7 years ago, but I'm here for it. Let's listen.
And I said, let's cut ties with Stafford and move on. And this time I'm telling you, let's cut ties with St. Brown. We can free up so much money, Mike. I'd rather keep Laporta and go with the offense through Gibbs and Laporta and get a young upstart receiver that's really easy to find in the fourth, round or so. Right, Rico? Like, once again,
I can't.
Let's do.
I'm not upset. Brian, here's what I would tell you. A, he's the heartbeat of the team, and he's one of the most productive receivers in the history of the NFL in his first 5 seasons. The other note, hold on, let me just give you the other reason. He's also a prime target for restructure, and you can open up about $30 million in cap space. I'm not getting rid of that player. If you want me to get rid of somebody, I'll package J-Mo and some draft capital, and I'll have that conversation.
J-Mo's a cap hit, so if you
I'm making a point. I'm not in the business of trading.
No, but it kind of goes back, as you like to say, flow chart. You're going to have to make some moves sometimes. It's going to tick off your fan base. If everybody is this sacred cow, then you never do that.
And Mike, that's a great point, what you said about St. Brown. But another way to look at it, too, is we're not New England, but, God, they would never pay their greatest players besides Tom Brady. And I'm just saying you could free up so much more, open up so many more possibilities doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I'm not offended at it. It's something I wouldn't do. Right, I'm not angry.
To do the same thing over and over again, right?
Well, but there's the problem. Like the Decker thing is the same thing over and over again. What kills me?
Won anything in 4 years with St. Brown?
No, I know that, but you're smart enough to know, Brian. It's more than one person. I mean, St. Brown is not. Now, did he have a good year this year? He didn't. He had 10 drops, not good enough, and I hated the podcast.
And I think the reason why I said. He will bring you back value. Like he is somebody that he can. Like
at that
you start
point,
looking at who are people going to say, you know what, I'll make that trade, and I'll return you back something of value.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you took him off this offense, then forget it, blow the whole thing up. It wouldn't work. He is Jared Goff's easy button. He can't be covered man up. He's always open. He is a first down machine. He's physical. Rico, I'm telling you. This is not your fault. It's not like you hand selected Jared Goff. You got in bed with Goff. You've made a covenant. I don't want to trade offensive pieces because the minute you take those away, he can't survive.
And for the record, I would rather get rid of J-Mo, but the cap hit for J-Mo would just be.
But why did they pay him? Okay,
and that's just it. So he's the only one, unfortunately, that's standing there like, okay, well, you actually have a deal that I can move on from. And you're so good, I can get something back in return.
Let's go to Paul.
It's not like I just want to blow the team up.
No, I hear you. I'm giving distinct reasons why, because I don't want Brian to think I'm angry. I'm not. Go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. I'm in your court in terms of managing draft capital. And when it comes to both Glasgow and Decker, I think we should restructure both of them and keep them around as depth pieces. If we could do that and then move on and draft what we need for the line, I think we can accomplish both. And Campbell left the door open by what he said, by saying, it kind of left the door open that we could be getting a new starter there. So I feel what you're feeling too in terms of it's not good draft, capital usage, but maybe there's some restructuring there too, given his physical condition. Maybe he'd be open to a little bit of flexibility on what we're going to pay him, keeping him around as a depth piece versus a starter. So I just wanted to keep that door open.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I think if there's some wizardry you can do with the contract, bring the number down, I can work my way to it. What a 12-year vet left tackle is not going to do is accept a demotion. No. He's going to be the starter.
Yeah, he's not coming back to be the backup.
That part I'll push back.
He would stay retired, or he would retire.
So maybe you don't call it a demotion. maybe you just kind of leave it unsaid, and his physical condition will determine basically probably what's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
Which he'll be relegated to backup.
But wasn't the cleaner pathway just getting out of the Taylor Decker business, getting out of the business of guy considering retirement?
Hey, Taylor, there's the sunset. Go right into it.
God.
Yes, we are too loyal to a fault to our core.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I was worried about this, and that's why before I had some time off last week, I said it. I wouldn't give him the option. I'm with Rico. I would have pointed towards the sunset and said, walk until you find it. That's what real teams do. Appreciate it, Paulie. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. Oh, look who it is. Is that the man? The king of the boner pills.
Yeah.
Rieger's in-house. Yeah. Lovely. 97.1.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, other sportsbook, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. You can use that Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. And if you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to a sports book that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself. Don't listen to me. Find out for yourself. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And you know what? When it comes to watching sports or movies, man, I'm down in the basement that was designed and built for me by Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. If you've been teetering, you've been hearing me do these ads and saying, well, maybe I'll give them a call. Maybe I'll look into them because I'm thinking about getting a basement. Now is the time. Head over to matrixbasements.com right now. And what you'll find out is Matrix is offering a build now, pay later program. Rico, what does that mean? Let me just simplify this for you. 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028. 2 years from now. So if you want to get your basement done, get it done right now with Matrix Basements. MatrixBasements.com. You'll get the free design consultation. They'll design the plan for you. And the next thing you know, in about 7 to 8 weeks, you'll be sitting in your brand new basement. Head over to matrixbasements.com right now. Build now, pay later, 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Talked a lot of Pistons, a lot of Lions today, before and after the Taylor Decker news. And look, I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up. You know what? This is actually good. Maybe Wojo can be the voice of reason here for a minute. Yeah. Well, I need you to sit down and have your headphones on so I can talk to you.
It takes a while for me to walk.
That's going to take a minute.
All right. So here's, I'll tell you what I want to ask you. Oh,
I didn't want to come in too early.
I swear. It's a total debacle.
All right, can you pick this up for me? All right, now move
Rico,
that out of the way.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you get going? Let me handle this. Okay? You were great today. Here's what I want to ask you. So Taylor Decker announces he's back. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Okay.
I am not excited in the least.
I understand that.
I didn't want him back. And Dan Campbell's audio did it to me. Basically saying, yeah, he's, we're going to have to manage a lot with him. And we're still going to have to sign somebody because he might die. Like, why can't this team just let go?
Okay. But Decker's announcement came, 2 hours after Campbell? Don't you think Decker was like, if I can't sit on that. They might not want me back.
But here's the thing.
And he flushed it out, and he had to say it.
But why can't the organization do what the great organizations do? You don't do the comfortable thing. Like, Decker is never going to be 100%.
Did they say they're welcoming him back?
What choice do you get? They said he had all the time he needs to make his decision. He's made his decision.
Yeah, they said he had to make it by the new calendar year, which is March 11th.
Right, he made it by the end of the calendar day. I'm just asking you, what is your response when you heard the news?
Unless you know something we don't know.
Did you put on your Jim Costa pom-poms?
Well, no,
or were you like me?
They're still going to make him show up and prove that he's not Frank Ragnow.
Fair. My point is, you won't be able to go sign like Braden Smith.
No, but I mean, you got a couple of months. He'll have to come to town before then, right?
How is he going to come here and show you he's ready before the league calendar starts March 11th?
They'll test his legs out, his
Buddy,
knees.
it ain't his legs. It's a shoulder that will never be right.
It's a little bit of everything. What's more valuable, though? The $11.6 million that you would save by saying goodbye to him, or him, his veteran leadership? When he's healthy, he's pretty good. The problem is you don't know when he's healthy.
Right there. I'll take the 11.6, and I'm going to find somebody that reasonably I can say will make it through an 18-game schedule.
Right, so you put Sewell over to left, and you find a right tackle.
That's what I would have done.
You can find someone who at their peak was a lesser than Decker at his peak, but now they'd be younger theoretically, right?
Availability,
no doubt.
I just wanted to know if
I don't think you shouldn't be excited.
Okay,
but I don't think they're going to just throw him out there if he's in a wheelchair.
We got Manu.
Is Frank coming back? Oh, sorry.
What do you guys have coming up?
We're going to talk more Brad Holmes, a little bit about Decker, but about the core four, too, which, by the way, I hate calling them that because I think about like Toronto Maple Leafs, but there are core four.
Buddy, don't feel bad. I said the Orlando Magic's core four. It only played 129 minutes.
Okay, fine. Everybody's the core four.
Who called it the core four?
The core four.
I don't like the core four thing either. No.
What about the Yankees core four?
Oh,
all right, let's go.
How many titles?
How about the Tigers pitching core four?
Oh, who's on that?
Or core five?
Yeah.
Or core six?
How about that McGonagall kid? He's pretty good so far.
He turned around 100-mile-per-hour fastball and sent it screaming into the outfield.
I know Mike
Did you
takes
see
spring
that?
training games very seriously. I know he watches.
You know what? The Yankees are scared out of their minds.
Who won that game?
Was that the 20-3 game?
I have no idea.
Herbs and spices.
Did you see the one against the Orioles where they're both wearing orange uniforms?
Yeah.
And you couldn't tell which team was what team?
Where do we stand on the orange unis?
I like them.
I think they're cool.
I think they're cool. I dig it.
The
I don't
blue
mind
ones,
it, but they look
the City Connect.
But they look like the Orioles.
Yeah, well, it's better than looking like the Fly Girls from Living Color.
Yeah, the City Connect was
City Connect jerseys.
That's midnight blue, Michael.
Like a tire ran over the jersey.
Exactly. It's like they are. That's what it feels like. They're advertising that a tire ran them over, like a car ran them over.
Oh, it's a Motor City.
They're dressed up like construction barrels now with the orange.
Listen, it's a unique look.
They look like
Verlander's
Giants.
I like orange.
I'm good with it. I think it's cool.
All right,
Bob. It's how many times?
As long as Verlander approves of it, okay?
Friday.
Is it every Friday?
Yeah, every Friday, yeah.
Oh,
and then
wow.
Monday is City Connect.
Okay, then.
They're bringing those back?
Oh, yeah. I think they have a contract with those.
Oh.
Yeah, every team has to have one.
All right. Yeah. These guys are coming up next.
Why don't
we got a big
guys
show.
Get an alternate jersey.
Because we're too good for that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yankees in purple.
Exactly. Could you imagine?
Or pink.
Enjoy. Hey, say it with me. We'll see you tomorrow at 2.
Chew it. Oh, sorry.
And do it.
97.1.